So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see a crossover between Harry Potter and Dragon Ball Z. So this will be movie, and if you want more movies like this, then please leave a like, share and subscribe. And I have uploaded more videos on this channel, so you can check out other videos, you might like it, so please do check out. Now let's jump right into the video.
The Triwizard Cup was not supposed to feel warm, yet the instant Harry's fingers closed around the handles, heat shot through his palm like living metal, pulsing once, twice, then violently wrenching his stomach inside out. The maze vanished. He hit the ground hard. Wet grass slapped against his hands. Mud soaked into his robes. For one dizzy second, the world spun in broken flashes of moonlight, crooked tombstones, and black iron fencing. The air smelled wrong, rotting earth, cold mist, and something older than death itself. Beside him, Cedric Diggory groaned and shoved himself upright. "Where are we?" Cedric asked, breathless. Harry forced himself onto one knee. His scar already prickled. No, not prickled, burned. It felt as though someone had pressed a hot nail into his forehead and left it there. He looked around and his stomach dropped. A graveyard. Not a random one, either. This place felt deliberate. Ancient. Waiting. The cup lay on its side between them, its blue glow fading into the darkness. Ahead stood a weathered marble angel draped in ivy, and beyond it a towering headstone gleamed pale beneath the moon. A yew tree leaned over the nearest crypt like a crooked guard. Then Harry heard it. Footsteps, slow, uneven, coming through the mist. A figure emerged from between the graves, cloaked in darkness, carrying a bundle in its arms. Harry's wand was in his hand before he fully registered the movement. Cedric did the same, stepping up beside him, shoulders squared despite the fear Harry could hear in his breathing. The bundle moved. Harry's pulse spiked. Then a cold, high voice sliced through the night. "Kill the spare." The green light erupted before Harry could even shout. Cedric never had time to react. 1 second he was there, wand raised, face tense with confusion. The next he collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, striking the grass with a dull, final sound that seemed to silence the entire graveyard. Harry froze. No, no, no. No. His thoughts jammed together, breaking apart under the weight of what his eyes were telling him. Cedric lay twisted on the ground, his wand fallen from his open hand, his eyes fixed on nothing. The moonlight touched his face with cruel gentleness. Dead? Just like that. Harry stared at Cedric's body as if the world itself had glitched. His ears rang. The graveyard grew distant, muffled, unreal. The cloaked man moved forward. The bundle in his arms gave a thin, horrible hiss. But Harry barely saw any of it. Cedric was dead. Because he had grabbed the cup. Because he had gone with Harry. Because Harry was always at the center of it. Something cracked. Not outside, inside. A pressure Harry had never known he carried suddenly splintered under the force of his horror. His scar flared so violently he dropped to one hand, gasping. Heat raced down his spine. His vision doubled. The ground beneath him seemed to shudder, not from magic, but from something deeper, heavier, as if his body had become far too large for his skin and was trying to burst free. The cloaked figure, Wormtail, Harry realized dimly, hurried to the great headstone and laid the hideous childlike bundle at its base. He was muttering through panicked breaths, preparing some ritual with hands that shook in ecstatic terror. Harry should have attacked. He should have run. He should have done anything. Instead he knelt beside Cedric, one trembling hand hovering over his shoulder, unable to make himself touch the dead. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered, though he didn't know whether he was speaking to Cedric or to himself. From the base of the headstone came the wet sound of a knife cutting flesh. Wormtail cried out. Blood spilled into a cauldron. The bundle writhed. Bone, flesh, blood. Each offering fed into a potion that bubbled from sickly red to blinding white. Mist coiled upward. Magic thickened in the air until it felt difficult to breathe. Harry forced his head up. The ritual reached its climax. The cauldron exploded in steam, and Lord Voldemort stepped out. He rose from the smoke thin and white and terrible, red eyes gleaming like fresh blood under the moon. His fingers were long and skeletal. His face looked less human than ever, something serpent-like stretched into the shape of a man. He inhaled once, almost reverently, as if tasting the night. Then he smiled. Harry's scar split with pain. Voldemort turned toward him. "So here you are?" Harry scrambled to his feet, every instinct screaming at him to move, to strike, to survive, but his body felt strange. Tight. Too hot. His heart thundered so hard it hurt. Every breath he took seemed to drag fire into his lungs. Voldemort studied him with cold delight. "Do you feel it, Harry Potter?" he asked softly. "Do you feel how inevitable this has always been?" Wormtail bound Harry to the headstone with graveyard rope conjured from the shadows themselves. Harry fought, but the cord cinched tight around his chest and arms. The marble bit into his spine. Voldemort circled him like a patient predator, speaking to the Death Eaters gathering from the darkness, letting them witness the completion of his revenge. Masks emerged from the mist. One by one, they knelt. Harry barely heard the names. Malfoy, not Crabbe. Bellatrix absent, Azkaban mentioned, the old loyalties and excuses of cowards and murderers. Voldemort's voice rose and fell in icy waves, but Harry's attention kept splintering. Something was wrong with him. Not wrong, awake. A pulse beat beneath his skin, foreign and furious. His muscles trembled with contained violence. Sounds sharpened until he could hear individual droplets of moisture rolling off stone. Smells layered into impossible detail: wet moss, scorched potion residue, old bone, iron-rich blood, the sour stink of fear from one of the Death Eaters in the back row. Even the moonlight seemed too bright. His scar pulsed with the strange heat in his body, until he could no longer tell where one pain ended and the other began. Voldemort finally stopped before him. "Before I kill you," he said, "I admit to a certain curiosity. You have survived me by accident, by protection not your own, by circumstances you could never have understood. Tonight there will be no mother's sacrifice, no hidden trick, only power." He lifted his wand. The red eyes narrowed. Crucio. Pain should have destroyed him. It struck like a spear of white agony driven through every nerve. Harry arched against the stone, a scream ripping loose from his throat before he could stop it. Fire raced through his veins. His bones felt molten. His muscles locked so hard he thought they would tear free from the bone. But then, the pain changed. It did not lessen, it transformed. The curse flooded into his body and found something buried deep beneath magic, beneath blood, beneath even the scars of childhood. Instead of only shredding nerves, it stimulated them. Instead of only causing suffering, it struck some dormant system that had waited years for a jolt violent enough to wake it. Harry's scream broke off. His eyes snapped open. Voldemort lowered the spell, smiling faintly, expecting sobs. Instead, he found Harry breathing in ragged, animal pulls, head bowed, rope straining around him. Steam rose from Harry's skin. The graveyard went still. A low hum began to spread through the air. At first it seemed like wind moving through the grass, but no breeze touched the graves. The sound came from Harry himself, from his chest, his blood, his very cells. It deepened by the second, becoming a vibration that made pebbles dance across the earth and loose dirt trickle from the sides of old tombs. Voldemort's smile vanished. Harry lifted his head slowly. His eyes were no longer only green. Gold flickered through them in brief, violent flashes, like sunlight struggling through storm clouds. "What?" Voldemort said, very softly. "Are you?" Harry didn't know. But for the first time in his life, he felt as though his body did. Another pulse detonated inside him. The ropes snapped, not burned, not severed by magic. They simply burst apart as Harry tore his arms free with raw force. Stone cracked behind him. The headstone groaned. Death Eaters stumbled back. Wormtail let out a strangled cry. Harry dropped to one knee, clutching his chest as the invisible pressure surged higher. He could feel everything. The magic in the graveyard. The life pulsing in every body around him. Voldemort's presence burned in his awareness like poisoned fire. The Death Eaters felt dimmer, flickering candles around a bonfire of malice. Even farther away, beyond the cemetery walls, faint clusters of sleeping human lives glimmered in the night like distant stars. He had no words for it. It was not sight. It was not magic. It was something instinctive and terrifying and natural, as though he had been blind his whole life, and now the universe had kicked open a hidden sense. Voldemort attacked first. A cutting curse slashed through the air. Harry moved without thinking. He did not dodge like a wizard. He exploded sideways. The world blurred. One instant he was before the headstone. The next he was 10 yards away, crouched among graves, dirt gouged beneath his shoes. The curse struck empty space and blasted apart a marble cross. Gas erupted from the Death Eaters. Harry stared at the crater his feet had carved into the earth. He had not run. He had launched himself. Voldemort's expression hardened. Again. A green and red and violet spells tore across the graveyard in a storm. Harry moved through them in broken bursts of impossible speed, each motion more instinct than choice. One curse skimmed his shoulder and shredded cloth, but barely marked skin. Another struck him in the ribs and flung him through a gravestone. Pain exploded through his side, yet he rolled back to his feet before he fully understood he'd landed. Every hit hurt. Every hit also fed the fire. His body adapted in real time. No wonder Voldemort hesitated. No wizard should have been able to do this. Harry raised his wand by instinct, then stopped. It felt tiny, wrong, like trying to direct a thunderstorm through a straw. Power surged down his arm too violently, and the holly wand shuddered in protest. Hairline cracks ran along the wood. Across the graveyard, Voldemort's red eyes widened. Interesting. He launched the killing curse. Harry saw it coming, not with sight, before sight. He felt the spell as a spear of annihilation, cold and absolute, slicing toward him through the dark. Terror hit him. Real terror. A raw, primal understanding that if that curse landed cleanly, all this new strength would mean nothing. Something inside him answered. Harry thrust out his free hand. The air in front of him warped. A translucent flare of golden light burst outward like a shield being born mid-impact. The green curse slammed into it. For one impossible second, the killing curse held. Then it deflected upward, screaming into the clouds. The graveyard fell silent. No one moved. Even Voldemort stared. Harry was breathing hard now, his hand trembling from the force of what he had just done. The golden light around his palm crackled, unstable and wild, before fading into sparks. His wand snapped in half. He looked down at it, stunned. Not destroyed by Voldemort. Destroyed by him. By whatever was erupting inside him. The broken halves fell into the mud. A laugh rose from Voldemort then, thin and disbelieving and edged with rage. "Marvelous!" he hissed. "Marvelous! You continue to exceed expectations, boy. Some ancient trick in your blood, perhaps. Some hidden inheritance Dumbledore never discovered." Harry straightened slowly. The pressure around him intensified, grass bent away from his body. Dust swirled in widening circles. The gold in his eyes flashed brighter. His scar and his chest both burned now, as if two entirely separate forces were trying to claim him at once. Voldemort's soul fragment screaming in panic, and the unknown bloodline rising to drown it out. Then Harry looked at Cedric, still lying there, still dead, and something in him gave way completely. Grief hit first, then rage. Not sharp, childish anger, not the hot frustration he'd felt with Snape or Umbridge or the Dursleys. This was older, vast. It came from a place inside him that did not understand helplessness and refused to accept weakness. It looked at Cedric's body, at the circle of masked killers, at Voldemort standing there so certain of his right to take and take and take. And it demanded violence. Harry screamed. It ripped out of him like the birth cry of a star. A golden aura erupted around his body in a blinding pillar, blasting outward with enough force to crack graves and throw half the Death Eaters off their feet. Wormtail was hurled backward into the cauldron. Several masked figures crashed into headstones. Voldemort skidded 3 steps through the mud, robes snapping in the pressure wave. The air itself shook. Harry rose an inch off the ground without meaning to. Gold light swarmed over his skin. His black hair lifted wildly in the storm of his own power, and for the briefest of moments several strands brightened toward bronze before falling back again. Lightning, like arcs of pale energy, danced around his shoulders and arms. The earth beneath him cratered. He was not yet transformed. But he was no longer merely human. The Death Eaters broke formation. One actually ran. Voldemort's face twisted, not fear, not quite, but the first real taste of uncertainty he had shown all night. Harry lowered his head, breathing through clenched teeth as the aura raged around him. Every instinct in him screamed to attack, to erase the threat, to tear through every one of them before they could move again. He took one step forward. The ground split. Then another presence struck his awareness from very far away. Familiar, frantic, powerful. Dumbledore? No. Not Dumbledore himself. Hogwarts. The cup. The connection back. Somewhere in the storm of sensation, Harry realized the portkey still existed. Still linked this nightmare to the school. He could kill. Or he could escape. Cedric's body lay only a few yards away. Harry's golden aura flickered violently. His vision doubled again. The power tearing through him was too new, too raw. If he lost control here, he did not know whether he would kill Voldemort or simply die exploding in the effort. Voldemort raised his wand once more, fury winning over caution. You will kneel. Harry moved. This time he did not attack Voldemort. He vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing beside Cedric's body, so fast the grass behind him ignited in brief lines of heat. He grabbed Cedric under the shoulders with one arm and snatched the Triwizard Cup with the other. Several Death Eaters shouted. Voldemort fired. Green light streaked toward Harry. Harry roared, and the golden aura surged outward again, just as the portkey activated. The graveyard disappeared in an explosion of blue and gold. They crashed onto the Hogwarts grounds. Harry hit the earth hard, still clutching Cedric and the cup. The aura around him burst outward one last time in a storm of dust and light, sending the nearest hedges flattening away from him. Students screamed. Somewhere close by, judges and teachers shouted in confusion. Harry tried to stand. His legs gave out. The gold in his eyes faded in uneven flashes. The humming force inside him still raged, but it no longer felt limitless. It felt starving, drained, furious that it had been denied battle and forced back into a body not yet ready to contain it. Hands grabbed at him. Voices crashed together. Cedric. What happened? Harry. Dumbledore appeared in front of him, faster than any of the others, blue eyes wide with something Harry had never seen there before. Not just concern. Shock. Real shock. Harry opened his mouth, but blood was running from the corner of his lips. His scar throbbed. His whole body shook with aftershocks of impossible strength. He's back, Harry rasped. Dumbledore's face went still. Voldemort's back. Then Harry looked at Cedric one last time, saw the stillness of him beneath the torchlight, and whatever had held him upright finally shattered. The last remnants of gold vanished from his eyes. He collapsed into darkness. Behind him, unnoticed by almost everyone in the panic, the broken turf around his body still smoked. Thin cracks webbed through the stone path where the force of his arrival had struck. And for just a second, before it faded entirely, a faint golden spark ran across Harry Potter's clenched hand. The graveyard had not simply returned the boy who lived. It had awakened something the wizarding world had no name for. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's sleeping mind, beneath the grief and pain and human fear, a new truth stirred for the very first time. A prince had begun to remember war. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 2a, The Aura No Wizard Recognizes. Next, Chapter 20, The Aura No Wizard Recognizes. Harry woke to the smell of potions, lunnin, and burnt stone. For one disoriented second, he thought he was still in the graveyard. His body jerked upright on instinct, breath punching out of him as his hands flew up in search of a wand that was no longer there. White curtains surrounded his bed. Morning light filtered through the hospital wing windows. Somewhere nearby, glass clinked against glass. Then the memory hit him. Cedric, Voldemort. The killing curse slamming against golden light. The scream tearing itself out of his throat. Harry doubled over, gripping the sheets so hard his knuckles whitened. His scar burned in a dull, deep throb rather than the white, hot agony of the graveyard, but it was enough. Enough to drag the whole nightmare back into brutal focus. Hayes awake. Madame Pomfrey snapped from somewhere to his left. Footsteps approached immediately. Harry looked up to find Dumbledore standing beside the bed, his expression grave in a way that seemed older than usual, as if a single night had hollowed him out. Sirius stood a little behind him, pale and tense, black eyes fixed on Harry with a protective fury that had not yet found a target. Mrs. Weasley was there too, twisting her hands in her apron, her face red from crying. The instant Harry saw them, one question tore out of him. Cedric. The silence answered before anyone could. Mrs. Weasley let out a broken sound and covered her mouth. Sirius looked away. Dumbledore bowed his head once, slow and respectful. Harry stared at the blanket over his legs. He had known. Of course he had known. Cedric's body on the grass had been too still, too final for any denial to survive. But hearing the silence confirm it cracked something open inside him all over again. His chest tightened. Then it happened. The windows rattled. Every potion bottle on the nearest shelf buzzed softly against the wood. The metal frame of Harry's bed gave a low groan. Heat flooded through his arms, shoulders, spine, every muscle tensing as though bracing for a blow that had not yet landed. Madame Pomfrey swore under her breath. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Harry. Harry looked up. For the briefest instant, the room seemed brighter around the edges, like invisible sunlight had started leaking from his skin. The pulse inside him built with horrifying speed, triggered by grief as naturally as breathing. He did not mean to do it. He barely even understood it. But the pressure expanded anyway, filling the hospital wing with a low hum that seemed to vibrate behind his teeth. Harry, Dumbledore said again. Firmer now. Breathe. I am breathing, Harry said, but his voice came out wrong, too rough, too layered, as though something deeper had tried to speak with him. Sirius took a step forward. Pup, look at me. Harry did. Sirius's expression did not hold fear exactly. That almost made it worse. It held concern, yes, but also the strained caution of a man standing near a wounded predator he loved too much to abandon and too much to underestimate. That look snapped Harry out of whatever rising spiral had gripped him. The pressure broke. A sharp crack ran through the stone floor beneath his bed. The potion bottles stopped shaking. The heat receded, leaving Harry sweating and shaky and deeply, terribly tired. Madame Pomfrey marched forward at once and shoved him back against the pillows. You, she said furiously, are not to move, shout, panic, or explode without warning while you are in my ward. Harry blinked at her. Mrs. Weasley let out a watery laugh that turned into a sob almost immediately. Sirius rubbed a hand over his face. Even Dumbledore's mouth twitched, though the tension never left his eyes. Harry looked down at the crack in the stone floor. I didn't do that on purpose. No one believes you did? Dumbledore said quietly. That made Harry look back up. Something in the headmaster's voice had changed. It was not accusation. It was not even surprise anymore. It was careful observation, like he was looking at a door that had opened onto somewhere no map of magic had ever charted. Harry swallowed. His throat was dry. What happened to me? No one answered immediately. That silence was different from the one about Cedric. It was not grief. It was uncertainty. Madame Pomfrey folded her arms. From a healer's standpoint, I should say you suffered severe magical trauma, nervous system overload, extreme adrenal stress, and several injuries that ought to have left you bedridden for at least a week. Harry looked at the healer. But, she pressed her lips together, but you are sitting up after one night. Your bruising has already faded by half. Your burns are gone, and your muscle density appears to have increased. Harry stared at her. My what? Sirius barked a disbelieving laugh. Your what? Madame Pomfrey shot them both a glare. I know what I said, Black. Dumbledore moved closer to the bed. Harry, tell me everything you remember from the graveyard. Do not leave anything out. Not sensations, not thoughts, not instinctive impressions. Anything unusual may matter. Harry almost laughed at that. Anything unusual? Where did he even begin? So he did his best. He told them about the Porky landing in the graveyard, Cedric's death, the ritual, Voldemort's body forming from the cauldron. His voice nearly failed when he spoke Cedric's name, but he forced the words out anyway. Then he described the duel, or tried to. The Cruciatus hit me, Harry said slowly, watching Dumbledore's face, and it felt like it was tearing me apart. But then, it changed. How? Dumbledore asked. Harry frowned, struggling to explain a sensation he barely understood, like it found something inside me. Like pain wasn't just pain anymore, it was fuel, or a key. Sirius straightened. Dumbledore did not move at all. Harry went on, his voice growing quieter. I could hear everything, smell everything, feel where everyone was without looking. Voldemort felt. He stopped. Go on, Dumbledore said. Like poison? Harry said. Like a fire made of dead things. The Death Eaters felt smaller, dimmer. And the killing curse. He hesitated again, because even saying it sounded mad, I knew where it was before I saw it. Mrs. Weasley had gone very pale. Madame Pomfrey looked scandalized on principle. But Dumbledore looked thoughtful, too thoughtful. Harry felt a jolt of irritation cut through the lingering fear. You've got some idea, haven't you? Dumbledore met his eyes. I have suspicions. Then tell me. Not yet. The words hit Harry like a slap. Not yet, he repeated. Voldemort came back. Cedric died. Something happened to me that made my wand explode, and all you've got is not yet. The pulse came back faster this time. A tray of potion vials burst apart against the far wall. Mrs. Weasley gasped. Sirius stepped in front of her automatically. Madame Pomfrey muttered a curse and whipped out her wand to shield the remaining instruments. Harry shoved himself halfway upright, fury roaring hotter and sharper than it had any right to. I'm sick of that, he said, voice shaking. I'm sick of everyone deciding what I'm allowed to know about my own life. Golden sparks danced over his hands. Not visible to everyone at first, just thin, bright lines snapping around his fingers like stray lightning. But Harry saw Sirius notice, saw Dumbledore notice, saw the exact moment Madame Pomfrey realized the air around Harry's bed was warping with heat. Then Sirius moved, not cautiously, not politically. He just came forward, planted both hands on Harry's shoulders and locked eyes with him. Harry, the word cracked like a command. Harry's breath stalled. Look at me, Sirius said. Not at him. Me. Harry tried to look away, but Sirius tightened his grip. You are not in that graveyard now. Sirius said, each word hard and deliberate. You are here. You are safe. Breathe before you tear the bloody castle apart. Harry wanted to snap back. Wanted to say he wasn't going to tear anything apart. Wanted to cling to the anger because it felt better than grief. Instead, he realized, with a sick drop of his stomach, that part of him absolutely did want to tear something apart. That was new. That was wrong. He dragged in one breath, then another. The sparks vanished. Sirius kept his hands on Harry's shoulders a second longer, making sure the storm had actually passed before letting go. There? Sirius muttered, though the strain in his face said he was not remotely calm. That's more like it. Harry sank back against the pillows. Suddenly he felt hollow, heavy. He rubbed his face with both hands and stared at nothing. What's happening to me? This time Dumbledore answered. I do not yet know enough to give you certainty, he said, but I believe the ritual in the graveyard did more than restore Voldemort. It appears to have awakened a dormant trait in your blood, one that has been hidden for many years. Harry lowered his hands slowly. In my blood. Wes! Harry let out a humorless laugh. What, am I part dragon now? No one smiled. That frightened him more than if they had. Dumbledore folded his hands behind his back. There are rare magical lineages, ancient inheritances, and stranger legacies than most witches and wizards ever learn of. Some remain dormant for generations before appearing unexpectedly. Others require extreme magical pressure to manifest at all. You think that's what this is? Harry asked. I think, Dumbledore said carefully, that the answer may lie in the night your parents died. The room fell still. Harry stared. Even Sirius looked blindsided by that. What does that mean? Harry asked, quieter now. Dumbledore's blue eyes held his. It means that your survival may have involved more than even I understood. Mrs. Weasley made a distressed sound. Albus? I am not speaking in riddles to torment the boy Molly, Dumbledore said gently. I am being honest about the limits of my current understanding. Harry almost snapped at that too. But some exhausted part of him knew Dumbledore meant it. That was the problem. He was not hiding the truth this time. He genuinely did not know, which meant whatever had awakened in the graveyard was something outside even Dumbledore's expectations. Harry looked at his hands. They looked normal, thin, human, slightly scraped along the knuckles. But he remembered those same hands stopping the killing curse. He remembered moving so fast the world had broken into streaks. He remembered the savage thrill that had surged through him when he looked at Voldemort and wanted, truly wanted, to crush him. That frightened him most of all. What about my wand? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression grew graver still. Destroyed. Harry shut his eyes. Somehow that hurt. In all the madness of the graveyard, that simple fact landed with a strange intimacy. The holly wand had been his since Ollivander's shop, a symbol of the first world that had ever felt like home. Broken now, not by an enemy, by his own hand because his body had become something it could no longer channel. He swallowed hard. "Can I get another one?" Madame Pomfrey opened her mouth, but Dumbledore answered first. "In time, yes," he said. "But I do not think a new wand will solve the larger problem." Harry looked at him sharply. Dumbledore's gaze shifted briefly to the cracked floor, the shattered tray, the faint scorch mark on a curtain pole. "Your magic is no longer behaving like ordinary wand-based channeling. Until we understand why, giving you another wand might be dangerous." "That's convenient," Harry muttered. Sirius sighed. "Harry. No, it is." Harry sat up straighter, anger returning in a thinner, colder form. "Voldemort's back, Fudge is going to deny it, and now I'm apparently some kind of magical time bomb who isn't even allowed a wand." "You are allowed patience," Dumbledore said, not sharply but with unmistakable firmness. "And you are owed truth, which I intend to pursue with every resource I possess. But until we understand what has awakened in you, caution is not a punishment, it is survival." Harry looked away. The worst part was that he knew Dumbledore was right. That did not make it easier. Madame Pomfrey began bustling about, using the shift in tone as an excuse to reclaim control of her ward. She shoved a goblet of potion at Harry, ignored his grimace until he drank it, and started barking orders about rest, observation, and absolutely no dramatic emotional revelations near her patient, if they could be helped. Mrs. Weasley slipped forward while the others spoke quietly and smoothed Harry's hair back from his forehead with trembling fingers. The gesture was so normal, so achingly kind, that Harry nearly broke again. "You are coming to us after school ends," she said, voice thick. "No arguments. You need people around you." Harry nodded because he could not trust his voice. Sirius, standing at the foot of the bed, gave him a crooked, tired sort of look. "And if you accidentally smash my kitchen table while figuring out your mysterious powers, I suppose I'll find a way to forgive you." Harry snorted despite himself. That small sound seemed to ease something in the room. Only Dumbledore remained still troubled. He stood by the window for a long moment, staring out across the grounds as if he could somehow read answers in the morning mist. Harry followed his gaze and saw the distant line of the Black Lake, the towers of Hogwarts rising proud and familiar against the sky. For the first time since first year, the castle did not feel entirely like home. It felt full, not crowded with people, saturated with something Harry had never sensed before last night. Magic moved through the stones, old and deep and layered. The portraits, the staircases, the enchanted suits of armor, the very foundations of the school, all carried a quiet hum beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. And now Harry could feel it. Not see it, not hear it exactly, but feel it the way one feels heat near a fire. His breathing slowed. He focused. The castle shimmered at the edge of his awareness like a sleeping giant. Beyond it were sparks of life everywhere. Students in dormitories, owls in the rafters, centaurs in the forest, the giant squid in the lake like an enormous drifting lantern. Each presence had a texture, a weight, a shape that bypassed thought and struck directly into instinct. Harry jerked. The sensation vanished. Dumbledore turned at once. "What is it?" Harry blinked. I think I just felt Hogwarts." Sirius frowned. "Felt it how?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know. Like, it's alive. Not alive, but there. And everyone in it is there too." No one spoke. Then Dumbledore said very softly, "Fascinating." Harry stared at him. "That's not comforting." "No." Dumbledore agreed. "I imagine it is not." The rest of the day passed in fractured pieces. Ministry officials came and were turned away. Cedric's parents arrived somewhere beyond the curtains, and Harry heard enough of their grief to lie rigid and silent with guilt burning in his stomach. Students whispered outside the hospital wing. Rumors spread like wildfire through the castle. Some said Harry had dueled Voldemort and lived. Others claimed he had summoned ancient magic from the graveyard itself. A few, Judging by the looks Madame Pomfrey wore after chasing them away, seemed to believe Harry had half died and come back possessed. By evening, Harry was alone. The sunlight had turned amber, laying long bars of gold across the floor. The hospital wing had gone quiet except for the ticking of a brass clock and the occasional clink of potion bottles from Madame Pomfrey's office. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, staring at his open hand. Nothing, just skin, bone, blood. Then he thought of Cedric. The hand trembled instantly. A spark jumped across his palm. Harry clenched his fist hard enough to whiten the knuckles and forced himself to think of something else. Quidditch. Ron snoring in the dormitory. Hermione lecturing him, Sirius laughing like a man trying to outrun every bad memory he'd ever had. The spark faded. Harry let out a slow breath. So that was one rule then? Emotion fed it. He did not know what was. Magic. Something stranger. Whatever Voldemort's curse had awakened seemed tied to feeling in a way wand magic never had been. Anger made it surge. Grief made it spike. Focus let him sense things he should not be able to sense. He looked out the window toward the darkening grounds. The sky above Hogwarts burned orange, then red, then deepened toward night. One by one, the first stars appeared. Harry stared at them longer than he meant to. Something in his chest tightened, not painfully this time, but with an ache he could not name. The stars felt familiar in the wrong way, like a word on the tip of his tongue, or a dream he had forgotten upon waking. He had never looked at the sky and felt anything like that before. Now it pulled at him, as if some buried part of him recognized the dark between worlds and wanted to answer it. Harry pressed a hand to the window glass. Cold, solid, earthbound. But the achy remained. Behind him, a floorboard creaked. He spun too fast, body moving before thought, and found Dumbledore standing at the edge of the ward once more. The headmaster had changed into deep blue robes embroidered with faint silver stars, and in the evening light he seemed, for once, exactly as ancient as rumor always claimed. "I did not mean to startle you," Dumbledore said. Harry let out a breath. "I'm starting to think that's impossible now." Dumbledore stepped closer. In one hand he held a thin bundle of parchment tied with black thread. "I have sent messages," he said, "to old contacts, to archives that few now remember exist, to magical historians, blood scholars, and one astronomer in Vienna who owes me a favor." Harry stared. Astronomer? Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward the stars outside the window, then back to Harry.
Yes.
The single word settled heavily between them. Harry looked out the window again. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Harry asked the question that had been building in him all day, quiet and brittle and dangerous. If this has something to do with the night my parents died, then was it always in me? Dumbledore did not answer carelessly. "Yes," he said at last. "I believe so." Harry swallowed. "All this time? Wes!" Harry laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "Brilliant. So I went 14 years without knowing there was whatever this is sitting inside me, and it took Voldemort torturing me in a graveyard to wake it up." Dumbledore's expression darkened with genuine sorrow. "I am afraid that may be close to the truth." Harry looked back at his hand, then up at the stars, then finally at Dumbledore. "Whatever it is," he said, voice roughening, "Voldemort saw it, and he was afraid." Dumbledore held his gaze. "Yes," the headmaster said quietly. "He was." The thought should have comforted Harry. Instead, it left him cold. Because if Voldemort had been afraid, then the thing inside Harry was not small, not manageable, not some odd magical quirk that could be explained away with a bloodline chart and a reassuring smile. It was something vast enough to frighten the darkest wizard alive, and Harry did not know whether that made him a weapon or a threat. As night swallowed the last of the sunset, the castle lights flickered on one by one. The hum of Hogwarts pressed softly at the edge of Harry's awareness. Somewhere deep in the grounds, something old and magical stirred in answer to his presence. And above it all, the stars watched in silence, cold and patient, as if they had been waiting far longer than Harry could understand. He did not know it yet. But before this was over, those stars would stop feeling distant. They would feel like inheritance. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 3, The Royal Secret in the Potter Bloodline, Next thought for a couple of seconds, Chapter 3. The Royal Secret in the Potter Bloodline. The last feast of the True Wizard tournament should have been loud. It should have been filled with relief, applause, and the chatter of students already retelling the maze in exaggerated fragments. Instead, the great hall felt like a mausoleum. Candles floated high beneath the enchanted ceiling, their light subdued against a sky that mirrored the real one outside, black, starless, and heavy with gathering rain. No one spoke above a murmur. Even the portraits lining the hall seemed quieter than usual, as if the castle itself understood that one of its own had gone out into the dark and not returned. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and barely tasted a bite. Cedric's absence had become a shape in the room, impossibly large. The Hufflepuff table looked wrong without him. Too many students kept glancing toward the place where he should have been. Cho Chang had not stopped crying. Ron sat on Harry's right with his shoulders stiff, as though ready to spring up and hex the next person who whispered too loudly. Hermione sat on Harry's left, not pretending to eat at all, her hands wrapped around a goblet she had forgotten to drink from. Harry could feel them all. That remained the worst part. Grief did not stay contained in expressions anymore. It moved through the room like currents of pressure and heat. The teachers felt like tall, steady flames. McGonagall all-iron control and sharp-edged sorrow. Flitwick a tightly banked storm of distress. Snape a dense, unreadable coil of bitterness that nevertheless carried a note of genuine alarm whenever his gaze flicked toward Harry. The students were scattered lanterns, each one pulsing with confusion, fear, pity, suspicion. And beneath them all, the castle hummed. It was quieter in the great hall than it had been in the hospital wing, perhaps because there were too many minds here, too many emotional pulses tangling together. Still, Harry could sense the bones of Hogwarts beneath the stone floor. Ancient magic seeped through the hall in calm, measured tides, brushing against his awareness like a giant sleeping heartbeat. He hated that he could feel it. He hated it because every time he noticed it, some hidden part of him answered. Dumbledore rose. The hall stilled at once. His voice carried not with magical amplification, but because sorrow made every ear strain toward it. He spoke of Cedric Diggory as he had lived, brave, loyal, fair-minded, and uncommonly kind. He spoke of loss not as a lesson but as a wound, one the school would bear honestly. Then, without softening the truth, he said the name many in the hall had prayed not to hear. Voldemort. The word hit the room like dropped iron. Gasps rippled outward. Some students looked instantly to Harry. Others flinched as if the very sound of the name carried a curse. Fudge, who had lingered near the staff table under the pretense of offering condolences, visibly stiffened with outrage and fear. He began to protest at once, but Dumbledore cut through him with one look. Harry barely listened after that, not because it did not matter. It mattered more than almost anything. But just as Dumbledore said the name, Harry's scar had begun to burn, not with the savage rupture of the graveyard, but with a deep, warning throb. He pressed a hand against his forehead under the table. Voldemort was not near. This was something else. Someone in the hall was watching him too intently. Harry turned his head slightly. Snape. For the smallest fraction of a second their eyes met. Snape's expression did not change, but Harry felt the sharp spike of controlled thought behind it. Not fear, exactly. Alarm, calculation. The potion's master looked away at once, yet Harry knew with sudden certainty that Snape had noticed more in the hospital wing than he had said aloud. Harry looked down before anyone else could catch him staring. The feast ended soon after. Students drifted out in subdued clusters. Boakspattens and Durmstrang departed like ghosts through the corridors. Crumb clapped Harry once on the shoulder on his way past, not speaking, the gesture heavy with a respect Harry did not deserve and could not bear. Then the hall emptied. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry looked up. The headmaster stood near the staff table, one hand resting lightly on the back of a chair. Beside him waited Sirius, still in the altered ministry, approved form he had been using near the school, along with McGonagall and, to Harry's surprise, Snape. Hermione rose from the bench at once. "Can I come?" she asked. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "Not tonight, Miss Granger." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but one glance at Harry's face stopped her. Then tell me after, she said to him low and fierce. Everything? Ron nodded grimly. Same. Harry managed a thin nod and pushed himself to his feet. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt longer than usual. The corridors had emptied enough that every footstep echoed. Torchlight stretched tall shadows across the walls. The portraits they passed whispered among themselves, though Harry could not tell whether they were discussing Cedric, Voldemort, or the strange tremor that followed in Harry's wake when his emotions spiked. The gargoyle leapt aside. They climbed. Inside the circular office, silver instruments whirred softly in the shadows. Fawkes perched near the window, his red, gold feathers dim in the moonlight, eyes too knowing by half. The shelves of memory vials behind Dumbledore's desk shimmered faintly, but what drew Harry's attention immediately was the table in the middle of the room. Someone had cleared it. Ancient parchments lay spread across the polished wood in overlapping layers. Star charts, family records, bloodline trees, a weathered leather, bound ledger stood open beside a brass astrolabe. Several pages had been weighted flat with stones Harry recognized from the astronomy tower. There were even sketches, one of a blazing sphere crossing a night sky, another of a child wrapped in tattered cloth, surrounded by symbols Harry had never seen in any wizarding text. Harry stopped dead. What is all this? Dumbledore went to the table, fingertips brushing one of the oldest parchments. Everything I was able to gather in a single day. Snape gave a short, dissatisfied sound, a single day of chasing fairy tales. McGonagall shot him a glacial look. Severus, what? Snape said sharply. We are meant to entertain the possibility that Potter is descended from some celestial barbarian because he exploded in a graveyard. Harry's temper flared. The brass astrolabe on the table spun hard enough to rattle. Snape's eyes snapped to it. Dumbledore did not even look up. And that, Severus, is why I invited you. Snape's jaw tightened. Sirius crossed his arms. Speak English, Albus. Dumbledore inclined his head. Very well. He gestured for Harry to sit. Harry did, though his body remained tense enough to spring. Sirius took position just behind his chair in silent solidarity. McGonagall remained standing, one hand braced on the table edge, gaze fixed on the documents as if willing them to make sense. Dumbledore selected the oldest parchment first. It was brittle and yellowed, edged with damage from fire or age. Inked across the top in elegant, archaic script were the words, De stellis cadentibus et sanguine regio. Harry frowned. That's Latin. It is? Dumbledore said. Roughly translated on falling stars and royal blood. The document belongs to the Potter family archives, though it was not stored at Godric's Hollow. It was held in an older vault under layered concealment charms. Sirius frowned. James never mentioned anything like that. No, Dumbledore said quietly. Nor do I think he knew. That settled over the room heavily. Dumbledore turned the parchment carefully so Harry could see the faded illustration at its center. It showed a blazing object in the sky descending over forest and hill. Beneath it, several robed figures stood in a ring of runes. At the center of the impact site was not treasure, nor a stone, nor a beast. It was a child, or something child-shaped. Harry stared. The figure was drawn with wild black hair, a narrow face, and a tail curled around its waist. His breath caught. No one spoke for a moment. Then Sirius said flatly, No. Snape's lip curled. A myth, perhaps, Dumbledore said. Once. He placed a second document beside it, an astronomy log written in spettery hand. 300 years ago, he said, violent meteor event was recorded over the Welsh borderlands. Muggle accounts described a star falling from the heavens. Wizarding witnesses recorded something different, an object that altered direction before impact, as if guided rather than falling. Harry's heartbeat quickened. Dumbledore laid down a third text, this one a ledger from a private healers guild. The impact site was reached first by a wandering branch of the Potter family, then lesser known but already skilled in blood wards and healing arts. They did not find a stone. They found a pod, damaged, open, and unlike any crafted object in magical Britain. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Sirius stared between the pages. A pod? Of metal? Dumbledore said, though the text describes it as harder than goblin, forged steel and smooth as glass. Within it lay a child, barely alive. Snape folded his arms, but the sneer he wore had weakened. And we are expected to believe the Potters simply adopted an alien infant and forgot to mention it in the family memoirs. Not adopted, Dumbledore said. He chose his next words with visible care. Preserved. A stillness fell so complete that Harry could hear the tiny ticking of one silver instrument near the fireplace. Dumbledore shifted to the final relevant record, a ritual diagram annotated in dense magical shorthand. The child, he said, was dying, not from injury alone, but from the collapse of whatever life-sustaining force had carried him to Earth. The Potters of that era, fearing they had encountered either a divine omen or a magical catastrophe, did what wizards always do when confronted with the unknown. They tried to bind it to familiar systems. Harry leaned forward despite himself. They used blood magic, he said. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, not dark magic, but old magic, sacrificial, hereditary, anchoring magic. They could not save the child as he was. So they attempted something else, binding his remaining life essence to the Potter line, hoping one day a compatible descendant might either heal him or inherit what remained. Sirius swore. McGonagall went pale in a way Harry had never seen. Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. That is monstrous. Dumbledore did not deny it. By modern standards, perhaps. By the standards of frightened 17th century wizards confronted with something impossible, it may have seemed mercy. Harry barely heard them. His eyes were fixed on the ritual diagram. A line had been inked through the center in darker, later script dormancy preserved through blood succession, awakening dependent upon catalyst of death, conflict, and extreme magical shock. Harry looked up slowly. The graveyard. Less, Dumbledore said. Harry's mouth had gone dry. You're saying that thing, whoever he was, that child, was inside the Potter bloodline the whole time? In fragments, Dumbledore said. In inheritance. In potential? Not as a separate soul waiting to possess you. Nothing so crude. More like a buried pattern in blood and magic, passed down too diffusely to fully awaken until it reached a host capable of bearing it. And that host was Harry. McGonagall said, not as a question. Dumbledore met her gaze. I believe so. Harry sat back hard in his chair. His first thought was absurdly simple. My parents didn't know. James and Lily had not hidden this from him. They had died without ever understanding what else lived in their son's veins. The relief was immediate and painful because some frightened corner of him had already begun to wonder whether everything in his life was another carefully managed secret. But the relief did not last, because if this was true, then something ancient and violent had been tied to his family for centuries, waiting for him. Sirius was the first to break the silence. No, he said again, but this time it sounded weaker, more desperate. James's son is James's son. I don't care what some half-burned parchment says. Harry looked over his shoulder. Sirius's face was taut with protective rage. The sight of it steadied Harry more than it should have. I know, Harry said, quieter than the room deserved. Sirius looked at him, and some of the wildness in his expression eased. Dumbledore inclined his head. He is still Harry Potter. This discovery changes his inheritance, not his parentage. Convenient distinction, Snape murmured. Harry whipped around before anyone else could answer. Say what you actually mean. Snape looked right at him. Very well. I mean that whatever has awakened and you may not care for your sentimental attachment to identity. You stopped the killing curse with an unknown force, shattered your wand with accidental output, and are currently vibrating with enough latent power to set off half the devices in this office. Forgive me if I question whether we are dealing with a simple inheritance rather than the emergence of something far more dangerous. At once Harry's pulse surged. Several silver instruments emitted sharp whines. Sirius stepped forward. Say one more thing like that? Enough, Dumbledore said, and the word cracked through the room with real authority. Everything stilled. Even Harry. Dumbledore's gaze moved from Snape to Sirius to Harry. Severus is being unpleasant, as is his custom, but not entirely irrational. Harry must understand the danger plainly. Harry clenched his jaw. I already know I'm dangerous. Fawkes let out a low, melodic sound from his perch. The office felt very quiet around that. Dumbledore's expression softened. No, Harry. You know you are changing. That is not the same thing. He moved around the table and took one of the sketches, a more detailed rendering of the child from the pod, copied later by someone with steadier hands and a better imagination. The boy in the drawing looked perhaps no older than Harry had been when he first came to Hogwarts. Fierce-eyed, lean, with wild hair and the unmistakable tail wrapped around his waist like a living rope. Beside the drawing, in older runes translated into cramped English, someone had written, "Royal insignia detected upon garment. Warrior caste uncertain. Temperament violent when conscious. Strength exceeds magical expectation." And below that, added in a different hand years later, not warrior caste. Royal confirmed by crest. If awakened in a human line, resultant hair may carry princely dominance and battle adaptation beyond ordinary magical precedent. Harry read the last line twice, then a third time. Finally he said, "Prince." No one answered immediately. Dumbledore set the page down. That appears to be the conclusion reached by later scholars who discovered the earlier records. Few believed it. Fewer still preserved it. Most considered it an embarrassing ancestral fantasy and buried it in the vault again. Harry stared at the paper. Prince. The word should have sounded ridiculous. It should have bounced harmlessly off reality, like all the old wizarding nonsense about noble houses and sacred blood. But it did not. Not after the graveyard. Not after the stars had begun to feel familiar. Not after the savage certainty that had flooded his body the instant Voldemort had threatened him. It fit too well. Too well to ignore. Sirius dragged a hand through his hair. So what now? We tell him he's the heir to some dead race from the sky and hope that improves the weak? McGonagall, astonishingly, answered before Dumbledore could. No, she said. We'll help him remain himself. The simplicity of it hit Harry harder than any speech would have. Snape said nothing, though something unreadable moved behind his eyes. Dumbledore nodded. Precisely. Harry looked back down at the documents. What were they called? Them. Harry tapped the drawing with one finger. The race. The royals. Whatever I'm supposed to be descended from. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the sketch for a long moment. In one margin, he said, a phonetic translation appears. It may not be perfect. The original language was unknown to the record keepers. He traced the ink lightly. Saiyajin, or, more commonly in the later notes, Saiyan. The word struck Harry like the faint echo of remembered thunder. Not memory exactly. Recognition. Something deep in his bones stirred. Pulse of heat ran through his chest, so sudden and intense that he half rose from the chair, hand flying to his sternum. The documents on the table fluttered outward in a ring of displaced air. Fawkes spread his wings. Sirius grabbed Harry's shoulder at once, steadying him. Harry. Harry barely heard him. The word Saiyan had landed somewhere deeper than thought, and whatever slept there had answered. Not with language, with instinct. Strength, sky battle, pride. For one terrifying moment he saw nothing with his eyes open, only flashes behind them. A red horizon. A world under many moons. Figures moving through the air like streaks of light. Armor gleaming. A giant roaring beneath a storm. Then a feeling unlike any he had ever known crashed through him. Not human grief, not wizard curiosity, but a vast ancestral certainty that power was identity and identity was never surrendered. Harry gasped and the vision broke. He found himself gripping the chair so hard the wood had splintered under his fingers. Everyone in the room was staring at him. What did you see? Dumbledore asked softly. Harry stared at the ruined armrest. I don't know. That was only partly true. He knew enough to be frightened. Because none of those images had felt learned, they had felt remembered. Sirius crouched beside him then, forcing Harry to look at him. Are you with me? Harry nodded once, though his heartbeat had turned erratic. You sure? No, Harry said honestly. But I'm here. That seemed to satisfy Sirius for the moment. Dumbledore carefully gathered the nearest parchments before the draft from Harry's magic could scatter them again. This changes our approach, he said. We can no longer treat what happened in the graveyard as a random mutation of magical stress. Harry's awakening follows a pattern, Ancient, biological, and apparently linked to combat and emotional extremity. Battle adaptation, Snape said reluctantly. Dumbledore looked at him. Just so. Snape exhaled through his nose, visibly hating every word that followed. Potter's body recovered from the cruciatus and subsequent magical trauma far too quickly. His reflexes exceed even enhanced dueling response. His magical output no longer channels neatly through a wand framework, because the energy source is not solely magical in nature. If this bloodline carries a parallel internal power system, he grimaced. Then yes, battle adaptation is the simplest explanation. Harry stared at him. You noticed all that already. Snape's eyes flashed with irritation. Unlike some people in this room, Potter, I pay attention when fundamental laws of spellcasting begin to collapse in front of me. Sirius rolled his eyes. And here I thought you were just naturally charming. McGonagall ignored them both. Can it be taught? Dumbledore's fingers rested lightly on the sketch of the child. I do not know. But it must be guided. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. So let me get this straight. I'm still me. But somewhere way back in the Potter line, they bound some dying Saiyan prince to the family. The graveyard woke that inheritance up in me. And now I'm turning into what exactly? Dumbledore did not soften it. A hybrid, he said. Wizard by birth, Saiyan by inheritance. Human in heart and mind, I hope, but carrying instincts and capabilities that do not belong to this world. The office seemed to tilt. Not physically, inside Harry. A hybrid. The word felt too clinical for what it did to him. Too neat, too clean. As if it could fit on a chart beside wand woods and blood types instead of blowing open the foundations of who he thought he was. Harry stood abruptly. Sirius rose with him, cautious now. I need air, Harry. McGonagall began. No, Harry said, sharper than he meant. I'm not running. He stopped, because the truth was uglier. I can't sit here and talk about this like it's an essay question. No one tried to block him. Dumbledore merely inclined his head. The astronomy tower is empty. Harry shot him a look halfway between gratitude and disbelief, then turned and strode for the door. Sirius moved as if to follow. Let him go, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry did not wait to hear the rest. He went down the spiral stairs too fast, boots hammering stone, breath coming hard. The castle pressed at his awareness on every side. Magic in the walls. Sleeping portraits. Peeves somewhere 3 floors down like a manic flare of gleeful chaos. Students in the dormitories, low and distant. He shoved it all away and kept walking until the corridors thinned and the staircases wound upward into quiet. By the time he reached the astronomy tower, the wind was sharp enough to bite. The night had cleared. Rain never came. Instead, the sky stretched vast and black above Hogwarts, alive with stars. Harry walked to the battlements and gripped the stone. Cold air hit his face. For a while he said nothing. Then, because there was no one there to hear, he laughed once. It sounded nearly mad. Prince, he muttered into the wind. Brilliant. The word should have felt stupid. It didn't. That was the problem. He closed his eyes, Cedric dead in the grass. Voldemort's face twisting in uncertainty. The golden flare in his own hands. The drawings on Dumbledore's table. The tail around the waist of a child from the sky. Prince, Harry's fingers dug into the stone. Whoever you were, he said softly to the night, you don't get to take me over. The wind answered first, then something inside him did, not words. Approval? Wild, fierce approval, as if the refusal itself had proven worthy. Harry's eyes snapped open. His scar was no longer hurting. For the first time since the graveyard, it had gone quiet. In its place was another sensation rising under his skin. Heat, yes, but not rage fed this time. It spread through his limbs in a controlled current, sharper and cleaner than before. Harry straightened slowly, breath catching as his awareness widened. The stars above him no longer looked distant. They looked navigable, the grounds below resolved in staggering detail. He could sense every warm body in the castle towers, every owl in the rafters, every moving creature in the forbidden forest. Farther still, he felt Hagrid's hut like a lantern at the edge of the grounds, the thestrals in the paddock like dark silver flames, the black lake deep and full of muted life. Everything breathed in patterns. Everything radiated some trace of internal force. And Harry stood at the center of it, not overwhelmed now but aligned. He lifted one hand. A faint glow gathered in his palm. Not wandlight, not lumos, something denser. Gold with a hard white core humming with restrained force. It cast sharp highlights across his fingers and painted the stone in warm metallic tones. Harry stared. The energy trembled, eager. He could feel what it wanted. Release, movement, impact, power for power's sake. Harry closed his fist. The light vanished with a crack like air snapping shut. He breathed out carefully. So that was the other rule. Emotion fed it. Instinct shaped it. Will controlled whether it lived or died. At least for now. Footsteps sounded on the stair behind him. Harry did not turn at once. He already knew who it was. Sirius felt like banked fire and iron loyalty impossible to mistake. You always did pick dramatic places to have identity crises, Sirius said, coming to stand beside him. Harry huffed a laugh that barely counted. For a moment they just looked at the sky together. Then Sirius said, quieter, "You're still Harry." Harry swallowed. "What if I'm not?" Sirius did not answer immediately. "What matters," he said at last, "is what you choose when it gets hard." Harry stared out over the grounds. That's not really an answer. It's the only one that's worth anything. Harry thought about that. Below them, Hogwarts slept badly. Somewhere in the dark, the future waited with all its teeth showing. Voldemort was back. Cedric was dead. The Ministry would lie. And inside Harry's blood, something ancient had woken up hungry. But Sirius was right in one unbearable way. Choice still mattered. Harry looked at his own hands again. Human hands. Shaking only slightly now. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "No one does," Sirius said. "So we make it up as we go. Worked for the Marauders." "That explains a lot, actually." Sirius laughed, brief and real. The sound loosened something in Harry's chest. Not enough to heal anything. Not enough to make sense of any of this. But enough to keep him from drowning in it tonight. After a while, Sirius's expression turned more serious. "Albus says we start training this summer." Harry glanced at him. "Training what?" Sirius looked him up and down. "Whatever it is that makes you glow like a cursed sunrise." Harry almost smiled. Then he looked back at the stars. They were not answering now, only watching, waiting, and deep beneath the grief, beneath the fear, beneath the confusion and the human ache of being 14 and far too tired for destiny, another feeling began to take shape. Not acceptance. Not yet. Resolve. If there really had been a prince in his blood, if some dead world had sent its last royal hair hurtling through the dark, and left his legacy buried in the potters until then Harry would decide what that legacy meant. Not the parchments. Not Voldemort. Not some ghost of battle from another sky, him. The wind rose around the tower, cold and fierce. Harry stood a little straighter beneath it. Somewhere far beyond the stars, a dead warrior race remained silent. But their lost prince had heard his name at last, and he had not bowed. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 4 Learning to Fight Without a Wand. Next, thought for a couple of seconds. Chapter 4C, Learning to Fight Without a Wand. The first thing Harry destroyed at Grimmauld Place was a teacup. Not with magic. Not on purpose. Weasley had been reaching across the kitchen table to refill his plate when Creature emerged from the wall like a malicious ghost, muttering under his breath about blood traitors and half-breeds and the corruption of noble houses. Normally Harry would have flinched, rolled his eyes, or ignored him. Instead his body reacted before thought had the chance. His hand snapped out. The teacup on the table exploded. Not shattered, exploded. Porcelain burst into white dust and razor splinters. The wooden tabletop dented beneath the impact of pressure no one had seen. Mrs. Weasley yelped. Ginny jerked back in her chair. Fred and George, for once, did not look amused. Even Creature froze, his milky eyes widening in offended shock. Harry stared at his open palm in horror. "I didn't touch it." "No one said you did." Sirius muttered from the doorway. That had been 3 days ago. Now Harry stood in the drawing room on the second floor, staring at a chalk circle Sirius had scrawled into the warped floorboards, and trying very hard not to think about the fact that he no longer had a wand. It still felt wrong. His right hand kept reaching for it in moments of tension, brushing empty air before curling back into a fist. The holly wand had been part of him for years, a familiar weight, a reassurance, a weapon, a key. Without it, Harry felt stripped down to the bone. Only the bone, it turned out, was getting stronger by the day. Again? Sirius said. Harry ground his teeth. You've said that 12 times. And if you keep sulking, I'll say it 13. The drawing room had been cleared of anything remotely breakable or expensive, which in the Black family home still left plenty of both hidden in the wallpaper and glaring from dark ancestral portraits. Most of those portraits had been veiled for the session, largely because Harry's first burst of uncontrolled pressure in the room had knocked 3 frames crooked and made one long, dead blackout shriek herself hoarse. Remus leaned against the far wall, arms folded, looking patient in the way only he could manage. Hermione sat cross-legged near the door with a quill and notebook, ink already smudged along the side of her hand. Ron lounged beside her with all the enthusiasm of someone who had agreed to supportive observation, and was now discovering it involved less food than he had been led to believe. A battered wardrobe had been dragged into the corner to serve as a target. Harry hated it. Not the wardrobe itself. The whole setup. The watching. The waiting. The humiliating fact that everyone in the room had seen him do impossible things in the graveyard and at Hogwarts, yet the moment he was asked to produce even a spark on command, his body behaved like an uncooperative broomstick with a grudge. Sirius rolled his shoulders. Breathe. Don't think about the energy like a spell. That's not helpful. Neither is standing there like you're waiting for McGonagall to hand out exam papers. Ron snorted. Hermione didn't look up from her notes. He's right about the first part. Actually? Harry turned. You can't know that. No. Hermione said briskly, but we know what isn't working. Wand magic seems to require intention first, output second. Whatever this is. She gestured vaguely at him. Seems tied to instinct, emotional current, and physical state. So if you approach it like spellcasting, you're probably jamming the process. Ron tilted his head. That sounded smart. It was smart, Hermione said. Ron gave Harry a helpless shrug as if to say there, you see my problem. Harry exhaled through his nose and looked back at Sirius. Fine. What am I supposed to do? Sirius grinned, which was never reassuring in a training environment. Hit me. Remus straightened instantly. Sirius? Oh, calm down, Moony. I said hit, not murder? Harry blinked. Absolutely not. Harry? No blue. Sirius spread his hands. You're not going to figure out battle instinct by politely glaring at furniture. I'm not going to blast my godfather through a wall. That depends how quickly you learn. Sirius! Remus said, more sharply this time, but Sirius was already stepping into the chalk ring, loose and balanced, the kind of casually dangerous Harry had only seen him become when all the joking dropped away and something old, hard, and Azkaban-forged came to the surface. Listen to me, Sirius said. Whatever is inside you wakes up fastest when you feel threatened. We can either spend 6 weeks waiting for it to happen by accident and hoping no one dies, or we can provoke it under controlled conditions. Hermione's quill paused. There is a strong argument for the second option. Traitor? Harry muttered. Ron leaned back on his elbows. Honestly, mate, he's probably right. Safer to break Sirius than the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley's voice rose faintly from downstairs at the exact wrong moment, as if summoned by the concept of household destruction. If anyone breaks my kitchen, they can sleep outside! Fred and George burst into laughter somewhere below. Sirius smirked. See. Incentive. Harry looked from Sirius to Remus. Remus looked deeply resigned. I hate all of you. Harry informed the room. That's healthy, Sirius said. Now try to punch me. Harry did not put much into the first swing. Sirius slipped around it so easily it barely counted as avoidance. His movement was smooth, economical, almost lazy. Harry followed with a second punch out of pure irritation and missed again. Sirius tapped him once on the shoulder in return, lightly, but with enough accuracy to make the point. You're thinking, Sirius said. That's usually considered good. Not in a fight. Harry lunged harder. Sirius pivoted. Harry stumbled past and caught himself, cheeks burning. He spun back with a kick that Sirius blocked on his forearm. Pain shot up Harry's shin. Sirius arched a brow, but Ron winced in sympathy. Hermione was riding faster now. Harry attacked again. And again. None of it worked. Sirius wasn't mocking him, not really. That would have been easier to endure. Instead, he was serious in a way Harry rarely saw, ducking and turning with precise little corrections. Too stiff? Telegraphing. Stop winding up like you're in a Muggle boxing magazine. I've never even seen a Muggle boxing magazine! But then whatever you're doing is even sadder. Harry swung for his ribs. Sirius caught the wrist, twisted, and used Harry's momentum to spin him half around. A foot hooked lightly behind Harry's ankle, and suddenly Harry was on his back with the breath knocked out of him. The ceiling stared down at him in dim, dusty disapproval. Ron leaned over Hermione's shoulder. Can you write tragic in those notes? Hermione shoved him away without looking up. Harry sat up furious, not just embarrassed, furious. He hated feeling clumsy in his own body, hated that Quidditch reflexes and years of running from danger meant nothing against someone who moved like this, hated that somewhere inside him was the power that had terrified Voldemort, and yet here he was losing to his godfather in a musty drawing room while Ron narrated his humiliation. Sirius saw the anger the instant it sharpened. Good, he said quietly. Harry got to his feet. This time he didn't think. He moved. The change was immediate. His body surged forward with frightening speed, faster than any normal lunge, faster even than he expected. Sirius's eyes widened just slightly before he moved to meet it. Harry's fist skimmed Sirius's jaw instead of empty air. The contact was light but real. The whole room reacted. Hermione's quill stopped mid-scratch. Ron sat upright. Remus pushed off the wall. Sirius touched his face and then grinned. Not cheerfully, but like someone spotting the first crack in a locked door. There you are, he said. Harry barely heard him. The rush that followed that first clean hit was unlike anything he had felt before. Not satisfaction exactly. Recognition. His pulse roared. Heat coursed through his limbs. The floorboards seemed to narrow into perfect lines of balance and movement. Sirius's stance made sense now, not intellectually, but physically, as if Harry could read him through posture, breath, and muscle tension. He stepped in again. Sirius blocked high. Harry shifted low without deciding to. Sirius countered. Harry twisted around the strike before it landed. Each exchange came a fraction faster, each movement more natural than the last. Harry stopped fighting like a wizard with fists and started moving like something built for close violence had finally been given permission to wake up. Then Sirius hit him. Not hard enough to injure. Hard enough to matter. The strike landed in Harry's side and sent him back a step with a burst of pain that flashed white across his vision. And with that pain, the buried thing answered. A low hum filled the room. The curtains stirred without wind. Harry straightened slowly. Oh, bugger, Ron whispered. Golden static crawled along Harry's forearms. Not visible aura yet, not the blinding storm from the graveyard, but something close enough that the air around him warped. He could feel the impact of Sirius's hit echoing through his ribs, and beneath the pain something stranger. His body was adjusting. Not healing instantly, not erasing hurt, but learning from it, adapting. Sirius's face lost its grin. Harry, stay with me. Harry's breathing deepened on instinct. The whole room had become painfully clear. Hermione smelled like parchment and ink and soap. Remus's heartbeat was calm on the surface, faster underneath. Ron felt like nervous static. Sirius. Sirius felt like challenge. Harry launched himself. Sirius barely got his guard up in time. Harry's fist slammed into it with enough force to drive him backward 3 full steps. A framed portrait crashed off the wall. The old woman inside shrieked in outrage before the impact knocked the canvas sideways. Harry! Remus barked, but Harry was already moving again. He did not want to hurt Sirius. That was the frightening part. The instinct rising through him did not care about want. It cared about victory, dominance, overcoming resistance. Sirius was no longer just Sirius in the center of Harry's awareness. He was an obstacle. A live opponent whose attacks, breath, and shifting weight all fed information directly into something in Harry's body that knew exactly how to answer. Sirius dodged left. Harry pivoted with impossible speed and drove a palm strike toward his chest. Sirius threw himself back, but the force still clipped him. He hit the far side of the chalk circle hard enough to crack the molding behind him. Ron shot to his feet.
Harry, stop!
Hermione was up to now, notebook forgotten. His aggression spikes as the energy rises. Not helping. Ron snapped. Harry heard them. He just couldn't quite make their voices matter. Sirius straightened, rubbing his chest. Right, he muttered, eyes narrowing. No more half measures. For the first time that day, Sirius stopped training and started fighting back. He came at Harry fast, faster than before, sharper, an old duelist's efficiency married to a convict's refusal to be cornered. He feinted high, drove in low, clipped Harry's shoulder, aimed for the knee, then the ribs. Harry blocked two, missed one, took another in the stomach, and the pain burst through him like fuel poured on a furnace. He hit harder, moved faster. The room began to shake. Harry ducked under Sirius's arm and drove both feet off the ground in a burst that sent him halfway across the chalk ring without touching the floorboards in between. Sirius twisted aside and Harry crashed into the wardrobe instead. The wardrobe exploded. Wooden shards sprayed across the room. Hermione yelped and threw up a shielding charm. Ron swore loudly enough to make one of the veiled portraits mutter in scandalized tones. Dust filled the air. Harry stood in the wreckage, breathing hard, surrounded by splintered timber. A faint golden aura flickered once around his shoulders, then twice. He looked at his hands. They were shaking, but not from weakness, from too much strength with nowhere clean to go. Oh, Sirius said very carefully, there it is. Harry lifted his head. The whole room braced, and then a calm voice cut through the tension like a cold blade. That is enough. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. No one had heard him arrive. He took in the ruined wardrobe, the cracked molding, the portrait hanging half off the wall, the dust cloud, Hermione's shield charm, Sirius's fighting stance, and Harry glowing faintly in the center of it all. One white brow rose. Productive, I assume. Sirius let out a breath halfway between a laugh and a groan. Depends how much you like that wardrobe. It was ugly, Dumbledore said. Harry expected a lecture or alarm, or worse, that careful look adults used when deciding whether he was still safe to leave unsupervised. Instead, Dumbledore walked calmly into the room and stopped just outside the chalk circle. Harry, he said, what are you feeling? Harry blinked, the question catching him off guard. What? Not what happened. Not what you fear. What you are feeling now. Harry swallowed. The aura around him flickered. Everything, he admitted. Too much. It's like... He searched for the words. Like my body thinks we're in a real fight and doesn't understand why I'm stopping. Dumbledore nodded as though that confirmed something. And your magic, Harry frowned. It's underneath it, or around it. I can still feel it, but it's not leading. This? Hermione echoed, already reclaiming her notebook. Harry looked at his own hands. Energy, instinct, whatever you want to call it. Key, Dumbledore said. Everyone turned to him. The old wizard clasped his hands behind his back. One of the more legible annotations in the Potter records used that term repeatedly. Not magic, though it can interact with magic. A life force harnessed through will, emotion, and physical discipline. Ron stared. You found a word for Harry exploding? A provisional one, Dumbledore said mildly. Sirius looked at Harry again, sharper now. Can you put it down? Harry wanted to say yes immediately. Instead, he forced himself to be honest. I don't know. That was all it took for the room to go still again. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment. Then we must teach you. He stepped into the circle, not aggressively, not challenging, simply present. I do not think your first lessons should be about output, he said. Power is the least interesting part of control. Sit down. Harry stared at him. Dumbledore nodded toward the floorboards. After a second, Harry obeyed. He lowered himself carefully amidst the debris, cross-legged, every muscle still taut. The others stayed where they were watching. Sirius looked skeptical. Hermione looked fascinated. Ron looked like he was preparing to dive for cover if anything started glowing too much. Dumbledore sank to the floor opposite Harry with the ease of a man half his apparent age. "Close your eyes," he said. Harry did. "Do not chase the energy. Do not suppress it. Tell me where it begins." Oh, Harry nearly said everywhere. Instead, he breathed and tried to pay attention. At first, all he could feel was the pounding of his heart, the ache in his side where Sirius had struck him, the hot buzz in his arms. But as his breathing slowed, finer layers emerged. The pulsing energy in him was not chaos exactly. It had patterns, currents, convergences. It gathered most intensely in his chest, then branched outward through his limbs in surges that responded to thought and emotion faster than spoken magic ever had. "It starts," Harry frowned, "here." He touched the center of his chest. "Good," Dumbledore said. "And where does it go when you are angry?" Harry inhaled slowly. "To my arms first, then everywhere. When you are afraid." Harry thought of the graveyard, of the killing curse, of Voldemort's red eyes. His scar throbbed faintly, but the answer came from deeper. He said, "My spine, my head, like I'm about to move before I think." Dumbledore's voice stayed calm and steady, and when you are trying to protect someone. Harry thought of Cedric, Ron, Hermione, Sirius falling through the veil in another life that had not happened here, but still lived as fear in Harry's heart. He thought of Hogwarts, of people standing behind him while something terrible came toward them. The answer changed. "It gets heavier," Harry said. "Bigger. But cleaner." Hermione made a small sound like she desperately wanted to write all of that down twice. Dumbledore let the silence stretch. "Now," he said, "breathe as though you are not preparing to strike. Let the energy know you are not under attack." Harry almost opened his eyes at that, but something in the phrasing stopped him. Let the energy know. Ridiculous words, and yet not ridiculous at all. Because whatever this key was, it felt less like a spell he cast and more like a creature that lived beneath his skin and listened for intent. He breathed in, breathed out, again. The pounding in his blood softened a little. Again, the heat in his arms receded again. The urge to launch himself at the nearest moving target loosened its claws just slightly. When Harry finally opened his eyes, the golden flicker around his shoulders was gone. Sirius let out a low whistle. "All right, that's useful." Harry looked at Dumbledore. "That can't be it." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It is simply the beginning." He rose smoothly, brushing dust from his robes. Wandless magic often tempts wizards into thinking intent alone is mastery. Your case is more complicated. Ki appears to amplify what is already present. Rage becomes destructive force. Fear becomes reflex and speed. Protective resolve becomes stability. If you do not understand your emotional state, then power will choose for you. Harry stood as well, slower this time. "So I have to meditate my way out of being dangerous?" "In part," Dumbledore said. Sirius made a face. "That sounds incredibly dull." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Then perhaps you will be pleased to hear that the other part involves weight training, controlled impact drills, endurance conditioning, and eventually aerial stabilization." Ron blinked. "Aerial what?" Hermione's head whipped toward Dumbledore. "You think he'll be able to fly?" Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry, thoughtful. "I think he already came very close in the graveyard." Harry remembered hovering for that one impossible second, while golden light tore up the earth around him. His stomach flipped. "Brilliant," Ron said weakly. As if Quidditch wasn't bad enough. That earned a faint smile from Harry, the first real one all day. But Dumbledore's expression sobered quickly. "There is another reason this training cannot wait," he said. The warmth in the room cooled. "Voldemort," Harry said. "Wes." Dumbledore began pacing slowly around the edge of the damaged circle, hands clasped behind him. He saw enough in the graveyard to know that something beyond ordinary magic awakened in you. He will want to understand it. Failing that, he will want to provoke it, shape it, or weaponize it. "Let him try," Sirius said darkly. Dumbledore gave him a look. That sentiment, while understandable, is precisely what we must avoid encouraging in Harry. Harry bristled. "I'm right here. I am aware," Dumbledore said dryly. "Which is why I am telling you plainly, raw power will not win this war by itself. If Voldemort can lure you into becoming nothing but force, he does not need to defeat you in battle. He need only make you unrecognizable to yourself. That landed harder than any lecture about safety could have. Harry looked down at the splintered remains of the wardrobe around his feet. He remembered the way Sirius had ceased being serious for a few dangerous seconds and become simply an obstacle to be overcome. He remembered liking that feeling. Just a little, and that frightened him. Hermione must have seen something change in his face, because her voice softened when she spoke. That's why we're doing this now. We. Not you. Not your problem. Harry glanced at her. She looked exhausted, ink-stained, too serious for 15, and absolutely unshakable. Ron shoved himself upright beside her. Yeah, and for the record, if you start getting all weird and princey, I'm hexing you. Harry snorted. With what? You miss stationary targets? Ron looked offended. I'll have you know I'm excellent under pressure. Provided the pressure is food-related, Hermione said. See, Ron said to Harry. Abuse. Constant abuse. And yet I stay. The room eased by a fraction. Even Remus smiled. Dumbledore let the moment settle before speaking again. There is structure to the weeks ahead. Afternoon magical study. Evening control exercises. Sirius and Remus will handle physical training. Miss Granger, if she is willing, will assist in cataloging observed patterns. Hermione straightened like she had just been awarded a special medal. Obviously, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said, turning. Ron blinked. Meh. Dumbledore said gravely, will assist by remaining Harry's friend when the process becomes frustrating, painful, or absurd. Ron stared. Then, slowly, he nodded once. Yeah, he said. All right. Harry looked away before anyone could see too much in his face. That was when the floor shuddered. Everyone tensed. Harry's head snapped up. This was different from his earlier outbursts. The vibration did not come from him, not directly. It came through the house itself, a low groan in the old timbers and hidden pipes. Somewhere below them, creature screeched. A portrait on the far wall burst into muffled complaints beneath its velvet cover. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Then the sensation hit Harry, a pulse. A malicious one, not Voldemort, not exactly, but dark enough to feel like rotten velvet dragged across his nerves. It came from downstairs, deep in the bones of Grimmauld Place. Harry moved before anyone else. What is it? Sirius demanded, already following. Harry hit the corridor at a run. Something's wrong. They pounded down the stairs, through the dim hallways thick with old black family malice. Harry's new awareness sharpened the deeper they went. The house was full of residue, old spells, family wards, ugly emotional stains layered into wood and stone. But beneath all that was the new disturbance, bright and ugly as a lit coal in ash. It was coming from the first-floor drawing room. Sirius overtook Harry at the door and threw it open. For one frozen second, no one moved. The locked cabinet against the far wall had split open. Inside it, nested among cursed relics the Order had not yet catalogued, a heavy silver locket lay half, spilled from its velvet cradle. Black smoke leaked from the seams around it in thin, twisting threads. The room felt colder near it, the air dense with hostility so palpable even Ron stumbled back. Hermione inhaled sharply. That's not normal. No. Harry said, eyes fixed on the locket. It called to the new sense inside him the way Voldemort had, but smaller. Fragmented. Like poisoned water instead of a poisoned sea, Dumbledore stepped into the room behind them and went utterly still. His voice, when it came, was almost too quiet to hear. Interesting. Sirius glanced at him. That's your second least comforting word, you know. But Harry wasn't listening anymore. Because as he stared at the locket, his chest tightened with absolute certainty. He did not know why. He did not know how. But whatever had awakened in his blood was reaching toward that object and recognizing something foul, something broken, something alive in the wrong way. And for the first time since the graveyard, Harry realized his new power might not just be a weapon. It might also be a way to hunt. He stepped toward the locket. Dumbledore's hand shot out at once. Not yet. Harry stopped. The black smoke curled upward between them. And in the silence of the cursed room, with everyone staring at the object no one had thought important enough to fear, The first shape of the war ahead began to sharpen. Voldemort had returned. Harry had awakened, and hidden in the heart of an old house, the darkness Harry could now sense had just answered back. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 50. The Ministry meets a different Harry Potter. Next thought for a couple of seconds, Chapter 5I. The Ministry meets a different Harry Potter. The locket was gone by morning, not destroyed, not opened, simply gone. Sealed inside one of Dumbledore's traveling cases behind enough enchantments to make even Moody mutter approvingly when he arrived later that day. Harry had spent most of the night replaying the sensation of standing before it, the oily pressure, the wrongness, the way his new awareness had locked onto it with immediate hostility. He did not know what it was, but he knew, with the same instinctive certainty that told him when Sirius was about to strike in training, that the silver locket mattered. And Dumbledore knew it too. He said almost nothing about it, which, Harry was learning, was an answer in itself. By the time the Ministry hearing approached, Grimmauld Place had settled into a brutal rhythm, morning conditioning with Sirius and Remus, afternoon reading with Hermione, evening control drills with Dumbledore when he could spare the time. The first week taught Harry one very important truth: Saiyan strength was not the same thing as effortless strength. He healed faster, yes, recovered from bruising at a ridiculous pace, yes, adapted to punishment in ways that made even Remus look uneasy, yes, but none of that meant his body liked what Sirius called basic foundations. Harry ran stairs with weighted chains around his ankles until his lungs felt flayed raw. He held static stances until his legs shook uncontrollably. He practiced breathing patterns until he wanted to throw something at Sirius's head. He learned how to take hits without panicking, how to move without telegraphing, how to treat the surges of rage and adrenaline like currents that could be redirected instead of obeyed. He hated most of it, which probably explained why Sirius enjoyed so much of it. Again, Sirius said, leaning against the kitchen doorway while Harry held a deep stance in the drawing room with 2 iron weights in each hand. Harry's arms trembled. Sweat ran down his spine. I'm starting to think that's your only word. Wrong? Sirius said cheerfully. I also know faster, lower, and don't die. Ron, who had been eating toast at the table, raised a hand. Can confirm. Heard all 4 yesterday. Hermione didn't look up from the stack of books spread across the table. Your balance is improving. Harry glared at her through damp hair. Thank you for that inspiring comment. You're welcome. The stance burned. His thighs ached. His shoulders felt dipped in acid. And beneath all of that, under the muscle fatigue and the ordinary misery of training, there was something else, the hum of ki moving in controlled loops through his body. It no longer surged blindly every time he got angry. Not always. Now Harry could sometimes feel it gathering where he directed it, down into his legs for stability, across his arms for impact absorption, through his chest when he needed to settle a spike before it became visible. Not mastery, but no longer pure accident. That should have made him feel better. Instead, it mostly reminded him how much larger the problem really was. Because if this was him beginning to understand it, then what had happened in the graveyard had only been the first crack in something enormous. He dropped the weights at Sirius's signal and braced his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Better, Sirius said. Harry looked up sharply. That sounded almost sincere. Don't get used to it. Remus entered from the corridor, holding a folded ministry notice. The expression on his face made Harry straighten before the man even spoke. It's tomorrow, Remus said. The room changed instantly. Ron sat up. Hermione closed her book. Sirius's jaw tightened in a way that made him look suddenly more like the gaunt man from Azkaban photographs than the recovered version Harry had begun to know. The hearing. Harry asked, though he already knew. Remus nodded. Harry took the parchment and read it once. Then again, official language. Formal time. Formal accusation. Underage magic. Breach of secrecy. Inappropriate defensive spellwork in the presence of a muggle. The usual ministry poison wrapped in legal language. Harry laughed once, without humor. They're actually doing it. Of course they are, Sirius said darkly. Fudge is terrified. Terrified people love rules. Hermione pushed back her chair. Will prepare? Harry looked at her. Wait. Hermione gave him a flat look. Did you think I was going to let you walk into a ministry hearing with only your own memory and your tragic ability to improvise under pressure? Ron frowned. He improvises fine. Hermione turned to Ron. He improvises like someone throwing himself off a roof and hoping the ground has changed its mind. Ron considered that. Fair, Harry almost smiled, almost, because beneath the surface irritation, a very different feeling had begun to build in him. Not fear exactly, anticipation. The ministry had summoned him to answer like a schoolboy in trouble, and some hot, alien corner of him found the idea deeply offensive. It was not human anger. Human anger would have been resentment, nerves, dread of being disbelieved. This was colder and stranger. It looked at the words appear before the full Wisengamot, and bristled at the implied authority of people who had not been in the graveyard, had not seen Voldemort rise, had not faced death and golden fire and returned bleeding with the truth only to be treated like a liar. Prince? The word came back unwanted. Harry crushed the parchment in his fist before he realized what he was doing. A ripple of pressure passed through the room. The candles bent. One spoon on the table jumped. Sirius moved first, not alarmed but sharply attentive. Harry forced his hand open. The notice was wrinkled nearly in half. I'm fine, he said. Hermione watched him very carefully. No, you're angry. I know. That's not the same thing. Harry met her eyes. She wasn't accusing him, just stating a fact that almost made it worse. Dumbledore arrived that evening. He read the notice, set it down, and adjusted half the ministry's timing within the hour through a combination of formal letters, private owls, and the kind of quiet influence Harry suspected could move mountains if wrapped in enough politeness. By supper, the hearing had been shifted earlier, apparently an attempt to catch Harry unprepared. Dumbledore only smiled thinly when he heard. Then we shall be prepared earlier, he said. That night Harry barely slept. Not because he was worried about speaking, because every time he closed his eyes he found himself imagining the chamber, old witches and wizards staring down from high benches, judging him, measuring him, weighing his words against whatever lie Fudge had chosen to tell himself. In one version of the dream, he stood silent and was condemned. In another, he shouted and shattered the courtroom. In the worst one, Voldemort sat where Fudge should have been and smiled while everyone else pretended not to see him. Harry woke before dawn with his heart hammering and ki surging hot under his skin. He got out of bed before it could build into something worse and went downstairs to the kitchen, where he found Mrs. Weasley already up, and pretending not to hover, she set a plate in front of him before he asked, "You need to eat." Harry stared at the eggs. "I'm not hungry. That has nothing to do with it." He looked up. Mrs. Weasley was tired, stern, and frightened in the way adults got when they knew something was beyond their control and hated it. Harry obeyed. By the time the others came down, he was dressed, fed, and trying not to feel like the walls were too close. They left through the Flu Network just after sunrise. The Ministry of Magic was even more unpleasant than Harry remembered. Too polished, too self-important, too full of people pretending the world made sense because paper moved where it was told. Normally the rush of witches and wizards, fireplaces, enchanted lifts, and administrative chaos would have swallowed Harry's attention. Not today. Today he felt everything. The atrium slammed into his awareness like stepping into a crowded storm, hundreds of lives compressed under one roof. Anxiety, boredom, irritation, ambition, gossip, petty fear. The fountain at the center radiated old magic through the floor, decorative and hollow compared to Hogwarts. The security desk thrummed with spells and suspicion. Even the lifts seemed to pulse with human residue from years of tension pressed into brass and wood. Harry stopped dead for half a second. Dumbledore's gaze flicked sideways. Too much, Harry swallowed, a bit. Dumbledore considered him briefly, then said, "Choose one thing." "What?" "One constant. Focus on it." Harry looked around wildly. He did not want to focus on any of it. The ministry felt like a hive built atop a grave. Then he picked the easiest anchor. Dumbledore. The old wizard's presence felt steady in a way almost no one else's did. Bright, controlled, immense, but disciplined. Like standing beside a star that had chosen not to burn you. Harry fixed on that and let the rest blur slightly around the edges. The pressure eased. A little. Good, Dumbledore murmured. Fudge's people met them halfway to the lifts. Percy Weasley was among them, stiff-backed and painfully formal, refusing to properly meet Harry's eyes. The sight of him made Ron, who had insisted on coming as far as he was allowed, mutter something vicious under his breath. "We're ready for Mr. Potter," Percy said. No greeting, no apology, no human warmth at all. Harry might once have shrunk under that tone. Now something in him bared its teeth. He didn't speak, because if he started he might say too much. But he stepped past Percy without waiting for permission. The younger man flinched almost imperceptibly as Harry passed close. Harry noticed, and hated that he noticed. The courtroom was larger than Harry remembered from his trial memory in the Pensieve, and colder. Tier upon tier of benches rose, in a semicircle around the floor below. The Wizengamot robes were all crimson and black, but they did not make the people wearing them look powerful. Only theatrical, old faces, sharp faces, proud faces, nervous faces. Some he recognized vaguely from wizard photographs or Daily Prophet headlines. Others were strangers whose names didn't matter because their emotions reached him first. Suspicion, curiosity, irritation, fear. He could feel which of them had come ready to dismiss him before he spoke. He could feel which ones were uneasy for reasons they did not fully understand. He could even feel the flicker of discomfort that ran through several members the instant he entered the chamber. They sensed something was different. Not consciously, perhaps, but the body notices before the mind invents excuses. Fudge stood near the front, flanked by Amelia Bones and several officials Harry did not know. He looked less like a minister and more like a man pretending outrage would cover panic. "Harry Potter," Fudge said, all pomp and brittle authority. "You stand accused of performing underage magic in the presence of a muggle?" Dumbledore interrupted without raising his voice. "And of defending himself and his cousin from 2 Dementors? A fact the Ministry omitted with what I am sure was accidental carelessness." A murmur went around the chamber. Fudge's face tightened. Harry stood where directed, hands at his sides, and tried not to crack the stone floor just by existing. The questioning began. At first it was exactly as absurd as he expected. Did he cast a Patronus? Yes. Why? Because Dementors attacked him and Dudley. How did he know they were Dementors? Because he had encountered them before. Could he be mistaken? No. Was there independent witness testimony? Only Dudley, who was a muggle and therefore inconvenient. The chamber shifted between accusation and disbelief with all the dignity of a badly staged school play. Harry answered each question more evenly than he felt. Dumbledore cut in when needed. Amelia Bones asked sharper, better questions than the rest, and Harry found himself almost grateful for her directness. Then Fudge made the mistake. Perhaps it was inevitable. Perhaps he had been heading for it from the moment Harry walked in. He sneered. Not dramatically. Just enough. "Of course," Fudge said, loud enough for the chamber to hear. "The boy has been under unusual strain lately. Disturbing fantasies, tragic tournament events, a tendency toward melodrama." Something inside Harry turned. Not surged. Turned. His body went very, very still. He could feel the exact moment the room noticed. Not because he glowed. Not because the floor shook. Because the air changed. Harry looked at Fudge. The minister faltered for the tiniest fraction of a second. Harry didn't raise his voice. That was what made it worse. "I saw Cedric Diggory die," Harry said. The chamber quieted. "I saw Peter Pettigrew cut off his own hand. I saw Voldemort rise from that cauldron. I heard him order Cedric killed because he was in the way, and I fought him while your ministry told people to keep calm and trust paper." No one moved. Fudge recovered enough to puff up again. "These claims are true." A still not loud, still not a shout. But Harry felt the key in his chest responding to the conviction in his voice, gathering like a storm front behind his ribs. Not visible. Not yet. Just pressure, density. Wait. His next words came out sharper than steel. "You weren't there?" Fudge stopped talking. Harry took one step forward. Percy moved instinctively as if to intercept, then thought better of it so quickly the motion became awkward. You can question me about underage magic, Harry said. You can pretend this is procedure. You can call me unstable, confused, attention-seeking, whatever helps you sleep. But don't stand there and talk about Cedric Diggory like he was a line in a report. The torches flickered. A bench on the third tier groaned. Harry barely noticed. He was looking at Fudge, and for the first time since entering the ministry, he wasn't seeing a minister at all. Just a frightened man dressed in borrowed certainty. Amelia Bones spoke before Fudge could. Mr. Potter. Her tone was clipped, but not hostile. Harry turned his head. Bones studied him with keen, unblinking eyes. Your statement regarding the graveyard is not the matter under review here. Harry's jaw tightened. No, she said, and there was the faintest emphasis on the word, but it is clearly a matter of relevance to the witness's state of mind. Mr. Potter, set aside the events of the tournament for a moment, and answer me this: were you, at the time you cast the Patronus, in immediate fear for your life and the life of your cousin? Harry breathed once. The pressure in the chamber loosened a fraction. Yes, a Bones nodded. And had you failed to cast it, we would have been kissed, Harry said flatly. That went through the room like cold water. She turned to Fudge. Then, unless the ministry intends to argue that underage wizards ought to allow soul-draining entities to proceed in the interest of tidy legal consistency, I believe the matter is settled. Several members of the Wisingamot murmured agreement. Fudge looked furious. Harry should have felt relief. Instead, his scar throbbed once, and his awareness sharpened again. Not toward Voldemort this time, but toward the chamber itself. Fear was moving through it now in different channels. Not only fear of Voldemort, fear of him. A few members were staring too hard. One elderly wizard on the left was clutching the bench armrest with white knuckles. A witch halfway up the tiers kept glancing at Harry's hands. Percy looked pale. Even Fudge's bluster had developed an undertone Harry recognized from the graveyard among the Death Eaters after the first golden flare. They didn't know why they were afraid, but they were. Because the pressure Harry was holding down so tightly had begun to leak. The stone under his shoes cracked, softly, almost politely. Dumbledore's voice came at once, low enough that only Harry could really hear it. Anchor. Harry didn't look at him, but he obeyed. One constant. He fixed again on Dumbledore's presence in the room, the calm center, the deliberate steadiness, and forced his next breath deeper. The key in his chest resisted. It wanted escalation. It wanted to answer hostility with overwhelming certainty. That was the terrible, seductive logic of it. Why argue with frightened people when you could simply become too powerful for them to deny? Harry hated how appealing that felt. He breathed again. The pressure dropped. Several members of the Wisingamot visibly relaxed without understanding why. Bones glanced briefly at the cracked stone, then at Harry, then away. She said nothing. Fudge, however, had seen enough to lose the thread of his performance. He dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief. Yes, well, given the extraordinary emotional theatrics involved, I propose we deliberate immediately. The vote happened quickly after that, not unanimous, not clean, but sufficient. Charges dismissed. Harry should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt empty. No, worse than empty, unimpressed. As though the chamber's judgment, whether for or against him, had ceased to carry the weight it once would have. They had been wrong. He had known they were wrong. Their approval in the end did not erase the insult of having been dragged there in the first place. That realization bothered him almost as much as the burst of aggression had. Because once, being cleared by the ministry would have mattered enormously. Now all he could think was that Voldemort was out there, the locket was hidden away in Dumbledore's case, and old wizards in red robes had spent the morning arguing procedure while the world tilted toward war. As the chamber emptied, Amelia Bones stopped him. Mr. Potter, Harry turned. Up close, Bones looked even more formidable, square jaw, monocle gleaming, expression severe but not unkind. She glanced once at Dumbledore, who remained beside Harry but did not interfere. I am not asking this officially, she said. Did you tell the truth just now? Harry held her gaze. Wes, Bones studied him for a long moment, then she nodded once. I thought so. That was all. but it landed heavier than Fudge's entire performance. As they turned to leave, Fudge tried one last time to salvage authority. This does not mean, Potter, that the Ministry will indulge every wild claim. Harry looked at him. Just looked. Fudge stopped speaking. Harry did not mean to do anything. Yet something in his posture, his stillness, the quiet force coiled under his skin, made the minister swallow the rest. Dumbledore's eyes flicked briefly sideways, and Harry could not tell whether the look in them was approval or concern. Possibly both. They walked back through the atrium in silence at first. Not because no one had anything to say. Because too much had happened too fast. Ron and Hermione were waiting beyond the checkpoint with Mr. Weasley. The moment they saw Harry's face, they stood. "Well," Ron demanded. Harry stopped a few feet in front of them. Then, because there was no point making it dramatic, he said, "We won." Ron whooped. Hermione shut her eyes in clear relief before hugging him with such force he nearly stumbled. Mr. Weasley smiled in that quiet, deeply tired way adults did when something had gone right against all expectation. Dumbledore excused himself almost immediately, vanishing into some other urgent layer of the war with an apology and a promise to visit Grimmauld Place that evening. That left Harry with the others, and with the emotional aftermath he had successfully postponed until now. The return trip through the flu left him shaky. By the time he stepped into Grimmauld Place's kitchen, the effort of keeping himself contained all morning had begun to catch up with him. His shoulders ached. His ribs were tight. The hum of ki beneath his skin felt irritated, restless, not exhausted but dissatisfied, as if the confrontation at the ministry had stopped just short of something it had wanted. Mrs. Weasley descended on them with tea and food and maternal panic at once. "Sit," she ordered. No one argued. Harry sat at the table and wrapped both hands around a mug he did not drink from. Hermione and Ron filled the silence at first, replaying the best parts of the hearing with increasing outrage on Harry's behalf and increasingly gleeful disdain for Fudge. Fred and George arrived halfway through and declared the story not nearly humiliating enough for the minister to count as justice. Harry barely listened. He kept seeing the crack in the courtroom floor, hearing Dumbledore's quiet anchor, feeling the chamber's fear shift when his own anger hardened. Eventually Sirius slid into the chair beside him. "You all right?" Harry gave a noncommittal shrug. Sirius waited. That was the trouble with Sirius. He understood silence well enough not to rush it. Harry stared into the untouched tea. "I liked it." Sirius did not pretend not to understand. "Which part?" "The way they shut up," Harry said, voice low. "The moment they realized I wasn't going to stand there and take it." Sirius leaned back slightly, expression unreadable. Harry gripped the mug harder. "And I know that sounds bad. I know it does. But for 1 second, it felt like I didn't have to beg anyone to believe me. I didn't have to prove anything. They just felt it." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "That's not the dangerous part," he said finally. Harry looked up. "The dangerous part," Sirius continued, "is if you start needing that feeling." The words sat between them, heavy and exact. Harry looked away first, because that was too close to the truth. Later, after lunch, he went upstairs alone. Not to sulk. Not even really to think. Just to be somewhere the house was quieter. He ended up in the second floor drawing room again, where the broken wardrobe had been partially cleared, and the chalk ring still marked the floorboards. Sunlight cut through the dusty curtains in narrow bars. The place smelled faintly of old wood, sweat, and scorched plaster from earlier sessions. Harry stepped into the ring and stood there alone. The ministry replayed in his head, Fudge's sneer, Cedric's name in his mouth, the crack underfoot. Slowly, Harry closed his eyes. He breathed in. Found the key in his chest, not rage this time. Not battle, just presence. When he opened his eyes, he lifted one hand in front of him and let the energy gather. A pale gold sphere formed above his palm. Stance? Controlled. Its light painted his fingers amber and threw hard, edged shadows across the floor. It hummed softly, stable enough that Harry could feel the difference immediately. This was nothing like the graveyard flare or the reflex shield against the killing curse. This was shaped. Held. Harry stared at it. Then he thought of the courtroom. The sphere flickered hotter. He thought of Cedric. It brightened. He thought of Ron and Hermione waiting outside the chamber, of Sirius saying choice mattered, of Dumbledore telling him power would choose for him if he did not understand himself. The light steadied. Harry let out a slow breath and closed his fist. The glow vanished cleanly. No explosion, no crack in the floor, no surge. Just silence. A slow smile tugged at the corner of his mouth before he could stop it. Not because he felt powerful, because for the first time since the graveyard, he had taken something dangerous in himself and made it obey. A knock sounded lightly on the doorframe. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood there once more, as if the man had learned to materialize out of concern and moonlight. "You did not shatter anything," Dumbledore observed. Harry glanced at his hand. "Disappointing, I know." "On the contrary," Dumbledore said, stepping inside. "I find it very encouraging." Harry's brief smile faded. "I nearly lost it in there." "Yes," Dumbledore said. Harry waited for criticism. Instead, Dumbledore came to stand within the chalk circle with him and looked at the faint scorch mark on the floor from a previous drill. "You also recovered," he said. "That matters more." Harry studied him. "You were worried." "Of course I was worried. That I'd lose control." Dumbledore's expression was more complex than that you might discover the wrong lesson. Harry frowned. Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back. "Power can solve humiliation very quickly, Harry. It can silence mockery, crush obstruction, and make frightened people compliant. For someone who has been dismissed, patronized, or kept powerless for much of his life, that can feel intoxicatingly just." Harry looked away. "Because yes, exactly that." Dumbledore continued gently. "Voldemort learned that lesson very early. So did many before him. The important question is not whether power feels good. It often does. The question is whether you begin to value it more than truth." Harry was silent for a long time. Then he asked, "Did I scare them?" Dumbledore did not insult him with a false answer. "Yes." Harry nodded once. "And you?" he asked after a moment. "Did I scare you?" Dumbledore's blue eyes held his. "Not in the way you mean," he said. That answer should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like a warning with soft edges. Dumbledore drew a folded parchment from his sleeve and handed it over. Harry opened it. A list of names, places, objects, fragmentary notes. At the top, in Dumbledore's neat script, were 2 words, potential resonances. Harry looked up sharply. "The locket," he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Your reaction to the object in Grimmauld Place suggests that your new senses may respond strongly to certain forms of corrupted soul magic. I would like to test that theory." Carefully, Harry looked back down at the list. For the first time, the ugly feeling left by the Ministry began to redirect into something sharper and cleaner. Purpose, not spectacle, not humiliation answered with force. "A hunt." "You think I can find them?" Harry said. "I think," Dumbledore replied, "you may be able to sense what most wizards cannot." Harry folded the parchment slowly. The courtroom, the charges, Fudge's sneer, all of it seemed smaller now. Not unimportant, but smaller than the shape of what was coming. He looked at his hand one more time. A wizard's hand. A fighter's hand. A prince's hand if the old records were true. Whatever he was becoming, the Ministry had just learned one thing about him. He would not be handled. And Voldemort, somewhere out there in the widening dark, was about to learn the second. Harry Potter was no longer just surviving the war, he was beginning to hunt it. Say next and I'll continue with Chapter 60 Hogwarts Under Heavy Gravity. Next thought for 14's Chapter 60, Hogwarts Under Heavy Gravity. Harry expected Hogwarts to feel like home when he came back. Instead, it felt like a fortress trying to pretend it was still a school. The first sign was on the platform. Students spilled out across Hogsmeade Station in the usual chaos of trunks, owls, shouting, and last-minute summer gossip. Yet the sound felt thinner than it should have. Too many glances slid toward Harry, and then away again. Too many conversations dropped when he passed. The Daily Prophet had done its work. Half the school now looked at him with pity, the other half with suspicion, and a stubborn minority with the frantic, hungry curiosity people reserved for disasters they hoped to witness from a safe distance. Harry kept his face blank and focused on breathing. That had become habit. not because he wanted to seem calm. Because calm was now structural. If he let irritation rise every time a whisper followed him, if he let anger answer every skeptical stare, then the pressure beneath his skin started building before he reached the carriages. The first week after the ministry hearing had taught him that much. He listened for emotional openings and rushed to fill them. So Harry breathed, anchored, moved. Even then, Hogwarts hit him the moment the castle came into view. It rose above the lake in black stone and torchlight, familiar and impossible, and the ancient magic woven through its foundations struck Harry's awareness like a massive, slow, turning weight. Not overwhelming anymore, not as it had in the hospital wing, but inescapable. The castle did not simply hold enchantments. It generated presence, layer upon layer of protective spells, memory-rich stone, ghost residue, student laughter pressed into corridors, old wards in the towers, older wards beneath the towers, and beneath all of it the living pulse of a place built to endure war long before children ever filled it with noise. Harry stopped beside the carriages without meaning to. Harry blinked. Sorry. Hermione studied him in the fading light. Too much again? Harry looked up at the castle. No, just heavier. Ron followed his gaze and snorted. That's because it's made of stone. Hermione ignored him. Heavy how? Harry searched for the right words. Like Grimmauld Place feels rotten in the walls. Hogwarts feels dense, focused. Like everything here is under pressure, but it's pressure that knows what it's doing. Ron stared. You've started talking like Dumbledore. That's the rudest thing you've ever said to me. Harry muttered. Hermione's mouth twitched. They climbed into a carriage together, and the Thestrals hauled them up the winding road. The castle loomed larger with every turn. Harry could feel students ahead of them in the other carriages like scattered sparks. Teachers near the entrance hall felt brighter and more defined. McGonagall was all flint-edged control and vigilance. Snape felt like a blade kept under cloth. Flitwick pulsed with nervous intelligence. Hagrid, somewhere not yet visible, blazed warm and huge on the edge of the grounds. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore felt distant tonight, not absent, merely layered behind thought, secrecy, and the widening shape of the war. Harry didn't like that. The welcoming feast was worse. Not because of the whispers. Not even because of the way Seamus Finnegan looked at him, as though trying to decide whether his mother or Harry was the bigger liar. No, the worst part was the new face at the staff table. Dolores Umbridge looked like an insult made flesh. Harry had known she existed, of course. Dumbledore had warned him in careful, flat terms that the Ministry intended to insert itself more directly into Hogwarts this year. Still, no warning quite prepared him for the reality of her. Everything about her radiated falseness so aggressively that Harry felt it before she spoke a word. Her smile was soft where it should have been warm, her magic sticky and self-satisfied, her emotional signature all pink sugar laid over barbed wire. The instant she took her seat, Harry disliked her with a clarity so complete it was almost a physical reflex. He wasn't alone. She looks like she'd poison kittens, Ron muttered. Hermione, to Harry's surprise, said, That's uncharitable to kittens. Harry nearly laughed. Then the feast began, the sorting happened, and Dumbledore rose to speak. He was halfway through his ordinary opening notices when the pressure in the room shifted. Umbridge's smile widened, and Harry knew, before she even made the little throat-clearing noise, that he was going to hate every second of this year. He was correct. 3 days later, Harry punched a wall, not at full force, not even close. If he had hit it the way he had hit Sirius in Grimmauld Place, half the corridor would have needed rebuilding. But it was still enough to crack stone. He stared at the damage in appalled silence. Beside him, Ron let out a low whistle. That's new. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Harry, I know. The corridor outside Umbridge's classroom had emptied in a hurry after the first class of the term, and Harry understood why. Even without his new senses, that lesson would have been unbearable. With them, it was almost impossible. Dolores Umbridge taught like someone trying to remove reality from the world by decree. No practical work, no dueling, no defensive spells, no acknowledgement that Voldemort had returned. Only ministry, a proved theory from a book so bloodless and dishonest that Harry could feel his temper rising with every page turn. By the time she'd smiled sweetly and declared that students would not be attacked in the corridor, and therefore had no need to learn real defensive magic, something inside Harry had gone ice cold. Not fiery rage, not wild key surge, something more dangerous, contempt. He had kept his mouth shut longer than he would have last year. That was the irony of it. Months of breathing drills and Sirius's brutal training had given him more control, not less. He lasted nearly 15 minutes before she called him disturbed, accused Dumbledore of manipulating him, and suggested Cedric's death had left him confused. After that, the wall had been lucky. Hermione stepped closer to inspect the crack. No one saw, only me, Ron said, and Colin, but he bolted like Harry had turned into a dragon. Harry flexed his hand. No pain. Barely even a sting. The stone dust along his knuckles looked absurd. She did it on purpose, he said. Hermione crossed her arms. Of course she did. She wanted you angry. Harry looked down the corridor toward Umbridge's door, long since closed behind her. No. She wanted me small. That was the thing Hermione and Ron could not feel the way he could. Umbridge didn't merely enjoy authority. She fed on diminishment. Every carefully sweet sentence in that classroom had been structured to make students doubt their own urgency, their own perception of danger, their own right to prepare. With Harry, she had gone farther. She wanted him not just doubted, but reduced. A year ago, that would have worked better. Now it hit something in him that refused reduction on a biological level. Ron frowned. That sounded creepy. It was creepy, Harry said. Hermione looked between them, then lowered her voice. We need another way. Harry turned to her. Another way to what? To learn, she said impatiently. What do you think? If Umbridge won't teach practical defense, someone has to. Harry stared at her. Ron stared too, though his expression was slower. Then Harry said, No. Hermione blinked. No, Harry repeated. Absolutely not. Ron looked relieved for one glorious second, then confused. Hang on. Why not? Harry laughed once in disbelief. Because the Ministry already thinks I'm unstable. Umbridge hates me. Half the school thinks I'm making Voldemort up, and you want me to start illegal combat lessons in the middle of Hogwarts. Hermione lifted her chin. Yes. Harry opened his mouth, found nothing, and shut it again. Ron pointed between them. This is why you two are frightening. Hermione ignored him. You know things other students don't. Not just because of... She gestured vaguely at Harry's chest, where all his problems now seemed to live. Because you've actually fought. And people are scared, Harry. They need something real. Harry looked away. That should have been an easy argument to resist. It wasn't. Because beneath Hermione's words, beneath Ron's uncertainty, beneath the corridor's drifting student noise and old stone hum, Harry could feel the same pressure that had haunted him since the graveyard. The world was moving toward violence. Hogwarts was pretending otherwise. And every time Umbridge smiled and shut another door, the instinct inside Harry answered with restless, furious certainty. Preparation was survival. He hated how much that sounded like something older than him. He also knew it was true. They met in Hogsmeade the first weekend of term. The Hog's Head smelled like wet wood, old smoke, sour ale, and secrets. Harry noticed all of that before they'd even reached the back table. More importantly, he noticed the students. Not their faces, their states. Neville was nervous but determined. Ginny felt like a taut string wrapped around steady flame. Luna Lovegood was impossible in the strangest way, soft, drifting calm over a mind that seemed to move at odd angles, almost musical in its emotional texture. Cho's grief still sat close to the surface, sharp whenever Cedric's memory brushed near. Fred and George radiated delighted mutiny. Dean and Angelina were skeptical but willing. Ernie Macmillan felt prepared to believe in almost anything if it was delivered with enough moral seriousness. And every single one of them, under whatever else they carried, had fear. Harry felt it all and wished he didn't. Hermione started the meeting. Then everyone started talking. Then the room nearly dissolved into arguments about whether Voldemort was back, whether Harry really could teach them, whether any of this was suicidal, and whether meeting in a pub already counted as being caught. Harry let it run longer than he meant to. He was learning that silence had weight now. People noticed when he chose not to fill it. Finally, when Zacharias Smith asked in a tone halfway between challenge and accusation whether Harry's stories of fighting, who were completely reliable, something in the room tightened. Harry did not shout. He looked at Zacharias and let the silence stretch until the older boy shifted in his seat. "I'm not here to make you believe me," Harry said. The table quieted. "I'm not asking you to join a club for fun, and I'm not interested in convincing people who've already decided they'd rather feel safe than be ready." He looked around the room. "You want the truth. Fine. The truth is I've been lucky. More than once. I've survived things I didn't fully understand, and people better than me have died anyway." Chu looked down. No one interrupted. Harry went on, voice steady. "So if you're here because you think this is exciting, leave now. If you're here because you want someone to tell you not to worry, leave now. But if you're here because you know something's wrong, and you'd rather be scared and prepared than calm and helpless, then stay." The room stayed. Even Zacharias shut up. Hermione's expression was impossible to read, which usually meant she was either proud or planning 6 things at once. Ron leaned toward Harry and muttered, "You've gone all intense again." Harry muttered back, "Shut up." Then they named it. Not a club. Not officially. A defense group. Something simple enough to hide under school politics if it had to. The DA took shape over bitter butterbeer and old smoke, and Harry felt the year shift under his feet. Not because he'd become a leader. Because he'd stopped waiting for permission. The room of requirement opened for them like it had been listening. Harry knew the moment he stood before the blank wall and focused on what they needed that the room was not ordinary magic. Hogwarts itself seemed to bend there, old intelligence flowing through stone to answer hunger with space. When the door appeared, the pressure in the corridor changed so cleanly that Harry nearly flinched. Inside, the room had become exactly what they required. Open floor, shelves of dark detectors and practice dummies, cushioned walls, space enough to move, and, in the far corner, something stranger. A ring of old brass fixtures set into the floor, faintly etched with runes. Harry stopped dead. Hermione nearly walked into him. "What is it?" He pointed. "That wasn't there a second ago." They approached together. The others, chattering behind them, barely noticed. The etchings were ancient, looking but intelligible enough that Hermione dropped to her knees immediately, brushing her fingers over the nearest line. "Oh." Harry looked at her. "What-oh?" "It's a pressure array," she said, voice climbing with excitement. Not exactly gravity, but close enough magically. A spatial weighting circle, very old enchantment style. Probably meant for physical conditioning or combat stabilization. Ron stared. In English. Hermione looked up, eyes bright. "The room made you training equipment." Harry looked down at the brass ring again. Heavy gravity. The phrase from their outline of what this year might become drifted back through his mind with eerie accuracy, though no one else knew it. Sirius had spoken often enough during summer about how a warrior species would probably train under heavier force, greater resistance, harsher environments. They had no machine for that. Hogwarts apparently had opinions. Neville wandered over. "Is it safe?" Hermione hesitated. "Probably." Ron groaned. "Brilliant." Harry stepped into the circle before anyone could stop him. Pressure hit at once. Not crushing, not enough to injure, but instant and undeniable. His limbs felt heavier. His boots pressed harder into the floor. Breathing took a fraction more effort. Every movement suddenly mattered. And underneath the surprise, something in his body lit up. Not pain. Recognition. Harry took one slow step, then another. The circle resisted him like invisible water turning to stone. A grin tugged at his mouth before he could stop it. "Oh, that's not fair," Ron said. Hermione looked between Harry's face and the runes. "You like it." Harry turned inside the ring, shoulders loosening for the first time all day. "It makes sense." That answer startled him as much as anyone else, because it did make sense. His body liked resistance. Not comfort, not ease, resistance. The extra weight clarified balance, force, breath. The key in his chest adjusted almost immediately, flowing downward through his legs and spine with subtle, eager precision. Sirius would be unbearable when he heard about this. They kept the circle. That changed the DA from the very first lesson. Harry still taught wands. Still taught shield charms, stunning spells, disarming spells, practical movement. But something else crept into the structure too. Things he never would have considered before the graveyard. Footwork under pressure. Breathing before casting. Recovering stance after impact. Staying aware of the room instead of fixating on one target. Learning when panic narrowed your vision, and how to force it open again. He didn't call any of it Saiyan training. Half because that would have sounded mad. Half because some of it wasn't Saiyan at all. It was Harry trying to translate instinct into something other people could survive. Neville improved fastest. Not magically, not at first. But he listened with his whole body, absorbed correction without ego, and kept getting back up after mistakes. Harry recognized that quality with a jolt of uncomfortable admiration. Battle adaptation did not always begin in strength. Sometimes it began in refusal. Ginny was ruthless in the cleanest way possible. Luna moved oddly enough to throw people off before a spell even landed. Ron was better than he thought, worse than he claimed, and far steadier once he stopped trying to impress anyone. Hermione learned everything too quickly, and then got annoyed when other people didn't. For a while, it almost worked. The lessons gave shape to the fear. The room became a pocket of honest urgency in a school that increasingly preferred lies. And Harry, much to his own surprise, found that teaching stabilized him. Not always, but often enough. When he showed someone how not to freeze, the key in him settled. When he watched Neville land a clean Expelliarmus on the 5th try, the pressure in his chest eased. When the room was focused and moving and alive with preparation, the darker instincts in him quieted, not erased, but redirected. Protection made the energy cleaner. Dumbledore had said that. He'd been right. Then Umbridge found a different way to get under Harry's skin. Quidditch. She didn't cancel it. That would have been too honest. Instead, she monitored it, regulated it, hovered around it with her false smile and ministry, quill like a vulture in lace. Harry returned to the pitch after weeks of summer training and instantly realized he had a problem. Everything was too slow. Not the broom itself, everyone else. The first practice after term began. Katie Bell passed him the quaffle, and Harry nearly overshot it by 10 feet because his body anticipated a faster line than the one the ball actually traveled. Alicia cut across the pitch and Harry swerved wide enough to avoid colliding with her before she'd even finished turning. He saw bludgers too early, reacted too sharply, and nearly snapped one of the practice hoops with a burst of accidental acceleration. By the end of the session, Angelina landed beside him wearing the expression of a captain trying not to say something rude to her own seeker. "You all right?" Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. "Fine." She looked at the cracked wooden rail where his hand had landed a little too hard after dismounting. "That's not what I asked." He stared out over the pitch. The air tasted open and cold and almost right. For one stupid second, he wanted to launch himself upward without the broom, just to see whether the body memory from the graveyard would answer. He did not. "I'm adjusting," he said at last. Angelina studied him. "Adjust faster. That, at least, was fair." Umbridge's detentions began in October. The blood quill did not frighten Harry the way she intended. That bothered him. It hurt, yes. The line cut into the back of his hand with every forced repetition, and the magic of it was vindictive, feeding on enforced self-denial until the skin split and the words scarred deep. But pain did strange things to him now. Not all pain. Some still simply hurt. Yet sustained pressure, repeated injury, punishment meant to diminish him. His body responded to that with a cold, rising endurance that felt less human each time it surfaced. By the third detention, Umbridge noticed. Harry knew the exact moment. She set the quill down and smiled across the desk. "No complaint tonight, Mr. Potter?" Harry met her eyes. "Nopo." The single word made her pause. He could feel her confusion under the sweet perfume of self-satisfaction. She wanted him resentful, wanted him visibly fraying, but each line he carved into his own hand only made his breathing steadier, his eyes colder, the key in his chest denser and more contained. The room's silence thickened. Umbridge's smile thinned. Very well. Continue. Harry did. But something important changed that night. As he wrote I must not tell lies for the 30th time, the blood magic of the quill bled outward through his awareness. Most wizarding spells remained vague impressions to his new senses, texture more than meaning. This, however, had intent. It tasted of coercion, of punishment wrapped in petty legality. And beneath it, faint but unmistakable, Harry sensed something else from Umbridge herself. A charm at her throat. Old, protected, dark in the wrong way, he looked up sharply. For 1 second as she shifted over a stack of papers, the edge of a chain flashed at the neckline of her cardigan. Gold, or perhaps tarnished silver in bad light. Hidden, the sensation vanished as quickly as it came, swallowed under layers of her own magic and the blood quill's constant sting. But Harry sat very still, pulse shifting. Not a Horcrux, he thought immediately. The wrong shape, too shallow, too personal. Yet the reaction was similar enough to matter. Cursed objects, carried darkness, residue. His senses were getting sharper. That should have been useful. Instead it left him walking back to Gryffindor Tower, with his detention, scarred hand throbbing, and a growing certainty that Hogwarts was full of things no one had ever taught him to notice. He was right. He discovered how right 2 weeks later. The DA had ended late. Most students left in tired clusters, whispering about Umbridge's latest decree. Ron and Hermione had gone ahead to scout the corridor, after hearing Filch somewhere nearby, leaving Harry to erase spell marks from the practice dummies and shut down the pressure circle. He was halfway through clearing the brass runes when the room changed. Not visibly. Deeper than that, the air cooled by a degree. The hum in the walls shifted, and Harry's awareness caught on something buried beneath layers of junk and old magic so foul that his entire body locked. He turned slowly. One wall of the room had elongated while they were training, stretching farther than usual into stacks of broken furniture, old books, damaged cauldrons, vanished things, hidden things, the sort of useful clutter the room of requirement sometimes provided. Harry had ignored it earlier. Now he couldn't. Somewhere inside that mountain of discarded objects, something pulsed. It was not Umbridge's blood quill, not the petty cursed charm at her throat, not even the locket's oily pressure, though it belonged to the same family of wrongness. This was older, thinner, smarter in its concealment. Harry took 1 step toward the pile. The pulse answered. His scar stung faintly. The key in his chest tightened with instant hostility. Every instinct he had sharpened through the summer snapped awake, but not toward a visible opponent. Toward absence. Toward a hidden point of corruption buried inside Hogwarts itself. Harry. Hermione's voice from the door made him jerk. She and Ron stood in the entrance, both already tense from his posture. What is it? Ron asked. Harry didn't look away from the junk mountain. There's something in here. Ron frowned. In the room? No. Harry pointed. In that, Hermione came up beside him, following his line of sight. What kind of something? Harry exhaled once, carefully. Dark, that got their full attention. Hermione's expression sharpened at once. Harry thought about it. Maybe. Not exactly. But close. Ron squinted at the pile as if that might help. Can you see it? Harry stepped closer. The wrongness pulsed again, then faded so fast he almost doubted it had been there at all. He climbed over a broken chair, shoved aside a cracked mirror, and paused. No signal now, only old dust, hidden objects, and the room's strange neutral hum. He frowned. Nothing. Hermione asked. It was here. Harry sounded frustrated even to himself. I'm sure it was. Ron looked at the endless stacks. That narrows it down. Harry ignored him and closed his eyes, breathed, anchored. Reached. For 1 tantalizing second the buried pulse brushed his awareness again. Faint, defensive, almost clever in the way it retreated behind layers of castle magic and accumulated junk. He caught only direction, not source. Upper left of the pile. Then gone. Harry opened his eyes. It's hidden properly, he said quietly. Hermione had gone pale in the particular way she did when theory turned into evidence. Harry. He looked at her. If you can sense objects like the locket. She swallowed. Then that might mean. I know what it might mean. Ron looked between them. Either of you fancy finishing that thought? Neither answered. Not because Harry wanted to keep him out, because saying it aloud made it real. Horcrux. The words seemed to move through the room even unspoken. Harry looked back at the mound of forgotten things. Hogwarts had always hidden secrets. Chambers, maps, monsters, mirrors. But this was different. This felt like the castle itself was carrying something diseased in one of its old, inaccessible corners and had only now found a student strange enough to feel the infection. His pulse slowed instead of quickening. That was new too. Once, fear would have ruled this moment. Then anger. Now something colder and more focused was taking shape. A hunt indeed. Hermione touched his sleeve lightly. We shouldn't search tonight. Harry knew she was right. He hated that she was right. No, he said. Not tonight. They left the room together. But as the door vanished behind them, Harry looked back one last time at the blank stretch of wall and felt the hidden darkness pulse faintly beyond it, deep in Hogwarts' bones. The school year had been growing heavier by the day, Umbridge pressing down from above, secrets pressing up from below, the whole castle full of students being taught to sit still while danger sharpened its knives. Harry could feel the weight of it now, and somewhere inside that pressure, something in him was changing to meet it. Not just stronger, denser, harder, like a star beginning very slowly to learn collapse before ignition. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 70, The Cost of Battle Adaptation. Next thought for 17's Chapter 70, The Cost of Battle Adaptation. By November, Harry had learned 3 things he wished were not true. The first was that repeated combat really did make him stronger. Not stronger in the vague way adults said hardship-built character. Stronger in measurable, horrifying ways. His recovery time after training sessions kept shrinking. Bruises that once lingered until morning now faded before dinner. The pressure circle in the room of requirement, which had nearly pinned him in place during the first week, now felt almost comfortable unless Hermione increased the runic output. His reflexes sharpened fast enough that even Sirius stopped looking amused during holiday letters and started asking much more careful questions about exact response times. The second thing Harry learned was worse. The strength did not come alone. Every hard fight left something behind. Not an injury, an appetite. He noticed it first after detention. Not the blood quill detentions themselves, though those certainly changed him. The pain from Umbridge's punishments no longer just hurt, it hardened him. It made him quieter, denser, less willing to bend. But the appetite came from the moments afterward. When someone shoved him in the corridor and his body already knew exactly how to break the shove apart, when a hex came at him in class, and he saw 6 better responses before the curse had crossed half the room, when inquisitorial squad members swaggered too close, and the instinctive part of him began calmly measuring how fast they would fall. That part of him was growing. Harry despised it. He also could not deny that it was useful. The third thing he learned was the worst of all. Part of him liked the usefulness. It started becoming obvious after the first corridor fight. It happened on a Thursday evening after DA practice, just outside the 4th floor stairwell. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville were heading back from the room of requirement by a circuitous route Filch rarely patrolled when Malfoy stepped out from an alcove with Crabbe, Goyle, and 2 4th-year Slytherins who had recently developed the expression of boys trying very hard to look like miniature policemen. All of them wore little silver eye badges. Malfoy smiled. Out late, Potter. Harry did not stop walking. Move, Malfoy. Malfoy's smile widened. Touchy. You'd think someone running secret clubs would try harder not to sound guilty. Neville tensed. Ginny's hand drifted toward her wand. Hermione went very still in that dangerous way she had when her mind started skipping ahead of the room. Harry felt all of it. More importantly, he felt Malfoy. Not fear. Not exactly. A kind of brittle excitement wound tight around spite. Malfoy didn't know what was in the room of requirement. He didn't have proof. But he wanted a reaction, wanted leverage, wanted Harry cornered. Months ago, Harry would have snapped first. Now he just looked at him. What do you want? Malfoy tipped his head. To know why you and your little army keep disappearing. Ron stepped forward at once. Shove off. Krabby and Goyle moved too, big and dull and eager in the way aggressive boys often were when given authority they had not earned. The corridor narrowed around them, torchlight bouncing off the stone. Harry's awareness sharpened automatically. Distance, angle. Wand hands. Neville's position too close to the wall. Hermione's right foot half turned already, prepared to move. Ginny steady, not scared. Harry's body slipped into readiness before his mind finished deciding it wanted to. Malfoy noticed. His expression flickered. There, he said softly. That's the look. Harry's jaw tightened. Move. No, that was all it took. Not from Harry. From Goyle. He lunged toward Ron with the graceless confidence of someone counting on size and surprise to do his work for him. Harry moved before anyone else. One step, one pivot, one open-handed shove to Goyle's chest. And Goyle flew backward hard enough to slam into the opposite wall and slide down it stunned. The whole corridor froze. Harry stared. He had meant to push, nothing more. Goyle groaned and tried to sit up. The stone behind him had cracked. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Krabby roared and charged next. Wand forgotten in favor of fists. Harry ducked under the swing, caught Crabbe's wrist, and turned the movement the way Sirius had taught him a dozen times. Only Sirius had taught it for human bodies. Harry's version hit harder. Crabbe's feet left the floor. He crashed down on his back with a sound that knocked the breath out of everyone in the corridor. Neville actually took a step back. Malfoy's face had gone pale, and Harry felt it. The clean, ugly thrill of total superiority. He could end this in seconds. He knew it with a certainty that flooded his limbs like heat. Not kill them, not even truly injure them if he stayed precise, but dominate them, break their confidence, leave them on the floor and walk away before their wands cleared their sleeves. The temptation hit so fast and so naturally that for one awful second it felt righteous. Then Hermione's voice cut through it. Harry. One word. Schumann. Harry turned his head. She was watching him, not Malfoy. That did it. The appetite receded by an inch. Harry stepped back from Krabby and let his hands fall open at his sides. Pick them up, he said to Malfoy, voice low and dangerous. And get out of my way. Malfoy looked at Goyle, at Crabbe, then at Harry. For the first time in all the years they had hated each other, Harry saw something new in Draco Malfoy's face. Not schoolyard dislike. Not aristocratic contempt. Fear. Malfoy dragged Crabbe up one, armed, hissed at Goyle to move, and backed down the corridor without another word. When they were gone, silence hit. Ron stared at Harry. Mate. Harry looked at his own hands. They felt steady. Too steady. I didn't mean to hit that hard. Ginny snorted softly. That's not exactly comforting. Neville swallowed. You moved before he did? Harry looked up sharply. What? I mean, before any of them did, Neville said quickly. Like you knew. Harry turned away. Because yes, he had known. He had read Goyle's weight shift before the lunge finished forming. Read Crabbe's shoulder line before the punch started. Every cheap movement had arrived in his awareness early, cleanly with solutions already attached. It should have been useful. Instead, it made him feel less like a student and more like something waiting for excuses. Hermione fell into step beside him as they resumed walking. Her voice was low enough that only Harry heard it. You stopped. Harry kept his eyes ahead. Eventually. That matters? Does it? Hermione didn't answer right away. Yes, she said at last, but not as much as the fact that you wanted to keep going. Harry's mouth went dry. He hated that she could see it. He hated even more that she was right. The next time was worse because it happened outside Hogwarts. The Order had allowed one Hogsmeade weekend under heavy supervision, mostly because the students were going half mad under Umbridge's rules, and because McGonagall had, according to rumor, told someone in the ministry that if they wanted complete obedience they were welcome to try teaching a castle full of teenagers without fresh air. Harry went with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna. For the first hour it almost felt normal. Too many students. Too much staring. Too much whispering around Harry whenever he entered a shop. Still, it was movement. Cold wind. Sugar at Honeydukes, jokes in Zonko's, butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. For a while, Harry managed to forget the pressure inside him, and just exist among his friends. Then they took the long way back toward the castle. The lane beyond the village had gone quieter than usual. Snow clung in gray ridges to the stone walls. The light was dimming early, clouds thick over the hills, and the old road stretched empty ahead. Harry stopped walking. Ron nearly collided with him. What now? Harry held up one hand. Every nerve in his body had gone alert. What is it? Hermione whispered. Harry turned his head slowly. There. 3 signatures in the trees to the left of the road. 2 to the right. All adult. All masked or shielded enough that their emotional outlines were muddy, but not enough to hide intent. Predatory. His scar flared. Not Voldemort himself. Servants. One's out, Harry said. He had never said anything in that tone before. No one argued. They barely got them raised in time. The first curse blasted out of the trees in a lance of sickly green light, not Avada Kedavra, but close enough in color to make Ron swear and hit the snow. Harry moved without thinking, stepping into the line of attack and throwing up both hands. A gold, white barrier flashed outward. The curse slammed into it and shattered like glass. Everything after that happened too quickly for schoolboy fear. Masked figures came at them through the trees, no insignia visible, robes charmed dark against the snow, not a random ambush, not assassination. Their spellwork was too probing, too measured. They struck at Harry, then at the others, then back at Harry again as if testing where his attention went, what he prioritized, how fast he could redirect. He understood that instantly. They weren't trying to kill him, they were studying him. That realization lit something vicious in his blood.
Stay behind me!
Harry shouted. Hermione and Ginny answered with curses of their own. Ron dragged Neville behind a half-toppled stone wall and started firing hexes over the top. Luna, bizarrely calm, sent a spell that transfigured the snow under one attacker into grasping ropes of ice. The figure stumbled. Harry launched himself. Not upward fully, not true flight, but enough that his boots left the ground in a burst of ki, assisted acceleration, and carried him across the road like a fired arrow. He hit the first masked wizard with a shoulder that should have broken bone. Instead, the man flew through a low tree and vanished in a spray of branches. One of the others shouted, confirmed what Harry didn't know, but he heard the word and nearly lost himself. A curse sliced toward Ginny. Harry felt it before he saw it and pivoted, palms out. A concussive wave burst from him, not a spell, not a shield charm, something rawer. Snow exploded off the road in a white ring. The curse deflected wide into stone. The masked attackers backed up at once, recasting their spacing. Definitely studying. Harry's breathing deepened. The world narrowed. Every motion around him slowed into solvable lines. One attacker to the right, wand wrist too rigid. One behind the wall line, preparing a binding curse. One trying to circle left toward Ron. Harry answered all 3. He moved once and seemed to arrive everywhere. The right side attacker took a blow to the sternum and folded around it. The one behind the wall ate a redirection hex Harry ripped from midair and sent back with a pulse of ki behind it. The third reached Ron's flank, just in time for Harry to catch the wand arm, squeeze, and hear the wood splinter between his fingers. The masked figure cried out and swung a knife with the other hand. Knife. Interesting. Desperate or trained. Harry twisted aside and drove an elbow into the attacker's ribs hard enough to cave the man sideways into the snow. The thrill came back hotter this time, not because he was winning, because they kept coming. Every new angle gave him more information. Every exchanged strike sharpened his body further. He could feel adaptation happening in real time. Micro, corrections in balance, in timing, in how much force to use, how much ki to push into a barrier without destabilizing it, how to turn a wizard's curse rhythm into openings for physical impact. It was exhilarating. It was wrong.
Harry!
Hermione's voice. Frantic now. He turned just in time to see the last standing attacker raise both hands, not at him, but at the group clustered by the wall. A wide area curse built in the air, ugly and dark, meant to hit everyone at once. Harry vanished from where he stood. The burst of speed hit so hard it left a crater in the road. He appeared between the attacker and his friends with both arms crossed. The spell crashed into his guard in a blossom of black, red light. Pain tore through his shoulders. He roared and answered instinctively. too instinctively. A golden blast erupted from his chest and hands in a savage cone. The attacker had just enough time to try shielding. It didn't matter. He was hurled 20 feet backward into the stone wall with a crack that echoed down the lane. Then silence. Snow drifted. Breath smoked. One attacker groaned in the ditch. 2 were unconscious. The rest were already fleeing through the trees with disciplined speed the moment the tide turned. Harry took 1 step to pursue. Ron grabbed his sleeve.
Harry!
The contact almost earned Ron a reflexive strike. Harry stopped dead. For 1 terrible second he could feel the impulse. To shake Ron off and continue, to finish the fight, to hunt them through the trees, and make certain they never tried again. He looked down at Ron's hand on his sleeve. Then at Ron's face. Not admiration, not relief. Fear, the appetite in Harry's blood recoiled as if slapped. He forced air into his lungs and looked away. "It's over," Hermione said, voice shaking. "Harry, it's over." No one else moved until he nodded. Only then did the scene begin to become human again. Ginny checked Neville. Luna examined the broken road with dreamy interest and said she thought one of the attackers limped oddly before being stunned. Hermione's hands trembled while she cast diagnostic spells over the unconscious men. Ron stood too close to Harry, as if unsure whether guarding him or the rest of them mattered more. The order arrived 12 minutes later. 12 minutes felt like an hour. Moody snarled at the attackers. Kingsley examined the spell residue with frowning intensity, and Tonks took 1 look at Harry, and didn't even try to hide her shock. "This was meant to test you," Moody growled after listening to the accounts. "Not bag the kids. Controlled pressure, variable tactics, retreat once enough was learned." Harry's stomach turned. "By Voldemort." "By someone taking orders," Kingsley said. That answer was no comfort at all. They were escorted back to Hogwarts under concealment charms and a silence so complete it became its own kind of accusation. Word still got out, of course. It always did. By midnight half the castle knew masked wizards had attacked students near Hogsmeade, and Harry Potter had repelled them with some sort of golden explosion. The details only got worse by breakfast. Harry barely cared, because Ron had not looked at him properly since the road. The confrontation happened that night in the dormitory. Dean and Seamus had gone down late to the common room. Neville was asleep, or pretending well enough that Harry left him out of it. The curtains around the beds were half drawn, firelight flickering across the stone walls, and the whole tower felt muffled under fresh snow. Ron was pretending to sort through his bag when Harry came in.
"You're angry," Harry said.
Ron kept folding and unfolding a Chudley Cannon sock. Brilliant observation. Harry shut the dormitory door behind him. "Then say it." Ron laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Fine. You want me to say it?" "You were terrifying." The words hit harder because Ron didn't sound self-righteous, just honest. Harry leaned against the bedpost and folded his arms, partly to keep his hands from doing anything restless. "They attacked us. I know they attacked us. And I stopped them." Ron looked up now, blue eyes flashing. "Yeah, you did. And then you nearly went after them while I was standing right there, holding onto you like—" He stopped, swallowed, and started again. "I know you saved us. I know that. Don't twist this into me being ungrateful. But you looked at them like— Like what?" Ron's voice dropped. "Like you wanted it." Harry said nothing. That was answer enough. Ron threw the sock onto his bed. "That's the problem. You don't even deny it." Harry's temper flared. "Because I'm not gonna lie to you." "Great," Ron snapped. "Wonderful. So we've moved on from Harry's got weird powers to Harry enjoys smashing people through walls." "I did not enjoy." Ron's look cut him off. Harry stopped, because again honesty cornered him. Not the hurting, not the risk to Ron or Hermione or Ginny or Neville, but the fighting itself, the total clarity of it, the surge of being stronger, faster, right? Yes, he had. Harry turned away and scrubbed a hand over his face. "I don't know what you want me to say." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, more softly, "I want you to say it scares you too." The room seemed to shrink. Harry looked back. Ron wasn't accusing him now. He looked exhausted and frightened in that deeper way that came from loving someone and seeing them change where you couldn't follow. Harry sat down on the edge of his bed. It does, he said at last. Ron watched him. Harry stared at the floorboards. It scares me because it makes sense when I'm in it. That's the worst part. Not anger, not panic. Sense. Everything gets simple. Opponent here, weakness there. Protect this. Hit that. Don't stop until the danger's gone. He swallowed. And when it works, some part of me feels satisfied. Ron sat down too, across from him. That doesn't make you Voldemort, he said. Harry let out a breath that might almost have been a laugh. Comforting. It doesn't. No, Harry said, but it does make me something I don't understand. Ron rubbed both hands over his face. Join the club. Despite everything, that made Harry look up. Ron shrugged. I'm serious. I don't get half of this. You're doing the glowing thing. Dumbledore keeps having secret face. Hermione looks one bad footnote away from building a theory empire. And every time Malfoy opens his mouth, I'm 1 second from murder myself. But you know what I do get? Harry waited. Ron met his eyes. You still stop. The simple certainty in it hurt worse than anger would have, because Ron was trusting him to keep stopping. Harry nodded once. I'll keep stopping, he said quietly. Ron held his gaze another second, then nodded back. The fight didn't disappear. Neither did the fear. But some part of the fracture sealed. Hermione was less forgiving, not cruelly. More dangerously, she understood too much. She cornered Harry in an empty charms classroom the following afternoon under the pretense of helping Flitwick catalog damaged practice shields, which was Hermione's way of arranging a private conversation without making it seem like an intervention. She cast a muffliato around the room before speaking. That feeling is going to get stronger. Harry didn't pretend not to know what she meant. Probably. No, Hermione said. Not probably. It will. Your body rewards adaptation. Every time you survive a fight, every time you get better in one, the process reinforces itself. That's what training does too, only slower and with fewer masked lunatics. Her face tightened. You can't rely on just not wanting to become worse. Harry leaned against a desk. I'm not exactly relying on vibes. Hermione did not smile. Then don't joke. That shut him up. She stepped closer, voice lower. Power without identity always eats people. Maybe not all at once. Maybe not dramatically. But it does. Especially power that convinces you it's only making things simpler. Harry looked away. Ron thinks in moral lines. Hermione continued. He'll tell you to stay good. He's right, but that won't be enough. You need structure. Deliberate choices. Rules you follow before you want to follow them. Harry frowned. Wes. For me? For the power? Hermione said. Same difference at the moment. He wanted to argue. Instead he asked, what kind of rules? Hermione had clearly already thought about this. 1e, you don't pursue fleeing opponents unless someone's in immediate danger. 2o, you don't train alone after a real fight. 3, any major surge, like Hogsmeade, you report to me, Ron, Sirius, or Dumbledore so we can track patterns. 4, if you start wanting a fight before it begins, you leave. Harry stared. You've written this down, haven't you? Hermione produced a folded parchment from her sleeve with zero shame. Yes. For a moment Harry could only look at her. Then, despite himself, a laugh escaped. Hermione's expression softened by half a degree. I'm not trying to manage you, Harry. That is absolutely what you're doing. I'm trying to keep you yourself. That took the humor out of it. Harry accepted the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. All right, he said. Hermione searched his face. You mean that?
Wes?
She nodded once, satisfied enough not to press harder. Then she hesitated. There's one more thing, Harry groaned. Of course there is. Hermione ignored him. You'll need to tell Dumbledore about the part where they were measuring your responses. His expression changed at once. I know, Hermione said, but he needs to hear exactly how. Not just that Death Eaters attacked, that they were learning you. Harry's jaw tightened. Because that part made everything feel colder. A fight was one thing. An experiment was another. And if Voldemort had indeed ordered those masked wizards to press Harry, observe him, map his limits and instincts, then every battle ahead carried an extra layer of ugliness. Harry was not just a threat to be removed. He was a phenomenon to be understood. Perhaps stolen, perhaps broken, perhaps turned. He hated all three possibilities. "I'll tell him," Harry said. Hermione nodded. "Good." She broke the muffliato and returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., cataloging as though they had discussed nothing more dramatic than homework. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon unable to shake the feeling that some invisible line had been crossed. Not by Voldemort. That line had been shattered in the graveyard. By him. Because until Hogsmeade, he had still believed that enough training and enough breathing and enough self-awareness would turn this new power into something clean. Now he knew better. Strength was not clean. Adaptation was not neutral. Every battle taught his body lessons his conscience then had to catch up with. And one day, if he got lazy or proud or simply too tired, he might fail to catch up at all. Dumbledore listened without interruption. That alone usually meant he was deeply troubled. They met late that evening in the headmaster's office, after curfew, while Snow whipped against the high windows and Fawkes watched the room with unsettling intelligence. Harry told him everything: the lane, the attacker's shifting pattern, the probing spell work, the shouted confirmed, the retreat once enough was learned, and the ugly certainty that the attack had been designed around Harry rather than any of the others. Dumbledore's face gave away very little until Harry described the moment after the fight. The near pursuit, Ron grabbing his sleeve, the instinct to keep hunting. Then the old wizard's eyes darkened. When Harry finished, silence held for several beats. "At least now we know," Dumbledore said at last. Harry frowned. "Know what?" "That Voldemort is not improvising his interest in your awakening." Dumbledore folded his hands. "He is investing in it." Harry felt cold all at once. "What does that mean?" "It means he fears what you may become," Dumbledore said, "and therefore wishes to understand whether that future can be controlled, prevented, or turned to his use." Harry looked away. The office felt very still. Dumbledore continued more quietly, "This is not merely curiosity. Tom Riddle does not study what he considers beneath him. If he is applying resources to learning your combat responses, your thresholds, and your protective instincts, then he sees your power as strategically significant." That should have sounded validating. Instead, it felt like a target settling more tightly over his chest. Harry stared at the instruments whirring softly on the shelves. "I nearly proved him right." Dumbledore's brow furrowed. "In what sense?" "I wanted to keep going," Harry said flatly. "When they ran, I wanted to chase them." Dumbledore did not answer immediately, and Harry braced for disappointment. What came instead was gentler and, in some ways, worse. "Of course you did," Dumbledore said. Harry looked up sharply. The headmaster's expression held no approval, but no shock either. "You are carrying a battle inheritance in blood and bone," Dumbledore said. "You have also been hunted, doubted, isolated, and forced to protect others under circumstances that would test far older minds than yours. The desire to end a threat completely is not surprising." His gaze sharpened. "The moral danger lies not in feeling that desire. It lies in building your identity around indulging it." Harry thought of Hermione's rules folded in his pocket. He thought of Ron saying, "You still stop." "I don't want to become this just because it's strong," he said. Dumbledore's eyes softened. "Then keep wanting other things more." Harry let the words settle. After a moment he asked, "Is that enough?" Dumbledore looked out at the storm for so long Harry thought he might not answer. "It must be," he said finally. That was not reassurance. It was honesty. Harry almost preferred it. Dumbledore rose and moved to a cabinet near the wall. When he turned back, he held a small black box. "What's that?" "A precaution," Dumbledore said. Inside the box lay a narrow band of dark metal, plain except for 3 faint runic lines etched along the inner surface. Harry stared. "What does it do?" "Very little, if I have judged correctly," Dumbledore said. "And enough, if I have not." That was not remotely encouraging. Dumbledore set the band in Harry's palm. It was heavier than it looked. "It will not suppress your power," he said. Nothing so crude, but it should react to sudden destabilizing surges in your ki and magic both. Think of it as an early, warning focus. If the metal grows hot, you are near a threshold. Harry turned the band over. You made this? With assistance? Dumbledore said, and several alarming footnotes. Harry huffed a laugh. Then he slid the band onto his wrist. It settled into place with a faint click and immediately felt colder than the room. Not unpleasant, just present. Do I get one for emotional catastrophes too? I suspect, Harry, that the entire school already serves that function. That actually drew a smile from him, small, brief, real. Dumbledore's expression turned serious again. You are not failing because the struggle is becoming visible. Harry looked at the band on his wrist. It doesn't feel like that. No, Dumbledore said. Few important struggles do. When Harry left the office, the corridor outside was dark and silent. Snow blurred the windows. The castle's ancient hum pressed steady against his awareness, unchanged by his confusion, unchanged by Umbridge, unchanged by the little private war unfolding inside one student's skin. He walked slowly back toward Gryffindor Tower. At the landing above the 5th floor, he stopped and looked out across the grounds. Somewhere beyond the black line of trees, Voldemort's followers were regrouping, reporting, being questioned about golden shields and shattered wands and a boy who moved too fast and protected others first. Somewhere in the castle, Umbridge was scratching out new decrees with her poisonous smile. Somewhere hidden inside Hogwarts itself, that buried dark object in the room of requirement waited under layers of forgotten things and castle magic. And somewhere deeper still, inside Harry, the Saiyan inheritance listened to all of it and learned. That was the true cost, he thought. Not just that power grew, that it grew intelligently. Every fight sharpened him, every threat trained him. Every fear the world threw at him became material for something ancient in his blood to refine into strength. It was beautiful in a monstrous way. Harry touched the metal band at his wrist. Cold, solid, chosen. Then he breathed once, slow and deliberate, and turned away from the window. He would keep stopping. He would keep choosing. He would keep building rules faster than instinct could break them. Because battle adaptation might be in his blood. But surrender was not. Say next and I'll continue with Chapter 80. The Department of Mysteries breaks open. Next thought for a second, Chapter 8. The Department of Mysteries breaks open. By the time the vision came, Harry was already too angry for sleep. That was the part no one saw. Not Ron, who still watched him sometimes like he expected the wrong kind of silence. Not Hermione, who trusted rules and structure with the desperate faith of someone building rails over a cliff. Not even Sirius, who understood battle instincts well enough to recognize the danger, but not always the timing. The truth was simpler and uglier. Harry was tired of Umbridge's smirking decrees. Tired of blood on the back of his hand. Tired of secrets inside Hogwarts. Tired of knowing Voldemort was learning him, while the Ministry still behaved as if paperwork might save them. That exhaustion made the vision worse when it came. He jerked awake with a scream lodged somewhere behind his teeth, drenched in sweat, scar burning so violently it blurred the room into red-edged shadows. The curtains around his bed felt too close. The air in the dormitory had gone thin and wrong. For one disorienting instant, he was not in Gryffindor Tower at all. He was in the Department of Mysteries. A black room, rows of shelves, glass spheres gleaming like captive moons, and in the center, tied to a chair and gasping in pain, Sirius Black. Voldemort's presence pressed over it all like a hand closing around Harry's skull. The image was so sharp that his body reacted before thought. He was on his feet in the space between one heartbeat and the next, already grabbing for clothes, boots, wand. The metal band Dumbledore had given him burned against his wrist. Threshold. Harry barely noticed. Harry. Ron's voice came thick with sleep and immediate alarm. Harry spun toward him. He's got Sirius? That woke the whole dormitory. Neville shoved his curtains aside. Dean cursed. Seamus sat bolt upright, blinking. Ron was out of bed in seconds. What? In the Department of Mysteries, Harry said, words coming too fast. I saw it. He's there now. Sirius? Voldemort's torturing him. The band on Harry's wrist grew hotter. Not enough to injure, enough to warn. Ron saw it at once. Hermione. They were in the common room within 2 minutes, breath steaming in the pre-dawn chill, half-dressed and wild-eyed. Ginny and Neville came too. Luna, already awake for reasons no one could explain, seemed to simply materialize near the portrait hole as if the castle had handed her the emergency by instinct. Hermione arrived last, hair tangled, expression sharp despite the hour. She took one look at Harry's face and stopped short. "What did you see?" Harry told them. Not calmly, not well, but fast enough. Hermione listened with increasing dread. When he finished, she looked more frightened than convinced. "Harry," she said carefully, "you know he can get into your mind. This wasn't like the others. That doesn't mean it's true. He was there." Hermione stepped closer, and Voldemort would know exactly what Sirius means to you. The words hit like a slap. Harry's temper flared instantly. "So what? I'm meant to sit here and do nothing while he dies?" "No." Hermione shot back. "You're meant to think." The common room crackled with the tension between them. Ron looked sick. Ginny had gone pale but not passive. Neville hovered with his wand half drawn, the way he did when he didn't know which disaster was about to happen first. Harry could feel all of them. Worse, he could feel himself. Fear had driven him out of bed. Now anger was taking the lead, and anger fed the key in him like dry wood took flame. The band on his wrist warmed further. The room's candles flickered. Luna spoke into the rising pressure as though commenting on weather. "If it's a trap," she said, "it's probably meant to look urgent." Everyone turned. Luna blinked slowly. "That doesn't mean Sirius isn't in danger. It only means the danger might have started earlier than the vision." Hermione closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them and nodded sharply. "Exactly." Harry looked at her, then at Luna, then away. Because he knew. He knew they were probably right. That was the problem. If Sirius really was in danger, delay if it was a trap, rushing in blindly would do exactly what Voldemort wanted, choice. Again, the band burned hotter. Ron saw Harry glance at it. "What do we do?" Hermione answered first. "Check." Harry rounded on her. "How?" "Sirius is at Grimmauld Place when he's not with the Order," Hermione said. "Why verify before we run to London? Umbridge watches the fireplaces. Then we find another way." Harry's breath came hard through his nose. Every second spent talking felt like betrayal. Yet beneath the panic, another layer of awareness stayed cold and clear. He could feel the pattern of this too well. The emotional bait, the perfect target, the forced urgency. Voldemort wanted him desperate. That did not stop Harry from hating every second of restraint. "We try her fire," he said at last. Now, Umbridge's office smelled of perfume and cruelty. Harry hated that even the room seemed to know what it was for. The walls held too much tension, too much satisfaction pressed into pink drapery and polished plates. The instant they slipped inside under Harry's invisibility cloak, the key in his chest tightened with disgust. The hidden cursed object at Umbridge's throat was not here tonight, but the office itself still radiated the petty violence of her detentions. Harry dropped to his knees at the grate. Hermione grabbed his arm first. "One check, then we decide." Harry nodded once. He thrust his head into the green flames and shouted for Grimmauld Place. The kitchen whirled into view, empty. His stomach dropped. Then Creature shuffled into sight. Harry yanked back into Umbridge's office so hard he nearly struck the hearth. Hermione caught his shoulder. "Well?" Harry's mouth had gone dry. Creature said Sirius isn't there. Ron swore. Ginny looked toward the door as if expecting the trap to spring immediately. Neville had gone white. Hermione's face tightened with furious thought. Did he say Sirius was taken? No. Did he say he'd left? Harry blinked. No. Hermione's eyes flashed. Then we still don't know. For one flickering second, hope and rage collided so violently inside Harry that the fire in Umbridge's grate flared sideways. The band on his wrist grew almost painfully hot. Then the office door banged open. Umbridge stood framed in the doorway, flanked by Malfoy Croyle and half the inquisitorial squad. For one suspended moment, nobody moved. Then Umbridge smiled. Well, well, she said softly. I had wondered how long it would take. Everything after that became movement. Harry did not remember deciding to stand. He did not remember drawing his wand. He only knew the sick certainty that the trap had closed, and that every humiliating instinct in his body wanted to answer it with force. Umbridge began talking about contraband organizations, abuse of school property, the use of unauthorized flue channels, little legalistic filaments of control thrown over a scene that no longer had room for them. Harry barely listened. He was watching Malfoy. The boy stood a fraction behind Umbridge, pale and eager and trying to look pleased with himself. Yet under that smugness was something thinner, sharper, nervous anticipation. He did not know why Harry had needed the fire. He only knew the capture mattered. That made him part of it. Harry's voice came out flat. Move. Umbridge laughed. You are in no position to make demands, Mr. Potter. Harry took one step forward. The room changed. It was subtle at first. The plates on the wall chimed against one another. The drapes stirred though the windows were shut. Crabbe shifted back without understanding why. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna all saw it at the same time and went very still. Harry's fear had burned away. In its place was something colder and worse. Purpose sharpened by fury. Umbridge's smile faltered, only slightly. But Harry felt it. That tiny scent of uncertainty fed the battle instinct like blood in water. Harry, Hermione said quietly. Too late. Malfoy moved first. Whether out of fear or stupidity, Harry never knew. He raised his wand and barked, Expel. Harry crossed the room before the spell finished forming. Not full speed. Not what he could really do. Even slowed, it looked wrong. He hit Malfoy with an open-handed strike to the chest that sent the blonde boy through a chair and into the far wall in a spray of splintered wood. Crabbe shouted. Goyle lunged. Ginny and Ron fired in perfect unplanned synchrony, red and blue curses slamming both boys sideways before they got 2 steps. The office exploded into chaos. Umbridge shrieked for order. Neville stunned one of the younger squad members so hard the girl spun where she stood. Luna transfigured a lace tablecloth into a flock of furious white birds that attacked another student's face. Hermione sent a silent binding curse under a desk and wrapped 2 ankles together. Harry did not duel. He broke the room. Any spell aimed at him met either a snapping shield of ki or the simple indignity of being dodged before it completed its path. A hex skimmed his shoulder and scorched fabric. He barely felt it. Another bolt came at Ginny, and Harry batted it aside with a glowing forearm as if knocking away an insect. Umbridge saw that. Her horror spiked pure and clean. Harry almost smiled. Then she raised her wand at Hermione. Harry moved. He caught Umbridge's wrist before she could cast and squeezed just hard enough to make her gasp. Not break. Not yet. The office seemed to freeze around that contact. Umbridge stared up at him, pink cardigan trembling, and for one dangerous heartbeat Harry saw how easy it would be to terrify her properly. To make her understand what she had spent months poking with detentions and decrees. The desire was so immediate that it frightened him even while he felt it. Hermione's voice cut in again, sharp as broken glass. Harry, don't. Not stop. Not careful. Don't. The simple human plea struck harder than command would have. Harry let go. Umbridge stumbled backward, clutching her wrist, and shrieked for the Slytherins to seize them. Instead, the office door burst open again. Professor McGonagall filled the frame, wand already raised, Snape a dark shape behind her. What? McGonagall said with deadly calm, is the meaning of this? Everyone started talking at once. Harry didn't. He was too busy feeling the truth settle like ice in his gut. Snape. He had to get to Snape. The trap? Sirius. Department of Mysteries. Everything narrowed again. He stepped towards Snape and said with brutal clarity, Hayes got Padfoot in the place where it's hidden. Snape's eyes changed. Only for an instant. Only enough. Then his face closed over like iron. Potter, he said silkily, I have no idea what gibberish this is supposed to be. Umbridge straightened, eager to seize control again. Professor Snape? This boy was attempting to contact some kind of criminal hideout. Harry didn't hear the rest. Because Snape had understood. Harry knew he had, and now there was nothing left to do but move. They left Hogwarts on Thestrals. It was reckless. Impossible. Exactly the sort of plan every adult in Harry's life would have banned on sight. That didn't stop it from happening. McGonagall's intervention bought them minutes. Snape's unreadable response bought them perhaps more. Neither gave certainty. Harry could not sit still inside uncertainty now, not with Sirius maybe dying in a room of prophecy or Voldemort, baiting the hook with something so intimate it made Harry's own thoughts feel contaminated. So they ran. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Luna, Neville. 6 figures racing through moonlit grounds toward the paddock, breath tearing in the cold. Fear and determination blazing in different patterns around Harry's sharpened senses. By the time they reached the Thestrals, his blood felt like wire pulled too tight. He barely remembered the flight. Only fragments stayed the impossible beat of skeletal wings through freezing air, Hermione shouting over the wind, Ron clinging white, knuckled and swearing at the sky, London spreading below them in harsh gold veins, the band on Harry's wrist burning steadily as if it knew the threshold ahead had teeth. The ministry at night felt wrong in a different way than by day. Less bureaucratic, more predatory. The atrium was nearly empty when they landed, silent except for the fountain's hollow murmur. Harry led them through it fast, down into the depths where public corridors ended and stranger architecture began. Each level below, the ordinary ministry pressed colder against his awareness. The magic there was denser, older, layered with experiment and secrecy rather than order. By the time they reached the black door to the Department of Mysteries, Harry's scar had become a live coal. His hand closed on the handle. Hermione touched his sleeve. Last chance to think. Harry looked at her. Everything he felt must have shown on his face, because her own expression shifted. Not agreement, not surrender, but the grim acceptance of someone who knew the choice had already been made somewhere deeper than argument. She nodded once. Harry opened the door. The Department of Mysteries was a labyrinth designed by people who hated certainty. Circular rooms, endless doors, walls that turned when no one watched properly, silence thick as fabric. Harry's vision led them, or perhaps his scar did, or perhaps Voldemort had made sure the path would tug him along like a thread. Either way he moved with the terrible assurance of someone half inside memory and half inside trap. The Hall of Prophecy opened before them at last. Shelves soared into darkness, each lined with glass spheres glowing faintly blue, white in the dim light. The air felt fragile there, charged with breath and destiny, and the weight of sealed things waiting to be overheard. Harry stepped forward. At once the nearest prophecy orb glimmered brighter. A label swam into focus. SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter his name. The sight of it hit him like a shove. He reached out without thinking and lifted the sphere from its shelf. The moment he touched it, the room changed. Laughter echoed from the darkness. Not joy. Not remotely. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped into view first, wand raised, grin ecstatic under the dim light. Lucius Malfoy emerged beside her in black robes and controlled contempt. Others followed, masks gleaming, wands up, smiles or sneers or hungry silence on their faces. The shelves around the children became a cage of prophecy and shadow. No Sirius, no chair, no torture. Trap Hermione closed her eyes briefly once. Ron swore aloud. Neville went pale but lifted his wand. Luna's expression did not change at all, which under the circumstances was somehow the most disturbing reaction of anyone present. Lucius inclined his head. Potter. Harry's grip tightened on the prophecy sphere. Every emotion in him collided at once. Humiliation, relief, fury, self-disgust for having walked them all into this. The key in his chest surged so violently the band on his wrist flashed hot enough to sting. Bellatrix laughed again. Look at him. He knows. Harry spoke through clenched teeth. We're serious. Not here, Lucius said. Though I imagine that has become obvious. Harry wanted to rip his throat out. The clarity of that impulse horrified him. Then Bellatrix mentioned Sirius's name with lazy amusement, and horror drowned under rage. Lucius extended one pale hand. Give me the prophecy. Harry didn't move. Around him, the others shifted into a ragged defensive line. Ginny at his left. Hermione and Ron slightly behind. Neville pale but rigid. Luna almost calm. Their fear brushed his awareness in sharp currents. But so did their loyalty. They were here because of him. Because they had chosen him even when he was wrong. The thought hit like shame and fuel together. Lucius repeated, more coldly, the prophecy, Potter. Harry looked at the Death Eaters, at the shelves, at the orb in his hand. Then he smiled, and every instinct in the room seemed to recoil. No. Lucius sighed. The battle began. It did not feel like school dueling. It felt like war compressed into isles of prophecy. The first volley came from both sides at once. Light shredded the dark. Shelves exploded into falling glass, and whispering mist as curses missed their marks by inches and shattered spheres by the dozens. Ghostly voices screamed half, heard futures into the air. Ron dragged Hermione down behind a shelf as a cutting curse sliced where her throat had been. Ginny's reductor hit a lower support beam and sent prophecy orbs crashing like frozen stars. Harry moved through it as if the room had slowed for him. Not entirely, just enough. Bellatrix's curse came high and cruel. Harry twisted under it and drove a pulsive key through his wand arm. His shield charm hit harder than normal magic should have, expanding in a gold edge disc that threw 2 spells wide and cracked the stone at his feet. A Death Eater to the right tried closing distance. Harry crossed the aisle in a blur and struck him in the ribs so hard the man hit a shelf and vanished under a rain of shattered glass. Confirmed again. Someone shouted desperately. Harry heard that and almost lost himself. Not fight, data. They were still measuring him even now. Lucius pressed from the front, Bellatrix from the flank, 2 others probing Hermione and Ron to force Harry's attention wider. It was clever. Harry hated that he could admire the structure of it even while inside it. Every attack tested where he protected first, when he spent energy shielding others instead of attacking, how far he would extend himself to keep his friends upright. The answer, unfortunately, was always. That made him predictable. That also made him dangerous in a very specific way. Bellatrix's curse streaked toward Neville. Harry intercepted with a half-formed barrier and felt the impact hammer through his shoulder. Pain flashed hot. His body adapted instantly, changing the angle of his guard for the next strike before his mind caught up. A second Death Eater lunged in physically. Again, interesting, and Harry answered with a back fist that broke the man's mask and probably his nose. The thrill of it was back now, sharp and intoxicating. Not just winning, solving. Every opponent was a puzzle made of movement and intent. Every exchange fed him. The band on his wrist burned like a brand. Threshold. Harry ignored it. Then a shelf broke under Luna and Ginny, smashing down in glass and wood. Hermione shouted. Ron fired a curse blind over his shoulder. Lucius saw the opening and struck. The spell that hit Harry wasn't a killing curse. It was worse, somehow. Not lethal. Crippling. Designed to lock the nervous system and drop him alive, it caught him across the chest. Harry slammed backward into a prophecy shelf hard enough to explode half the orbs on it. Voices screamed around him. Glass tore his cheek. The prophecy sphere in his hand slipped, and Neville caught it. For one absurd instant, Harry thought only that Neville's reflexes were getting faster. Then Bellatrix laughed and said, "Oh, I do love this family. Always grabbing things they don't understand." Harry pushed himself up through a storm of pain. The spell had hurt. His body had already started learning from it. That alone frightened him. He should have pulled back, regrouped, changed tempo. Instead he charged. The next minutes fractured. Ron hit by a brain tentacle in another room after the shelves gave way. Hermione blasted off her feet. Ginny, with a broken ankle, still fighting like fire with a wand. Neville bloodied but upright, gripping the prophecy sphere with white knuckles. Luna drifting through the chaos like a calm spell given human shape. Harry in the center of it all, burning. He was too fast now for the Isles to contain properly. He bounced from shelf to shattered floor to stone archway in bursts that left cracks where his feet hit. His wand work grew rougher as Ki took over more of the fight. Some spells he didn't even cast fully, he shoved force into them halfway and let instinct finish the rest. One stunner became a concussive blast. One shield became a gold-edged wall. One physical strike dropped a Death Eater so hard he didn't rise again. And still they kept coming. Because Bellatrix was enjoying it. Because Lucius needed the prophecy. Because Voldemort, somewhere outside the room, was probably feeling every spike in Harry's scar and learning. Then Neville dropped the sphere. It shattered at Bellatrix's feet in a burst of silver, white mist. Silence hit the room like a held breath. Lucius Malfoy made a sound Harry would remember for years. Not anger, not fear, but the collapse of careful plans under impossible pressure. Bellatrix's face went bright with murder, and Harry laughed. He did not mean to. It just tore out of him. All that pain, all that manipulation, all that trap and prophecy and bait, broken. Lucius turned that cold, shocked stare on him, and the thing inside Harry answered with savage joy. That was when the fight stopped being merely dangerous. Because now Harry wanted to destroy them. Not escape. Not hold the line. Destroy. He moved at Bellatrix first. She was ready, glorious in her madness, curse already on her lips. Harry tore through the first two spells with brute force, took the third on a shoulder shield that burned golden across his skin, and drove forward anyway. Bellatrix's laughter sharpened into something almost delighted.
Yes!
She screamed.
There you are!
That enraged him more. They crashed through the chamber doors into the spinning black room beyond, where every wall held a different threshold, and the room itself rotated under magic older than reason. Harry barely cared. Bellatrix fired curse after curse while retreating with dancer's precision, leading him deeper, drawing out speed, rage, recklessness. He followed. Some rational part of him knew she wanted exactly this. It was losing. The black room blurred, doors shifted, stone turned. Harry shattered one door off its hinges with a missed strike, and nearly took Bellatrix's head off with the next. She ducked, laughing harder, and flung a red curse that skimmed his side. Pain hit. He answered. The world brightened. Gold sparked across Harry's arms. Not visible enough to blind. Enough. The temperature in the room seemed to jump. Bellatrix's grin faltered at last. There, she breathed. Show me. Harry roared and hit her shield with both hands. The impact cracked the stone floor in a ring around them. Bellatrix flew backward through another door. Harry would have followed her into hell. He might have, except the door behind him burst open and Hermione's voice, raw with fear, cut through everything.
Harry! Sirius!
That name. That one human anchor. Harry spun. The death chamber door loomed open across the rotating room, black stone and deeper darkness beyond. Veil room, Arcus, the place from his dreams. The place from the vision. And standing at its threshold, wands blazing in the dim light, were Sirius and the Order. Relief hit so hard it nearly dropped him. Not dead, not captured, alive. Then Bellatrix screamed something wordless, and the entire room became war. The Order crashing into the Department of Mysteries should have restored sense. Instead it escalated everything. Moody roared like a battlefield made flesh. Tonks spun curses blue, white through the dark. Kingsley moved with terrifying efficiency, each spell clean and final. Lupin fought like controlled despair. Sirius fought laughing. That sound broke something in Harry. Not badly, more dangerously. It made him feel young and relieved and furious all at once. Because the vision had lied, the trap had worked, and Sirius was still somehow reckless enough to grin in the middle of Death Eaters and prophecy dust, as though the whole thing were a tavern brawl with higher stakes. Bellatrix saw him too. Whatever wild affection or hate lived between the black cousins flashed across the chamber like a knife drawn in old blood. The death chamber opened before them in cold, echoing grandeur. Tiered stone benches ringed the sunken pit. At the center stood the archway and the veil, black cloth whispering in a wind from nowhere. The veil's presence struck Harry harder than everything else in the room combined. It didn't feel merely magical, it felt like the edge of a law. A tear in certainty, a place where all his new senses blurred because life, magic, and something beyond both overlapped in ways even Saiyan blood could not easily parse. The whispers from it called to everyone differently. Harry hated it instantly. The fight spread around the pit. Curses flashed green, red, blue. Stone shattered. Bellatrix danced from bench to bench. Sirius pursued her with savage delight. Moody and Kingsley pinned Lucius and two others in a crossfire of brutal precision. Hermione and Ron had collapsed back near the entrance with injuries that made Harry's chest tighten every time his awareness brushed them. Neville still fought, bleeding and furious. Luna cast with eerie calm, and Harry was breaking. Not physically. Not yet. The pressure inside him had risen too high for too long. The band on his wrist was almost unbearable now, scorching against the skin, runes glowing faintly. Every hit, every threat, every sight of his friends injured or in danger had fed the key in his chest until it no longer felt like a current. It felt like a star trying to ignite inside a cage of bone. Bellatrix hit Sirius with a curse that knocked him sideways. Harry saw red, not metaphorically, actually. The world flashed blood bright around the edges. He moved so fast the nearest bench exploded from displaced force alone. 1 second he was near the archway. The next he was between Bellatrix and Sirius, wand forgotten entirely as gold, white light burst around his forearms. Bellatrix's next curse hit his guard and blew apart in sparks. The whole chamber froze for a fraction, because Harry was glowing now. Not the full pillar from the graveyard. Not yet, but close enough that everyone saw. Golden arcs danced over his skin. His hair lifted in the pressure storm. Stone dust spun in widening circles around his boots. Bellatrix's face lit with ecstatic madness. Beautiful. Harry wanted to tear her apart. He didn't even have to move fully to force her back. A pulse of ki cracked outward from his chest and shattered 3 benches between them. Bellatrix flew up the steps laughing and half stumbling, still casting. Harry followed in bursts, each footfall leaving chipped stone. Sirius shouted something, warning or command, Harry couldn't tell. Too late. The proto-transformation took him, not cleanly, not completely. Pain speared through every muscle at once, not injury but expansion, as if his body were trying to become larger than its own limits. Several strands of hair blanched toward bronze. His eyes burned. The chamber shook. For one impossible second Harry felt limitless. Not strong, not fast. Limitless. Every Death Eater in the room became small, every curse slow, every stone and breath and heartbeat a thing he could smash through by existing harder. It was intoxicating and deeply, catastrophically unstable. Dumbledore wasn't there, no anchor, no measured presence to catch the edges. Only Sirius, alive and fighting. Bellatrix, taunting. Veil whispering. Voldemort's scar burned somewhere just beyond reach. The power surged higher. The sound shook the veil. Everyone nearest him staggered. Bellatrix actually lost footing for the first time all night. Lucius Malfoy stared in open horror. Even Moody's magical eye snapped to Harry with stark alarm. Then Sirius shouted his name.
Not Potter, not boy.
Not a command. Harry! Human. Immediate. Real. Harry's head jerked toward him. That split second cost everything. Bellatrix, knocked half mad by both terror and exhilaration, fired blind and desperate. Sirius turned, whether toward Harry or away from the curse, Harry never knew. The red light missed flesh. Hit stone. Hit balance. Hit timing. Sirius laughed once more, off-center, and fell backward through the veil. No flash, no body, no drama. Just gone. The world stopped. Harry stood there in burning gold silence while the archway whispered and the black curtain rippled once, as if swallowing breath. Sirius was gone. Not dead on the floor, not wounded. Gone. Something in Harry broke open. The proto-transformation surged from unstable to catastrophic in the space of a heartbeat. Gold erupted around him in a pillar that split the chamber with a sound like the sky cracking. Benches nearest him disintegrated. The veil roared. Bellatrix's face drained of all joy as she understood, 1 terrible second too late, what she had triggered. Harry launched at her. Not as a boy, not as a student, not even as a wizard. As wrath. Bellatrix fled. For the first time in her life, Bella Black fled. Harry chased her through shattered benches, through spellfire, through shouted warnings. The death chamber became a blur of destruction. He hit the stone where she had been a fraction earlier, and left a crater half as deep as his leg. A glancing blast from his palm tore a support column open from base to midpoint. Gold lightning danced across his skin. He could feel nothing now except the need to erase. Bellatrix screamed, not laughing now, and hurled curses over her shoulder. None landed properly. Harry batted one away, tore through another. The third skimmed his cheek and fed the inferno further. He was going to kill her. Everyone knew it. Maybe even Harry knew it, somewhere unreachable behind the gold. Then Dumbledore arrived. He did not crash into the chamber. He entered it. A calm older than rage itself moved through the room, blue light against gold and black, and the very air changed. The Death Eaters recoiled. The Order straightened like men seeing a wall appear where none had stood. Harry barely perceived any of it. Dumbledore looked once at the veil, once at the shattered chamber, once at Harry, and understood everything. Bellatrix fired a killing curse at Dumbledore in naked panic. Dumbledore deflected it without looking. Then he turned fully to Harry and raised both hands. Not wand first, not offensive, but open as if approaching a wounded beast. Harry. No title. No lecture. Just Harry. The name struck deeper than the power wanted to allow. Gold shuddered around him. Bellatrix bolted toward the chamber exit. Order members moved to intercept. Dumbledore didn't. Kingsley and Tonks broke after her. Harry tried to follow. Dumbledore stepped into his path. The old wizard looked very small against the storm, and impossibly steady. She killed him, Harry said, though his voice barely sounded human. Yes, Dumbledore said. The simplicity of it cut worse than denial would have. Harry's power surged again, wild and grief ripped, and Dumbledore's next words came sharp as command. If you let this choose for you now, you lose more than Sirius. Harry roared and the chamber floor cracked under him. Dumbledore did not move. Blue magic rose around him in concentric circles, not attacking, not suppressing, but containing space itself, cooling it, grounding it, giving the room structure where Harry's grief would otherwise have torn it apart. The gold storm smashed against that calm and did not break it. Harry's breath came ragged, his vision flickered. The proto-transformation was eating him alive from the inside. He wanted Bellatrix dead, wanted the veil torn open, wanted Sirius back, wanted the universe to stop being built this way. But Dumbledore stood there with unbearable steadiness, refusing to let Harry become nothing but the scream. Look at me, Dumbledore said. Harry didn't want to. He did. Blue eyes. Not afraid. Not yielding. Grieving too, perhaps, but built of sterner things than collapse. Feel it, Dumbledore said. Do not obey it. The distinction hit somewhere still human. Harry staggered. The gold around him faltered once, then surged again, then weakened. The band on his wrist burned like molten iron. The key in his chest was no longer clean or powerful or even exhilarating. It was agony now, too much force crammed through a body not yet made to survive it. He fell to one knee. The pillar of light broke. Gold still sparked over his skin, but the vast, unstable edge of transformation began to retreat. Harry sucked in a breath that felt like swallowing knives. Another. Stone dust settled in slow rings around him. Across the chamber, the veil whispered. Sirius did not come back. That was when the grief truly landed. Not as rage. As absence. Harry bowed forward, hands digging into broken stone, and the first broken sound that left him had nothing Saiyan in it at all. It was just a boy's grief, raw enough to shame the universe. Dumbledore stood near him but did not touch him. Not yet. Not while all that broken power still crackled in his skin. Around them, the battle ended in fragments. Death Eaters captured. Bellatrix escaped. Ministry officials finally arriving too late and too loudly. Lucius disarmed and livid. Prophecy chamber ruined. Department of Mysteries torn open like a wound. Harry heard none of it clearly. Only the veil. Only Sirius's laugh, remembered and gone. Only the hideous knowledge that for one blinding minute, he had been ready to become a monster in love with vengeance. And part of him still wanted to. That was the legacy Bellatrix had left him besides grief. Not just loss. Proof that the power inside him could be driven nearly feral by it. Dumbledore had stopped that tonight. But Harry knew, even through the wreckage of his grief, that the deeper battle had only sharpened. Sirius was gone. Voldemort had baited him perfectly, and the golden thing in Harry's blood had learned how close it could come to godlike wrath before a single human voice dragged it back. That knowledge would haunt him longer than the chamber's ruins. Because now he understood something with terrible clarity. Super Saiyan power was in there, waiting, hungry, listening. And if he ever reached it through hatred alone, there might not be enough of Harry Potter left afterward to matter. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 90, The Prince and the Headmaster. Next thought for a couple of seconds, Chapter 90, The Prince and the Headmaster. The first thing Harry remembered clearly was the sound of the fountain breaking. Not seeing it. Hearing it. Water struck stone in violent, uneven bursts somewhere beyond his closed eyes. Metal screamed. Voices echoed through the atrium in fragments. Shouts, orders, disbelief. The frantic scramble of ministry officials arriving too late to prevent anything, and just in time to witness the wreckage. Harry opened his eyes to gold, vined marble, and the taste of blood. He was lying on the floor of the ministry atrium. For a long moment he did not move. The ceiling above him arched high and cold, enchanted windows showing only blackness beyond. Pieces of the Fountain of Magical Brethren were scattered across the tiles, twisted bronze limbs and broken basins gleaming in the dim light. Water ran everywhere, thin streams cutting across the marble in crooked paths. His whole body hurt, not ordinary pain, something deeper. His muscles felt stripped raw from the inside out, as if the force that had exploded through him in the death chamber had done more than burn energy. It had reached into tissue, bone nerves, and stretched them toward a limit they had not been built to survive. Every breath was work. His hands shook when he tried to push himself up. Then memory hit. The veil. Bellatrix. Sirius laughing, falling, gone. Harry stopped breathing. For one suspended second the entire atrium narrowed into that image. Sirius turning, the red flash, the ripple of black cloth. Absence. No body. No final word. Just stolen presence and the sound of the chamber swallowing the shape of someone Harry had only just begun to have back. The key in his chest convulsed so sharply the metal band on his wrist flared hot. A nearby fragment of fountain statuary vibrated against the floor. Harry! Dumbledore's voice. Close. Measured. Tired in a way Harry had never heard before, Harry turned his head. The old wizard stood several yards away near the edge of the ruined fountain, wand lowered but ready, blue robes darkened with dust and stone grit. Voldemort stood opposite him, pale as bone and terrifyingly still, red eyes locked on Harry from a face carved out of hatred. Only then did Harry understand where he was inside the moment. Not after the battle. Inside another one. Voldemort had followed Bellatrix out of the Department of Mysteries. Or come for Harry directly. It did not matter. What mattered was that the Dark Lord was here, in the open, no ministry denial left intact, and Harry was on the floor between him and Dumbledore with Sirius's death still fresh enough to poison every breath. Voldemort smiled. Poor boy, he said softly. Grief becomes you. Harry tried to stand. His legs failed at once. Pain tore through his spine and shoulders. The half-formed transformation from the death chamber had taken something catastrophic out of him. He could still feel power under the damage. Deep, furious, listening. But it was jagged now, not immediately reachable without tearing himself further apart. Voldemort noticed. Of course he noticed. Broken already? The Dark Lord murmured. And here I thought I had only just begun to discover what you were. Harry's scar exploded with pain. Dumbledore moved at the exact instant Voldemort did. The duel that followed felt less like combat and more like reality being forced to rewrite itself around two impossible wills. Voldemort's curses ripped statues into molten slag, transfigured shattered fountain fragments into killing shapes, turned water into lashing snakes and fire into spearheads. Dumbledore answered with motion so precise it seemed calm even when the atrium convulsed under it. Golden ropes, walls of liquid glass, phoenix fire, shields that were not just barriers but redefinitions of space itself. Harry barely followed all of it. Not because he couldn't see. Because every part of him was splitting in two. One half was grief, raw, wrecked, human. The other was the Saiyan inheritance, still raging from the proto-transformation, still furious that Sirius's death had not been answered in blood, still pressing against Harry's ribs, with a savage demand to rise no matter the damage, and finish what Bellatrix had started. Voldemort sent a curse wide toward Harry almost casually, as if tossing meat to a starving dog. Dumbledore intercepted it. The marble floor near Harry cratered anyway. Something in him snapped. He got to one knee, not gracefully, not safely. But he got there. Voldemort saw and laughed. "There," he said. "Will you rise for vengeance, child? Will you show me that beautiful fury again?" Harry's fingers dug into the floor. He could. That was the horror. Even shattered, even drained, some corner of him knew he could force it. Not full power. Not stable. But enough to get back on his feet in gold and pain and rage. Enough to make himself a weapon one more time. And Voldemort wanted exactly that. Not because he feared it least. Because he feared it most and needed to see how it behaved when driven by grief. Dumbledore's voice cut through the duel without losing its shape. Do not. One word. Harry looked up. The old wizard was holding back a storm of black fire with a turning wall of silver light, and yet he still found the breath to look directly at Harry while doing it. Not pleading, not panicked. Certain. Do not give him that. Voldemort's eyes flashed. He understood at once what Dumbledore meant. This was no longer only a duel between Dark Lord and Headmaster. It was also a contest over what lesson Harry would learn from Sirius's death. That realization made the atrium feel colder than the Department of Mysteries had. Voldemort pressed harder. The duel escalated in blinding waves. Statues resurrected and shattered, water cages, transfigurations so fast Harry only understood them by aftermath. At one point Dumbledore conjured a spinning sphere of water that enclosed Voldemort completely, and for one glorious second Harry thought it might be over. Then Voldemort became smoke and broke through it with inhuman fluidity, already reforming, already turning his red gaze back toward Harry. Then he vanished, not apparition, something uglier. The scar on Harry's forehead became an open wound of fire, the world lurched, and Voldemort hit him from inside. Possession did not feel like another mind entering his. It felt like invasion through structure. Every grief, every fracture, every crack in Harry's thoughts from the last hour became an opening. Voldemort poured through them cold and deliberate, not merely seeking control of movement, but of meaning. The Dark Lord did not want Harry's body for convenience. He wanted Harry's pain, wanted to stand inside it and use it, wanted the golden power that grief had nearly unlocked, wanted to prove that whatever alien inheritance had awakened in the graveyard could still be made subordinate to the superior will of Tom Riddle. Harry screamed and fell sideways onto both hands. The atrium vanished. He was back in the death chamber, except Sirius kept falling and never reached the veil. He fell forever. Bellatrix laughed from every archway. Cedric lay in the graveyard grass and looked at Harry with empty eyes. The Dursleys' cupboard door slammed shut around him. Umbridge wrote in blood. Voldemort stood above it all smiling, reshaping the memories one by one to make the same point: you fail. You lose. Everyone you love dies because you are weak until you become cruel enough not to. The Saiyan instinct reacted instantly. Not to the illusion, to the challenge. The pressure in Harry's inner world surged with bestial force, a golden storm rising under the sorrow. Voldemort felt it and drove harder, trying to bend it, channel it, fuse rage to obedience. If Harry transformed now inside this possession, he might not come back himself at all. That understanding flickered through the human part of him like a match in a hurricane. Then another memory rose. Sirius in the astronomy tower, saying choice mattered when answers didn't. Ron in the dormitory, saying Harry still stopped. Hermione pressing rules into his hand, because wanting not to change wasn't enough. Mrs. Weasley feeding him before the hearing because care could be practical. Ginny steady in the corridor. Neville standing back up in the Hall of Prophecy with blood on his face. Luna saying traps were still danger, just shaped differently. Not power. People? Voldemort recoiled from that. Harry felt it. Love was not a shield in the childish sense. It didn't make him immune. It made him painful to inhabit. The grief inside Harry stopped being empty wound and became connection. Sirius mattered because he had loved Harry. Enraged Harry laughed with him, stood beside him, forced him to look at himself. Cedric mattered. Ron, Hermione, the Weasleys, Remus. Every person Harry could lose made him vulnerable. And that vulnerability hurt Voldemort. Because Voldemort could not live inside bonds he had spent his life severing, the Dark Lord hissed in fury as the possession destabilized. Harry seized on that pain like a weapon. He did not reach for the Saiyan rage. He reached for the human ache, for wanting Sirius back not as a justification for slaughter, but because Sirius had been Sirius, for the unbearable truth that losing people hurt precisely because they were never possessions or symbols. They were themselves. The atrium slammed back into focus. Harry was on the floor gasping. Voldemort stood 3 steps away, face twisted in loathing and shock. Dumbledore was there too, wand raised, the space between them crackling with power. You do not seek to kill me, Dumbledore. Voldemort spat, voice shaking with rage more than effort. Dumbledore's reply was very quiet. Alas, merely taking your life would not satisfy me, I admit. The words barely registered. Harry was staring at Voldemort. The Dark Lord was looking at him differently now. Not just with hatred. With calculation sharpened by new information. He had touched Harry's mind and found the golden power there, found the grief beneath it, found the instability, and failed to keep his hold. That failure mattered, to both of them. Then voices thundered in from the outer hall. Cornelius Fudge, Aurors, ministry workers, a flood of witnesses pouring into the atrium at last. Voldemort heard them, his lip curled. The moment broke. With one last look at Harry, cold, furious, promising future consequences, Voldemort vanished into darkness and smoke. Gone? Silence followed. Not true silence. Running water shouted orders, Fudge babbling in horror, Aurors scrambling, the entire ministry finally forced to confront the reality it had denied. But around Harry, a strange pocket of stillness held. Dumbledore lowered his wand. Harry tried to stand again and nearly blacked out. Then hands reached him, not gentle hands, strong ones. Ministry Aurors first, then pulling back under Dumbledore's glare, Kingsley somewhere in the crowd. McGonagall wasn't there. Remus wasn't there yet. Too many faces. Too much noise. Harry only heard Fudge saying, "He was here! He was here!" I saw him. Good, Harry thought wildly and with no satisfaction at all. Good. Then the world folded inward again, not from possession this time but from delayed collapse, and Harry let it go. He came back in Dumbledore's office. Dark now, quiet, the kind of deep quiet that follows catastrophe only in protected places. He was lying on a conjured couch beneath a light blanket that did nothing to warm the cold inside him. Fawkes perched on the back of a chair nearby, feathers glowing softly in the dim room. Several silver instruments had been pushed aside to make space. One of them emitted a slow, rhythmic ticking that reminded Harry unpleasantly of a clock counting down to something not yet understood. Harry did not move. He knew, the instant he woke, that this was the hour he had wanted for years and dreaded without realizing it. The hour when Dumbledore would stop withholding. Sirius was dead. Voldemort had been seen. The prophecy was broken. And whatever had awakened in Harry was no longer deniable by anyone who mattered. The old wizard stood by the window, back half turned, moonlight silvering the line of his beard and shoulders. He looked more tired than Harry had ever seen him. Harry's throat felt flayed raw. He's dead. Dumbledore closed his eyes once. Yes. No softening, no evasion. The word landed and hollowed Harry out all over again. He sat up too quickly, pain lancing through his ribs and shoulders. Fawkes gave a low, concerned trill. Harry ignored it. "You should have told me," he said. Dumbledore turned. The office changed with that movement. Not magically, morally. There was nowhere for either of them to hide now. "Yes," Dumbledore said. Harry blinked.
No defense.
No strategic explanation, just yes. That almost made it worse. "You should have told me everything," Harry said, voice rising despite the damage in it. "About the prophecy, about Voldemort getting into my head, about why he keeps coming after me, about the—" He stopped, breath hitching hard. "About what I'm becoming." Dumbledore took the words without flinching.
Yes,
He said again. Harry stared at him. The anger he had prepared for, held close through grief and collapse and the long years of secrets, hit a wall and came apart in messy pieces because Dumbledore was not resisting. Not positioning, not turning wise and distant. He just looked sorry. Truly, devastatingly sorry. That was unbearable in a completely different way. Harry looked away first, hands shaking. For a while neither of them spoke. Then Dumbledore crossed the room and sat opposite him, not behind the desk and not above him. Opposite. Old eyes level with his. "What I owe you now?" Dumbledore said softly, "is the truth without kindness if kindness would make it less clear." Harry swallowed. "Fine," he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. "So listen carefully. The prophecy came first. Not because it mattered most emotionally, because it had shaped too much already. Dumbledore told him of Sybil Trelawney's first true prophecy, overheard in part by Severus Snape, delivered in full to Dumbledore before Harry was old enough to know language, of the child born at the end of July to those who had thrice defied Voldemort, of the mark made in choosing one child over another, of the final line, "Neither can live while the other survives." Harry sat very still. Some part of him had already known this shape existed. The Department of Mysteries, the obsession, the way Voldemort's life kept knotting itself around Harry's like barbed wire. Still, hearing it aloud made the whole thing uglier. Less mythic. More like a sentence.
So it really is me?
Harry said.
Yes.
And Neville. Could have been, Dumbledore said. But Voldemort chose you. Harry laughed once, bitterly. Of course he did. Dumbledore did not deny that either. Then Harry asked, if you knew that, why keep it from me this long? Dumbledore's answer came slowly. Because I loved you too much. Harry looked up sharply. The old wizard's face had gone even older somehow. I watched you grow, Dumbledore said, and I feared the day when childhood would be over not by age, but by knowledge. I feared telling you that your life had been marked from infancy toward a final confrontation no boy should ever have to bear. I told myself I was preserving innocence. In truth, I was also preserving my own hope that events might shift, that I might find some other path. Harry gripped the blanket hard in both fists. That wasn't your choice. No, Dumbledore said. It was not. The honesty burned. Harry could not tell whether he wanted to shout again or just sit here until language stopped mattering. Dumbledore continued. The prophecy, however, is only one part of the truth. Another is this: Voldemort transferred something of himself to you the night he failed to kill you. Harry froze. The old fear was back now, colder than grief. The scar, yes, but not merely the scar. Harry's mind ran ahead instantly. The visions, the connection, the snake, the rage that wasn't his, the way Voldemort had always felt too close in the quiet parts of his own head. A soul fragment? Harry said. Dumbledore held his gaze.
Yes!
Harry felt sick, not metaphorically, actually sick. He bent forward, one arm across his stomach, and for a moment the room tilted hard enough that Fawkes fluttered from his perch to the desk with a worried cry. There are objects, Dumbledore said carefully, through which Voldemort has anchored pieces of his soul to the world. Horcruxes. I had begun tracing them before tonight. The locket in Grimmauld Place confirmed much, and you, Harry. You have long carried something similar without choice, will, or guilt. Harry stared at the floorboards. A Horcrux. Part of Voldemort. Inside him. That knowledge should have pushed him toward revulsion alone. Instead it hit the Saiyan side of the problem too. The graveyard. The awakening. The bloodline. The way Voldemort's return had acted as catalyst. The way his soul fragment and the dormant royal inheritance seemed to have collided inside Harry ever since. Dumbledore saw the chain of thought pass through him. There is more, he said. Harry looked up. Dumbledore folded his hands. Your Saiyan inheritance complicated matters in ways I did not predict. The Potter blood carried that dormant legacy for generations. Voldemort's attack upon you as an infant did not create it, but his failure to kill you, and the soul fragment left behind, disrupted the old magical dormancy around it. Harry frowned despite himself. I don't understand. Dumbledore rose and walked to the table, where several old parchments already lay waiting, as if he had known this explanation would demand evidence. He selected one of the Potter records, and another newer page filled in his own hand with diagrams. Your Saiyan inheritance should, by the logic of the ritual that preserved it, have remained diffuse for much longer, Dumbledore said. It required extraordinary catalysts: death, conflict, and massive magical shock. The graveyard supplied that, but something else made you uniquely compatible beforehand. Harry's voice came out rough. The Horcrux. In part. Dumbledore set both parchments down side by side. The soul fragment in you created a permanent state of instability around your magical core. Dangerous, painful, and morally abhorrent, but also reactive. When the graveyard ritual exposed you to Voldemort's rebirth magic, the soul fragment, your own power, and the old Saiyan pattern in your blood all interacted. Harry stared at the diagrams. You're saying Voldemort helped wake it up? Dumbledore's mouth turned grim.
Yes.
A strange silence followed that. Harry let the thought settle through grief and prophecy and horror. Voldemort had made himself his own worst problem. By attacking Harry as a baby, he had left behind the fragment that destabilized Harry's magic. By resurrecting himself through blood and death, he had shattered the remaining seal on the Saiyan inheritance. By trying to torture and dominate Harry, he had accelerated the battle adaptation even further. It would have been satisfying, maybe, in another life. Now it only felt tragic and precise. Harry rubbed both hands over his face. So what am I, then? The question landed more quietly than anything else he had said. Not accusation, just exhaustion. Dumbledore returned to his chair. You are Harry Potter, he said first. James and Lily's son. Your choices remain your own. Harry almost laughed. He had heard that part before. Dumbledore went on before he could speak. You are also the living convergence of three forces. No one should have had to carry at once your own soul and character, Voldemort's unwanted fragment, and the awakened inheritance of a royal Saiyan bloodline preserved through the Potters. Harry sat with that. Then, because the phrase was too enormous to leave untouched, he asked, Royal? Dumbledore nodded once. Everything I have uncovered indicates the original child bound into the Potter line was no ordinary member of his species. He bore markings of rank. The records point repeatedly to princely blood. Prince? Again, this time the word felt less dramatic than burdensome. Not a title to enjoy, another layer of expectation from a dead race that had never asked what kind of person Harry wanted to be. He looked down at his own hands. Human hands. Cut, scarred, too old for 15. Does it change the prophecy? Harry asked. Dumbledore considered that carefully, not in its essential truth, but in practice. Yes. The prophecy describes a confrontation between you and Voldemort. It says nothing about how power may change the terms of that confrontation. Harry let out a long breath. The office felt smaller now, more intimate, more dangerous. The future had narrowed and widened simultaneously. Narrowed because the path between him and Voldemort was no longer deniable. Widened because the form Harry would take on that path was still unresolved. He thought of the Death Chamber, of the gold, of Bellatrix running, of how good it had felt for the wrong second, of Sirius's death cutting through the middle of it all like a blade. If I go that way, Harry said quietly, the full way, if I become what that power wants when I'm angry, what happens? Dumbledore did not answer lightly. I believe, he said, that your first stable Super Saiyan transformation will define a great deal. Harry's head snapped up. You know what it's called? I have had a very industrious summer and a distressing number of old books. Despite everything, that almost got a laugh out of him. Almost. Dumbledore's expression remained grave. From what I can infer, the transformation is not merely an increase in power. It is an emotional and biological threshold. If reached through hatred alone, it may bind strength to destruction in you very deeply. If reached through something better, through protection, identity, acceptance, it may become something you can live inside without losing yourself. Harry stared. That made too much sense. The graveyard had been ignition. The death chamber had been near breakthrough through pure wrath, and both had felt unstable, tearing, wrong. So I can't let Sirius be the reason, Harry said. The words hurt to say. Dumbledore's eyes softened. You may let Sirius be one of the reasons you keep going, but if vengeance for him becomes the foundation of what you become next, Voldemort will have won something irreparable. Harry looked away sharply, because part of him wanted exactly that vengeance. Wanted Bellatrix under his hands. Wanted the lesson written into bone. He hated that Dumbledore knew it. He hated more that Dumbledore was right. After a while Harry asked, and the Horcruxes? There it was. The turn. Dumbledore seemed almost relieved by the question, not because it was easier, but because it was actionable. Yes, he said. Now we come to the war as it truly is. He explained more then than Harry had thought himself prepared to hear. Tom Riddle's descent. His obsession with immortality, the splitting of soul, the likely number of Horcruxes, the diary destroyed in second year, the ring Dumbledore himself had already found and ruined at great cost to his hand. Harry only then noticing the damage more fully under the sleeve. The locket from Grimmauld Place, other likely objects tied to founders or symbols Voldemort valued. Harry listened and the shape of everything changed again. This was not a single duel ordained by prophecy and adolescent tragedy. It was a campaign, a hunt. A systematic dismantling of a monster's means of survival. That should have felt burdensome. It felt clarifying. Never simple, but clearer. I can sense them, Harry said slowly. I believe you may. The locket, the thing in the room of requirement. Umbridge's office too, but weaker. Harry frowned. Not everything dark. Specific kinds of wrongness. Soul corruption. Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. The old wizard nodded, thoughtful now in that sharp, dangerous way that meant pieces were aligning in his mind. Your Saiyan senses do not merely detect power, he said. They seem especially reactive to disordered life force, fragmentation, parasitic binding, unnatural emotional residue. It would explain why ordinary curses blur together for you, yet Horcrux-laden objects feel immediate. Harry's pulse shifted. Purpose again. Hunt again. The grief did not shrink, but it found a structure around itself. Then use me, Harry said. Dumbledore's expression changed instantly, pain, resistance, and understanding all at once. Harry pushed on before the refusal came. No, listen. I don't mean like bait. I mean if I can find them, we stop guessing so much. We stop waiting for Voldemort to make the first move every time. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. When he spoke again, his voice had gone quieter. That, he said, is precisely the sort of reasoning that tells me you are no longer a child. Harry looked at the blanket still gathered in his fists. I'm not, am I? No answer came at once. Moonlight painted the shelves silver. Fawkes tucked his head briefly under one wing, and then raised it again, as if unwilling to sleep through this conversation. At last Dumbledore turned back. No, he said. Not in the sense I once hoped to preserve. Harry took that without comment. Dumbledore came closer again, and set one hand lightly on the table between them. Then let us make a different promise, he said. No more deliberate ignorance between us. I will tell you what I know when I know it. In return, you will tell me when the power in you shifts in ways you do not understand, especially after battle or grief. Harry thought of the death chamber, of the nearly transformed wrath, of the way Voldemort had smiled trying to coax it out. He nodded once. All right. Dumbledore extended his hand. For 1 second the gesture startled Harry. It was not ceremonial, not manipulative. Simply equal in a way Dumbledore had never really offered before. Harry clasped it. The old wizard's grip was warm and human and tired. No oath, no magic, just agreement. When they let go, something fundamental in the room had changed. Not healed, not forgiven, changed. Harry leaned back slowly, exhaustion crashing over him in another brutal wave now that purpose had begun to replace pure shock. One more thing, he muttered. Dumbledore waited. If Voldemort knows what I almost became tonight, a will. Harry shut his eyes briefly. Then he's going to push for it. Wes. Hard. Wes. Harry looked at the band on his wrist, at the faint runes dark now in the low light. Then I need to get stronger before he gets any more ideas? Dumbledore's eyes held his. Stronger, he said, and steadier. Harry huffed a tired, broken sort of laugh. You always ruin the dramatic version. I strive to be useful. That did earn a real, if brief, smile. It vanished quickly, because Sirius was still dead. Because prophecy still bound his future to Voldemort's. Because there was a foreign prince's blood in his veins, and a fragment of a Dark Lord's soul in his scar. Because the war had finally stopped pretending to be tomorrow's problem. But beneath all of that, something else had taken shape tonight. Dumbledore was no longer managing him from a distance. Harry was no longer being protected by silence. And the path ahead, however ugly, now had names. Horcruxes. Prophecy. Super Saiyan. Choice, he could work with names. Dumbledore conjured a goblet of water and handed it to him. Harry drank because his throat felt torn to ribbons. When he finished, he looked again at the old papers spread nearby. The Potter records, the diagrams, the notes on soul magic, the beginnings of a hunt that would have sounded mad to anyone else in Britain. This is it, then, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore inclined his head.
Yes.
Harry set the empty goblet aside. Then, very softly, more to himself than to the room, he said, All right. Not surrender. Not peace, certainly not acceptance. But readiness, or the first honest shape of it. The lost Prince of the Saiyans had nearly been born in hatred tonight. Instead, he remained Harry Potter for one more crucial hour, and now, at last, he knew what the war was asking him to become, and what it would cost if he answered carelessly. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter Hyundai, Hunting the Soul Fragments. Next thought for 15's Chapter Tunvai, Hunting the Soul Fragments. After Sirius died, the summer stopped pretending to be summer. There was still sunlight over Grimold Place sometimes. Still tea in the kitchen. Still Mrs. Weasley insisting on meals at proper hours. Still Fred and George causing explosions somewhere in the house, with a level of dedication that bordered on theological. But all of it felt like scaffolding erected around a building already burning from the inside. Harry moved through those days with a strange, sharpened emptiness. He slept badly, he trained harder, he spoke less, yet he did not unravel. That surprised everyone, him most of all. Grief was still there, vast and raw, but it no longer drove him wildly from one emotional wall to the next. Dumbledore's truth had changed the shape of it. Sirius's death was no longer just an open wound in a world that had no answers. It sat inside a structure now. Prophecy, Horcruxes, Voldemort's strategy, the nearly unleashed transformation in the Death Chamber. Harry hated that structure, but he also needed it. It gave him somewhere to put his hands. So the hunt began. Not publicly, not dramatically. Just one evening in late June after dinner, when Dumbledore asked Harry to come upstairs and meet him in the drawing room Sirius had once called the least offensive room in the house. Hermione was already there, surrounded by parchment stacks and 3 open books. Ron lounged on the sofa with the expression of someone who had not volunteered for ancient soul research, but had been dragged into it by loyalty and biscuits. Dumbledore stood by the window, sleeves rolled back over his damaged hand. On the table before him sat 3 objects: Tom Riddle's diary, now ruined and inert, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, blackened and cracked, and Salazar Slytherin's locket, still sealed inside a nested cage of spells. Harry stopped at the threshold. The room smelled of dust, old wood, and contained danger. Dumbledore looked up. Good. We may as well start with certainty. Ron frowned. That's a sentence I don't trust from him anymore. Hermione didn't even glance up. Be quiet. Harry came closer. The diary felt wrong only in residue now, a scar after infection. The ring was stranger, dead but still carrying a pressure like the memory of poison trapped in metal. The locket was worst by far. Even through Dumbledore's layered wards, Harry could feel it breathing in the wrong direction, as if some hidden thing inside it still resented being caged. His chest tightened immediately. There, Dumbledore said quietly. Describe the sensation. Harry kept his eyes on the objects. The diary's mostly gone. I can still feel where it was twisted, but not really alive. He pointed at the ring. That one's dead too, but deeper, like it used to be worse for longer. Dumbledore nodded once, unsurprised. Then Harry looked at the locket. The key in him bristled. That one wants to be opened, he said. Once. Harry frowned. Not literally, it's just active, defensive, like a person pretending to be asleep while holding a knife. Hermione's quill stopped. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. That, he said, is exactly the sort of distinction I had hoped you might make. Ron looked between them. Am I the only one disturbed by how normal you both sound right now? Yes, Hermione and Dumbledore said together. Harry ignored them. His awareness had locked harder onto the locket now, and with that focus came layers. Malice, yes. Pride too, somehow. Not emotional exactly, but impressionistic. The diary had felt cunning. The ring old and venomous. The locket, arrogant. Harry said before he could stop himself. Hermione looked up sharply. What? Harry rubbed at his chest. I know that sounds stupid. It doesn't? Dumbledore said. Harry blinked. Doesn't. No. Dumbledore's fingers rested lightly on the table edge. Voldemort chose Horcrux vessels symbolically. If the soul fragment leaves an emotional echo tied to its host's state of mind, when created or reinforced, then arrogance would not surprise me in the least. Hermione was already writing. Ron muttered, brilliant. Evil jewelry with personality. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Can you feel beyond them? Harry closed his eyes. Breathed. Anchored. Reached the 3 objects separated inside his awareness more clearly than before. The diary was a hollow shell. The ring held the old wound of corruption but not its active core. The locket radiated a live knot of soul pressure that made his skin feel too tight. Beyond that, he frowned. There's a fourth. The room went still. Harry opened his eyes. Dumbledore's expression had become very, very focused. Here. Nope. Harry stood motionless, trying to pin the direction before it slipped. Not close. Hogwarts maybe, or connected to Hogwarts. Hermione inhaled sharply. Ron swore under his breath. The room of requirement, Harry said. It's the same wrongness as before. Faint, but there. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long second, then nodded. That confirms at least one suspicion. Harry looked at the objects again. There are probably more. Yes, Dumbledore said. And now, at last, we have a means of distinguishing which traces are dead and which remain active. Hermione closed one book and opened another. That changes everything. Dumbledore's eyes flicked briefly toward her, approving. Precisely. For the first time since the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt something like clean purpose rise inside his grief. Not revenge. Work. The next week became a brutal education in soul architecture. Dumbledore called it that once and Ron refused to let him forget it. That isn't a phrase, Ron said on the second day of lessons, sprawled in an armchair while Hermione referenced bloodline relic records. That's something you say right before the room starts chanting. Dumbledore, to his credit, only inclined his head and said, and yet it remains accurate. Harry would have laughed more if the subject had been less horrible. They worked mostly in the evenings, after order meetings and after misses. Weasley had either given up trying to pretend the war could be kept downstairs, or decided that feeding everyone first counted as sufficient maternal resistance. Dumbledore laid out what he knew and what he suspected. Hermione handled patterns, lists, and symbolic logic. Ron asked the sort of blunt questions everyone else sometimes forgot mattered. Harry sat with cursed objects and learned to name what his body was sensing. He discovered quickly that Horcrux detection was not simple. It was not like hearing a bell when one was near. Distance mattered, layers mattered, wards mattered, and the objects themselves distorted perception differently. The diary's residue felt sly and invasive, like thoughts that did not belong in their proper shape. The ring carried blood memory and ancestry twisted toward decay. The locket was possessive, heavy, almost gravitational in the emotional sense. The hidden object in Hogwarts, still inaccessible under the room of requirements mountain of discarded things, felt cerebral and concealed, as if it wanted to survive by being overlooked rather than dominating its surroundings. Different fragments. Hermione said late one night, tapping her quill against her lip. Different emotional signatures. Dumbledore nodded. Not merely objects containing soul, then. Objects containing modes of Tom Riddle. Ron looked revolted. Can we go back to saying evil jewelry? No, Hermione said. Harry sat with his forearms on the table, staring at the locket inside its spell cage. It's not just Voldemort, though. Dumbledore looked at him. Explain. Harry searched for the right words. The objects feel like him, yes, but they also feel shaped by whatever he wanted them to do. Like the locket isn't just proud because he was proud. It's proud because it was made to sit and endure and think it was too important to ever be touched. Hermione's eyes widened. The function imprinted the fragment, she whispered. Dumbledore's expression turned almost grimly pleased. Excellent. Harry looked up, thrown by the praise. The old wizard folded his hands. This is why your senses matter beyond mere location. You do not simply detect corrupted force. You interpret its behavior. Ron leaned back. Still sounds creepy. Helpful creepy. Hermione corrected. Harry let his gaze drift toward the darkened window. So what do we do with them once we find them? The room quieted. Dumbledore answered carefully. Destroying a Horcrux requires damage beyond ordinary repair. Not merely physical damage, but destruction so complete the soul fragment cannot remain anchored. He touched the ring with the tips of 2 fingers, not skin but with magic between. Basilisk venom succeeded with the diary. A cursed blade infused with the same venom would work again. Very powerful fin fire might as well. though I would hesitate to trust any living wizard with that solution. Ron snorted. Particularly us. Quait! Dumbledore said. Harry looked at the locket. Could I destroy one? Everyone looked at him. He held their stare. Not now, he said. I mean eventually. With key. Hermione's quill resumed moving instantly. Dumbledore didn't answer at once. When he did, his voice had gone thoughtful. Possibly. But not by brute force alone. Harry frowned. Your key can shatter matter, Dumbledore said. I have seen enough to accept that. But a Horcrux is not merely matter. It is spiritual architecture bound unnaturally into an object. Striking it without proper destabilization may release the fragment violently, distort your own senses, or contaminate the surrounding magic. Ron grimaced. That sounds bad. It would be bad, Hermione said. Dumbledore inclined his head. Therefore, before you attempt such a thing, we prepare the object magically, contain it, weaken the binding, expose the fracture lines. Then, perhaps, Harry's power can finish what a basilisk fang began. Harry absorbed that slowly. Not invincible, not simple. Good. Some part of him found the limitation oddly reassuring. Training changed to match the new war. Physical drills with Sirius had always been about not dying in a fight. After Sirius's death, they became more severe in his absence. Remus took over part of the structure, quieter and far less theatrical than Sirius had been, which somehow made it worse. He did not taunt Harry into motion. He simply expected it, expected clean mechanics, expected discipline, expected Harry not to use grief as an excuse for sloppiness. At Grimmauld Place's back courtyard, hidden behind layered concealments and reinforced charms, Harry trained until sweat turned cold on his skin and the muscles across his shoulders trembled. Remus built circuits that forced constant transition, physical strikes into wandwork into movement, movement into key stabilization. Moody added drills on unpredictability whenever he passed through the house. Tonks, when in a mood to be useful instead of exhausted, became the best possible target for reaction training because she moved strangely enough to break Harry's habits. And then there was the band. Dumbledore had adjusted it twice since the Department of Mysteries. The runes along the inner surface now tracked not just overall surge intensity, but a more specific threshold when Harry's ki was beginning to respond to wrath faster than to conscious will. The band heated differently in those moments. Sharper, meaner. Harry hated how accurate it was. One afternoon, during a sparring session with Remus, the older wizard feinted a stumble and came at Harry's blind side with a padded staff. Harry turned, caught the staff, and for one instinctive heartbeat, imagined driving it straight through Remus's guard and into his throat. The thought was gone almost at once. The band burned. Harry let go so quickly the staff clattered to the stones. Remus froze, eyes narrowing. What was that? Harry stepped back, breathing hard. Nothing. Remus did not move. Harry. The old temptation rose, to deny, to brush it off, to keep the ugliness private. Instead, he looked at the band, then at Remus. I saw how to end it. Too fast. Remus's face changed. Not fear. Recognition. He lowered the padded staff. And then, Harry held up his wrist. That. For a moment the two of them stood in the pale afternoon heat with the ruined London sky hidden behind Grimmauld walls. Then Remus said quietly, Good. Harry almost laughed in disbelief. Good. You noticed. That isn't the same thing. No. Remus agreed. But boys becoming monsters generally don't interrupt themselves to report the process. Harry looked away. The compliment felt too much like mercy. He didn't trust mercy much anymore. Remus came closer. Harry, battle instincts are not evil by nature. Predators survive because they end threats decisively. Soldiers survive because hesitation can kill them. The question is always whether you remain able to distinguish necessity from appetite. Harry's jaw tightened. And if I stop being able to? Remus's answer was immediate. Then you tell us before the power starts deciding for you. Whis. Harry had never noticed before how often the people who loved him used that word when the subject turned frightening. The first field test came sooner than anyone wanted. It began with an old cup. Not Hufflepuff's cup. Not yet. Just an old silver ceremonial cup in a nocturne dealer's inventory. Smuggled out of some ancestral house, and already under suspicion from order contacts because it kept driving its owners into nightmares. Ordinarily, Dumbledore would have sent someone discreet to retrieve it and assess the curse. This time he took Harry. They went disguised, under heavy glamours and enough magical concealment to make Harry's skin itch. The shop itself sat half underground, narrow and stale, full of objects arranged with too much casual menace. Broken vanishing cabinets, rings with hidden fangs, clocks that ticked backward only when watched from the side, a tarnished mask that made Harry's new senses itch with weak old malice. The dealer was thin and oily and smiled only with the front of his face. Harry ignored him. The cup sat on a shelf near the back behind a locked case of family relics, as the sign called them, which in Nocturne usually meant stolen elegantly. The instant Harry stepped within 10 feet of it, he knew it was not a Horcrux. Wrong, yes. Cursed, certainly, but shallow. He stopped, turned, looked instead toward a cracked opal brooch 3 shelves lower. That one, he murmured. Dumbledore, who had been pretending to browse a case of old dueling gloves. Cup? No. Brooke. Wes. The dealer heard none of it, or pretended not to. Minutes later they left with the brooch legally purchased under a false name, the cup left behind, and enough information to save the Order 2 wasted weeks of speculation. Harry said nothing until they were back in the alley behind the leaky cauldron and Dumbledore had stripped away the glamours. Then he looked at the parcel in Dumbledore's hand. The cup felt nasty, but not like the others. Dumbledore nodded. And the brooch? Parasitic. Harry grimaced, like it was feeding on attention. Dumbledore gave him a long look. That is a very unusual and very useful distinction. Harry shoved both hands into his pockets. I still hate that I can do it. Undoubtedly. Dumbledore said. Nevertheless, you can. The praise bothered him less this time. Not because he wanted it, because it fit into the hunt. There was comfort in utility. He knew that now. Had to watch it carefully because of that. The hidden object in Hogwarts refused to leave him alone, even when he was not at school. Even in Grimmauld Place, with the locket caged downstairs and Dumbledore's notes spread over half the drawing room, Harry could sometimes turn his attention toward Hogwarts in the abstract and feel the faint distant pulse of that concealed fragment. Not enough to map precisely, just enough to know it was still there, clever in its concealment, buried beneath junk and castle magic and years of being forgotten. The first time it happened at dinner, Harry dropped his fork. Mrs. Weasley jumped. Ron swore. Hermione, without even asking what was wrong, grabbed the nearest parchment. Where? She said. Harry pressed fingers to his temple. Hogwarts again. Dumbledore looked up from his soup at once. How near? Not near. Harry swallowed. Clearer, though. That changed the room. By now the Weasleys had heard enough fragments to understand what clearer meant in context. Mrs. Weasley did not ask for details. She simply set Harry's fork back into his hand and said, with the sternness of someone refusing to let apocalypse interrupt nutrition, then you may sense evil after you eat. Fred choked on a laugh. George muttered, a slogan for the ages. And, to Harry's own surprise, he nearly smiled. After dinner, he and Dumbledore returned to the drawing room and tried again. This time Harry succeeded in doing more than merely confirming its existence. He found shape. Tall, he said slowly, eyes shut, not literally, the feeling of it, elevated. Proud the same way the locket is proud, but colder, less possessive, more, he searched for the word, detached. Hermione spoke softly from the sofa, an academic object. Ron looked offended on the object's behalf. That sounds horrible, but Dumbledore's eyes had gone bright. Rowena Ravenclaw, he said. Harry opened his eyes. The old wizard moved immediately to the bookshelves, pulling down one text after another with fast, sure hands. Within minutes the table held references to founder relics, lost heirlooms, and whispered family traditions. Ron and Hermione joined at once, flipping pages, cross-referencing. Harry sat very still and watched the pattern assemble. Slytherin's locket, Gaunt's ring, connected by blood to Slytherin and old lineage. A hidden proud thing in Hogwarts that felt elevated and cerebral. A diadem. Hermione whispered at last. If he wanted a founder object from Ravenclaw, The diadem makes sense. Dumbledore nodded slowly, assuming he acquired it. Harry thought again of the pulse, buried under the mountain of forgotten objects in the room of requirement. He did. The certainty in his own voice made Ron glance at him. Not nervous, not exactly. More as if Harry were gradually becoming someone whose certainty carried a different weight than before. Harry noticed that too, and filed it away where caution lived. By August, the hunt had yielded 2 solid truths and 1 ugly complication. The truths were these: Harry's senses worked, and Dumbledore's guesses about Voldemort's symbolism were largely correct. The complication was that sensing a Horcrux did not mean taking it was easy. The locket proved it. Dumbledore wanted Harry to experience an active fragment under controlled conditions, not just through spell cages and diagrams. So one afternoon, deep below Grimmauld Place in a warded cellar, even Sirius had apparently never bothered exploring, he and Harry stood before a reinforced stone basin while the locket floated in a sphere of layered containment between them. Only them. No Ron. No Hermione. No Molly to intervene. No witnesses except Old Stone and Fawkes perched near the ceiling like a living ember. Dumbledore lowered the outermost ward. At once the locket's presence slammed into Harry's awareness. Not enough to possess, enough to hate. His skin prickled. His chest went tight. The key in him rose with immediate aggression, reacting to the soul fragment like one predator recognizing another's corruption. Dumbledore watched him carefully. Do not fight the first reaction. Describe it. Harry's voice came out harsh. It wants attention.
Yes.
It wants me angry.
Wes.
It's trying to make itself feel larger than it is. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed approvingly. Excellent. And your response? Harry looked at the locket. The easiest answer would have been I want to break it. The more honest one was worse. I want to prove it's smaller than me. Silence followed. Then Dumbledore said very softly, there is the danger. Harry dragged in a breath. Because yes, exactly that. The locket did not merely radiate corruption. It invited competition. Pride against pride. Power against power. It made destruction feel personal. The band on his wrist warmed. Not hot, just enough. Harry noticed, centered. Forced air deeper into his lungs. The heat receded. Dumbledore nodded once. Again. The exercise lasted 40 minutes and left Harry sweating as if he'd fought. He learned more in that cellar than from a week of theory. Horcruxes did not simply sit passively waiting to be found. They interacted, provoked, played to fracture lines. And because the Saiyan blood in Harry responded naturally to challenge, Horcruxes that radiated pride or contempt struck exactly the wrong chords in him. He would not merely need to detect them. He would need to refuse their invitations. When the session ended, Dumbledore sealed the locket again and looked at Harry with a gravity that made the cellar seem colder. Now do you understand why raw force alone is insufficient? Harry wiped sweat from his temple. Yes. If you destroy one through ego, Dumbledore said, you may still destroy it. But you will strengthen the worst path in yourself every time. Harry looked at the dark shape of the locket inside its restored cage. Then he said, so I kill Voldemort's soul pieces without letting them teach me to think like him. Dumbledore's expression was grim. That is an admirably direct summary. Harry huffed a breath that was almost a laugh. Then he looked at his own hand. At the faint shaking still left in it, at the band around his wrist. Fine, he said. Then we do it properly. Something in Dumbledore's face eased, not happiness. Never that, not now, but perhaps the smallest measure of trust settling into place.
Yes?
He said. We do. The chapter of the hunt that mattered most began at the end of August. Dumbledore arrived at breakfast in traveling robes and looked, for the first time in weeks, like a man who had found a trail worth following. There is a place, he said without preamble. Mrs. Weasley objected at once on general principle. Ron nearly spilled his tea. Hermione sat up so fast her chair scraped. Harry looked at Dumbledore and knew. Not school, not nocturne, not a library, a real Horcrux trail. Dumbledore set a folded parchment on the table. Old notes, a coastline sketch, an address too vague for ordinary use. The map smelled faintly of sea salt and mold. I believe one of Voldemort's active hiding places lies in a coastal cave where he once committed acts of cruelty as a boy. Dumbledore said. So, he may have used it again to conceal something of importance. Harry's pulse shifted. The Sea Cave, a place of childhood darkness, Voldemort using memory as architecture. Yes, that fit. Mrs. Weasley looked as though she might hex the entire table. Absolutely not. Dumbledore met her gaze with the gentleness of someone about to ignore her for reasons he hated.
Mully. He is 16.
Nearly. Nearly died at the ministry? That is precisely why this must not wait. The kitchen fell silent. Harry felt every eye turned to him, the old instinct, to volunteer recklessly, to stride into danger because prophecy had made his life into a corridor anyway. Rose and then checked itself against the rules. Hermione had pressed into his hand weeks ago. He looked at Dumbledore. Do you need me there because I'm bait, or because I can help? Dumbledore did not insult him by answering too quickly. Because you can help, he said. And because if my suspicion is correct, what lies there may be easier for you to sense than for me to detect until we are already within its protections. Harry nodded once. That was enough. Mrs. Weasley closed her eyes briefly in defeat or prayer, possibly both. Ron looked sick with worry and envy at once. Hermione had already reached for parchment. When? She asked. Not today, Dumbledore said. Preparation first. Harry exhaled slowly. Not today. Good, because some small, honest part of him had wanted to say yes too fast. The kitchen resumed breathing around them. Fred and George, astonishingly, stayed quiet. Ginny looked between Harry and the map with a fury so controlled it felt adult. Remus said nothing at all, which was often worse than argument. And Harry stared at the rough coastline sketch until the house around him seemed to dim. Somewhere out there, hidden by sea and old cruelty, one of Voldemort's soul fragments waited. Somewhere back at Hogwarts, another lay buried under lost things. The locket still pulsed in its cage below the house. The snake still lived. The cup was still unaccounted for. The war no longer felt abstract. It had become pieces, locations, methods, thresholds, a hunt. And for the first time since the graveyard, Harry felt the shape of what he was becoming shift slightly away from pure reaction and toward intention. Still dangerous. Still unstable, still one bad grief away from golden ruin. But intentional. That mattered. Because if the Prince of All Saiyans was going to be born in the middle of a magical war, Harry would decide the terms of that birth, one hunted soul fragment at a time, and Voldemort, for all his planning, had just made one critical mistake. He had split himself into objects. Objects could be found. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 11. The Half-Blood Prince watches a monster grow. Next thought for 20s, Chapter 11. C. The Half-Blood Prince watches a monster grow. The cave taught Harry two things. The first was that Voldemort trusted fear almost as much as pride. The second was that not every victory contained truth. The journey there had begun in silence and sea wind. Dumbledore took him alone, just as promised, after days of preparation and 3 separate arguments with Mrs. Weasley that ended only because Molly understood, in the bitter practical way war forces on good people, that refusing the mission would not make it unreal. The coast was brutal under cloudlight, jagged black stone, salt spray, a sea that looked less like water and more like some living thing waiting to drag warmth out of the world. Harry felt the cave before he saw it properly. Not the entrance. The wrongness. It sat under the cliff like a sealed wound, old cruelty pressed into rock and kept there by deliberate memory. Voldemort had chosen it for exactly that reason. It was a place from childhood, from early experiments in power, from private acts no one had stopped. Even before Dumbledore opened the hidden archway in the stone, Harry could feel the soul pressure deep within. Alive, active, watching. The journey inward was a lesson in the limits of brute force. The cave resisted them with structure, not open attack. Blood wards. Enchanted black water, a hidden island bearing the basin and its terrible potion. Harry's key reacted to all of it, but not cleanly. The cave did not challenge him physically at first. It asked for patience, interpretation, and discussed tolerance. 3 things the Saiyan instincts in him found less satisfying than smashing. When Dumbledore cut his own hand to open the archway, Harry nearly stopped him. When the Inferi rose from the water later, he nearly shattered half the cavern trying to keep them off. But the true wound in the place sat at the center, the basin, the potion, the locket. Harry had felt it from the moment they entered the cavern, a soul fragment throb wrapped in deception. By the time Dumbledore finished drinking the poison with a face gone years older from pain, Harry's entire body was one stretched nerve. He wanted the locket destroyed, wanted the cave in rubble, wanted the Inferi reduced to ash and memory. Instead he obeyed, he took the locket, drove the Inferi back with a mixture of fire shields and raw key pulses that left the black water hissing around them, got Dumbledore out. And only when they were half collapsed in a ruined hut above the sea did the truth reveal itself. The locket was wrong, not as a Horcrux, as a dark, still protected, still meant to deceive, but empty of what mattered. Dumbledore read the note with his damaged hand trembling only once. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Harry stared at the initials until they blurred. All that suffering, all that poison, and the soul fragment was gone already. Dumbledore folded the note carefully. Then someone reached him before us. Harry's breathing came hard through his nose. Who's R.A.B.? I do not yet know, Dumbledore said. That answer sat like broken glass in the air, because the mission had not failed exactly. But it had not won either. It had simply revealed that the war was older and stranger than either of them had assumed. And as Harry watched Dumbledore recover in painful inches over the next week, one more truth settled in. The headmaster was running out of time. He would not say it. Harry would not ask it. But the cursed hand, the drained face after the cave, and the accumulating quiet in Dumbledore's expression all said enough. So when Hogwarts called them back for the new year, Harry went with a sharper kind of attention than before. Not panic. Not yet. Just the knowledge that every lesson now mattered, especially the ones he did not want. Severus Snape began watching Harry differently after the cave. It wasn't obvious to anyone else. To most students, Snape remained what he had always been: sharp-faced, cold-voiced, dressed in black disdain and impossible standards. He still humiliated slow answers, still moved through corridors like an insult with a wand, still looked at Harry as though the entire concept of him had been an administrative burden since 1981. But Harry could feel the difference now. Not sentiment. Certainly not warmth, attention. Measured, technical, increasingly unwilling to dismiss what Harry had become as mere adolescent volatility. The first real sign came in potions. Slughorn had returned, all waistcoats and performance, and delighted greed for famous students, which should have made the year easier. Instead, it gave Harry a problem he had not anticipated: the Half-Blood Prince's old potions book. At another time in his life, Harry might have just found it lucky. This year, he felt it almost instantly. Not dark, not cursed, but saturated. The book carried a strong imprint of intention: precision, contempt, cleverness, relentless improvement. The annotations in the margins were not merely notes. They were the preserved habits of a mind that had once treated every potion like a duel waiting to be won more elegantly. Harry opened it in class, felt that exacting residue brush his senses, and knew before he read 3 lines that the owner had hated inefficiency with personal force. What? Ron whispered beside him. Harry ran a thumb over the margin note for the draught of living death. Nothing. Ron peered. Looks like someone scribbled all over it. Someone clever? Harry muttered. The instructions worked. Of course they worked. Harry's potion came out perfect enough to make Slughorn nearly radiant, and the old professor handed him a vial of Felix Felicis with theatrical delight. The room buzzed. Hermione looked personally betrayed by events. Ron looked impressed. Slughorn looked positively eager to gather Harry into the expanding museum of famous people he collected around himself. Across the room, Snape did not move at all, but Harry felt the exact second his attention sharpened. Not because the potion was excellent, because the methods in that book were familiar. Later, when Harry left class last and tucked the book under one arm, Snape's voice slid after him from the doorway. Stay a moment, Potter. Harry stopped. The room emptied around them in scraping stools and muttered complaints. Slughorn drifted cheerfully away, taking with him the warm clutter of public performance. When the last student had gone, Snape shut the door with a flick of his wand and turned. Where did you get the book? No preamble. No false softness. Harry held it up, cuppered. Snape's eyes lingered on the worn cover. His expression did not change, but Harry felt the current underneath it irritation, yes. Something else, too. Memory sharpened into suspicion. It suits you, Snape said. Harry frowned. What's that supposed to mean? That depends, Snape said silkily, on whether you understand the notes you are using or merely enjoy the results. Harry's temper stirred. The band on his wrist warmed faintly. Snape saw both. How interesting, he said. Harry went very still. What is? Snape crossed the room slowly, gaze fixed not on Harry's face but on the wristband half, hidden under his sleeve. Dumbledore has you instrumented now. Harry's first instinct was denial. His second was to remember that Snape had known too much for months already.
So,
Snape said. You flare before you lie. That shut Harry up. For one brief second there was something like satisfaction in Snape's posture. Not pleasant, just efficient. A theory confirmed. Then his expression cooled again. The annotations in that book were made by someone who valued refinement over flair. You, Potter, are becoming powerful enough that flair may kill you before your enemies have the opportunity. Harry gripped the textbook harder. If this is your version of advice, it's a bit vague. Snape's eyes narrowed. Very well. Here is a less vague version. You are currently treating raw output as if it were a substitute for mastery. It is not. Harry laughed once, because that was too rich coming from Snape, and you know that because... Snape stepped closer until the distance between them felt deliberate. Because, he said softly, I have spent a lifetime watching talented fools mistake force for superiority. The room went very quiet. Harry could have argued, could have walked out, could have thrown James Potter or Sirius or any old resentment between them like a weapon. Instead, he heard the truth in it, and Snape knew he heard it. Tonight, Snape said after supper, my classroom. Well, Harry stared. Why? Because, Snape said, voice gone cold again. If you are going to stomp through this castle, radiating enough unstable power to interest every dark creature between here and Nocturne Alley, I would prefer you learn not to do it badly. It was not a lesson. It was dissection. Snape did not start with kind phrases or philosophy. He did not ask Harry what he felt. He did not use words like anchor or identity or stay with me the way Sirius and Dumbledore did. He made Harry cast, then interrupt, then cast again, then stop halfway, then repeat the process until Harry's control frayed and the dungeon air tasted metallic with suppressed output. The point became clear fast. Harry's wand work had adapted to his ki, not the other way around. Where early on the power had interfered with spellcasting, now Harry was increasingly using spells like launch rails for something more forceful behind them. Shield charms hit too hard. Summoning charms overcompensated. Stunning spells carried concussive impact that cracked stone. Effective in a fight, yes. Refined, not remotely. Snape circled him like a patient, hostile examiner. Again. A Harry cast. The Protego held, but its edge flashed gold and blew apart the practice curse with enough force to send 3 cauldrons rattling on the shelves. Snape's lip curled. Predictable. Harry lowered his wand, sweating already. It worked. That, Snape said, is exactly the sort of thought that turns talented children into corpses. Harry glared. Snape ignored it. A shield that announces itself like an artillery burst may stop one curse. It also tells every competent opponent in the room precisely how much force you are willing to commit, what emotional state you are in, and how much environment you are willing to destroy in the process. Harry wanted to snap back. Instead, he thought of the Department of Mystery's benches exploding, of Bellatrix grinning, of Voldemort's followers shouting confirmed. His silence answered for him. Snape came to a stop. Again, this time conceal the output. Harry frowned. How? As your vaunted battle inheritance entirely incapable of modulation. The band warmed. Harry exhaled slowly through his nose, did not rise to it, raised his wand. This time he cast the shield and deliberately forced the key inward instead of outward. Same defensive structure, less visible edge, less reaction in the stone. The practice curse hit. Held. Dissolved. No gold flare. Harry blinked. Snape's face remained impassive, but he did not say predictable this time. Useful, he said instead. 8 last. Something strange happened then. Harry understood, suddenly and unpleasantly, why Snape was good at this. Not because he liked Harry. Not because he wanted to help in any warm sense. Because Snape knew concealment intimately. Knew what it was to contain dangerous things without advertising them. Knew the exact difference between power expressed and power hidden until needed. The realization sat between them like a third presence. Snape broke it first. Do not look so astonished, Potter. Your emotional transparency is exhausting. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. They went on for an hour, pulse control through wand channels. How to cast without letting anger spike first. How to tighten spell architecture so ki did not spill visibly into the environment. How to split instinct from execution by a fraction of a second. The smallest gap, but enough to keep battle appetite from seizing every opening. By the end of it, Harry's hands were shaking. Not from overload, from concentration. Snape looked at him for a long moment over the dim greenish light of the dungeon torches. You are not learning restraint, he said, because you are moral. You are learning it because uncontrolled force is inefficient. Remember that when nobler motivations fail you. Harry stared. That's your encouragement? That was not encouragement. It almost was. Almost. Draco Malfoy became the second problem of the year. The first time Harry noticed the change, it was in the corridor outside the hospital wing. Malfoy wasn't frightened in the ordinary way anymore. His usual petty spikes of malice and pride had gone brittle around a much darker core. Strain, sleeplessness, humiliation sharpened into desperation. Harry caught it only as Draco passed close with his head down and shoulders too rigid. He turned at once. Malfoy did not need to. Harry could feel enough. Something was wrong. That would have been easy to dismiss a year ago. Malfoy in trouble had not tended to register as tragedy, but now Harry had spent too long learning how fear changed movement, how pressure built under arrogance, how badly people could start to fracture when the war stopped being an abstract ideology and became a private command. He told Hermione that evening. She listened while taking notes for arithmancy, and only looked up at the end. You think he's been given something? Wes. Or threatened with something? Less. Ron, lying on his back with a chess piece balanced on his chest, made a face. Can't we, just once, let Malfoy's misery be his own problem? Harry looked at him. Ron sighed. Right. War. Fine. Hermione leaned forward. What did it feel like? Harry hated that he could answer so easily now. Contained panic, like he's trying to move normally while everything underneath keeps screaming. That wiped the humor from Ron's face, because they all knew that description fit too many people in a war. Hermione frowned. You need to tell Dumbledore. I know. He did. He also knew Dumbledore already suspected. That was the worst part of the year at Hogwarts. Not ignorance, but the constant sense that Dumbledore, Snape, and Draco were all trapped in some invisible triangle of knowledge Harry could only see the edges of. Harry found out just how sharp those edges were in December. The cursed necklace incident happened, almost exactly as in another possible life. Only now Harry felt the blast of dark intent the moment Katie Bell touched the package. He was too far away to stop it cleanly, but he reacted before anyone else understood what had happened. Katie rose shrieking into the air, fingers locked around the torn gap in the wrapping paper. Students screamed and scattered. Harry launched himself forward in a burst fast enough to shock even himself, and hit the corridor floor beneath her a heartbeat before she fell. A shield of gold, white force broke the drop enough that she struck stone stunned rather than dead. The necklace still slashed a curse across her collarbone, still sent her to Smungos, but she lived. And as the corridor dissolved into panic, Harry looked up through the shouting students and found Draco Malfoy at the far end of the hall. Just for an instant. Pale, horrified, and not horrified in the way of a saboteur whose plan failed. horrified in the way of a boy who had just seen what his orders really meant. He vanished into the crowd before Harry could get to him. That night, Harry went straight to Dumbledore. Not with accusation, with certainty. "It's Malfoy." Dumbledore watched him from behind the desk. "I know." Harry stopped. All the breath seemed to leave him at once, you know? "Wes." The simple answer lit his anger so fast the band flared. "And you're doing nothing." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "That is not what I said." Harry took a step forward. Katie almost died. "Wes." "Then why is he still walking around the school?" "Because," Dumbledore said, and the quiet force in his voice cut straight through Harry's rising heat. "Not every war is won by striking the frightened child before he finishes choosing what kind of man he is." Harry stared at him, furious and unconvinced. Dumbledore went on. "Draco is under orders, terrible ones. He is also under observation, from me, from others, and from consequences he does not yet fully understand." "Others," Harry repeated. Dumbledore did not answer that directly. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Snape." Silence. Which was answer enough? Harry felt sick with it. Snape. Of course Snape. Whatever bargain or promise or surveillance network existed around Draco, Severus Snape was somewhere in its middle. That fact should have comforted Harry if Dumbledore trusted it. Instead, it made everything feel murkier. Snape protected students the way a knife protected a throat from the wrong side. Effectively, perhaps, but never in a way that left anyone feeling safe. "I don't like this," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "Nor do I." Harry laughed once, bitterly. "Could have fooled me." This time Dumbledore did not apologize. He simply looked old. "You are not wrong to feel protective anger, Harry," he said. "But there is a danger in believing that seeing the threat first always entitles one to answer it first." The words landed because they were true in exactly the way Harry didn't want them to be. He thought of Hogsmeade, of wanting to pursue, of the corridor with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, of the easy logic of ending a problem before it grew. Battle adaptation loved that logic, loved preemption, loved superiority. Harry hated that he could feel the argument working against him from inside his own blood. He left without agreeing. But he left without breaking anything too. That was something. The lessons with Snape continued. Not regularly enough to look official, not rarely enough to dismiss. Harry began thinking of them privately as Prince lessons. Not because Snape knew anything about Saiyans, because there was something princely in the nastiness of his standards. Precision as contempt, control as class, the refusal to accept visible effort when invisible mastery was possible. It should have made Harry despise the whole process. Instead, he improved. His shield work grew quieter. His flight bursts, still embryonic and unusable in open combat, became less explosive during isolated practice in the room of requirement. His spell edges stopped cracking stone every time he felt strongly about a target. And, most dangerously useful of all, he learned to hide the first flare of aggression well enough that bystanders no longer always realized how close he had come to escalation. When he mentioned that to Hermione, she looked appalled. "That is not reassuring. It's safer. It's stealthier," she corrected. "Those are not identical." Harry knew that. He also knew the battlefield value. This was the problem now. Every gain had two shadows. More control meant less collateral damage. Also fewer visible warnings. More composure meant fewer outbursts. Also more ability to move through rooms carrying violence without anyone noticing until too late. The power itself was not choosing those uses. Harry was. That distinction mattered so much it sometimes woke him at night. One evening after practice, Snape said something that stayed with him longer than any technical correction. Harry had just managed a near, silent shield weave under pressure, redirecting 3 fast curses without the gold edge leaking visibly. The work had taken every thread of his concentration, and sweat ran cold down his spine by the time the last spell dissolved against the dungeon wall. Snape lowered his wand. "Better," he said. Harry took that as praise now, which was either personal growth or a moral collapse. Then Snape added, without looking at him, "Monsters advertise. Predators rarely do." Harry's breath stalled. The band warmed faintly. Snape finally glanced over. "That is not instruction," he said. It is warning, Harry swallowed, because he understood at once what Snape meant, and how dangerous it was that he understood. Christmas came under snow and tension. The Weasleys still dragged warmth into rooms by sheer insistence. Hermione still brought too many books. Ron still tried to make holiday atmosphere out of jokes and half-finished wizard chess games. Ginny watched Harry more closely than she admitted. Remus carried grief in quieter ways than anyone deserved. Dumbledore disappeared and returned in increasingly tired fragments of presence, and Draco kept failing. Poisoned mead meant for Dumbledore nearly killed Ron. Harry reached him before Slughorn understood what had happened. 1 second Ron was joking over supper, the next he was choking blue around the lips and sliding sideways in his chair. Harry didn't think. He moved. Seized the antidote shelf in the potions store, room with a summoning charm amplified, just enough to rip the correct vial free before the rest shattered, then forced it between Ron's teeth with shaking hands. Ron lived. The common room did not feel normal again after that. Neither did Harry. Because there was a limit to how often he could keep arriving a heartbeat before catastrophe, and still tell himself this was just vigilance. The instincts in him were sharpening too far, too cleanly. He was beginning to read danger as a network instead of a series of moments. That was useful. That was exhausting. That was not entirely human. After Ron recovered enough to insult hospital food again, Harry sat in the hospital wing alone for a while and looked at the metal band on his wrist. Still cool, not burning. That made sense. He was not angry then, only tired. Tired of Draco's failures almost killing better people. Tired of Dumbledore asking patience. Tired of Snape knowing too much and saying too little. Tired of feeling himself become more formidable each month, while the actual emotional cost of that change remained unpaid. When Snape came to the hospital wing later that night to deliver potion and professional disdain, he found Harry still there. Neither spoke at first. Then Harry said, without preamble, "You know what he's trying." Snape's expression did not change. "Do I? Don't?" It came out sharper than Harry intended. Snape set the potion fails down on the bedside table with infuriating care. "Potter, if you are going to accuse me of knowing things, you will need to narrow the category. It is too broad to be insulting." Harry stood. The band warmed. Not hot. He nearly killed Ron. Something flickered behind Snape's eyes then. Not guilt exactly, but an anger so tightly controlled it had become almost abstract. "Yes," Snape said softly. He did. Harry stared. That answer was wrong. Too raw, too personal. And suddenly Harry understood something he had not wanted to. Snape was not watching Draco because he trusted him. He was watching him because he knew exactly how brittle the boy had become and exactly how ugly the endgame would be if no one stood close enough to catch the final collapse. The realization did not make Harry like him. It did make the world more complicated. Again. Snape looked at him over the dim bedlight. "Your sympathy for Weasley does you credit. Your failure to see that panic degrades precision in all people does not." Harry's mouth tightened. "So he's just panicking?" "No," Snape said. "He is failing under pressure. There is a difference." They held each other's gaze for a long moment. Then Harry asked the real question, "Are you helping him?" Snape's voice went silken and unreadable. "What do you think?" Harry hated that the honest answer was yes somehow. Not helping him kill, helping him survive the act of being ordered to. That was the ugliest kind of war work. The sort with no clean side to stand on. Snape turned to leave, then paused at the door. "One more thing, Potter." Harry said nothing. "If you intend to continue growing into this..." His eyes flicked once, meaning everything from golden aura to battlefield instinct, to the thing Harry might become if the next threshold broke badly. Understand that pity and underestimation are not the same. Mr. Malfoy remains dangerous no matter how frightened he is. Then he left. Harry sat back down slowly, because, once again had said the truest ugly thing in the room. By spring, the castle had become a pressure vessel. Students still studied, still flirted, still whispered in corridors and cheated at homework, and planned futures as if futures had not become a contested resource. But under all of it, tension built. Dumbledore's absences lengthened. Draco moved like a sleepwalker with a knife hidden in his sleeve. Snape's lessons grew more exacting and less frequent, as though he were pouring technical corrections into Harry, whenever time allowed because later was becoming an unreliable concept. The hidden Horcrux in the room of requirement pulsed faintly whenever Harry passed the seventh floor corridor, cerebral and concealed, and infuriatingly out of reach. And Harry no longer looked like the boy who had entered the graveyard. He was leaner now, still growing, still 16. But motion sat differently on him, more centered, more dangerous. He didn't fidget much anymore. When startled, he turned too fast. When angry, he sometimes went still instead of loud. Teachers noticed. Students noticed more, not because he intimidated on purpose. Because the room adjusted around him first. Hermione saw it clearest. One night in the library, after Harry had answered Madame Pince's arrival by shutting 3 books and vanishing 2 feet sideways before the woman had fully rounded the shelf, Hermione caught his sleeve. "You don't realize you do that, do you?" Harry frowned. "Do what?" "Occupy space like it's already yours." He stared at her. Hermione looked more sad than accusing. "It's subtle, and you don't mean it in a cruel way, but you expect rooms to move around you now." Harry glanced away, because he knew with a sick little drop in his stomach that she was right. Not all the time. Not proudly. But enough. The prince in his blood recognized territory, conflict, hierarchy. It read weakness and pressure and opposition before he consciously chose to. That did not make him evil. It did mean vigilance had to live in places other people never had to monitor. Harry touched the band on his wrist. "Cool." Hermione followed the gesture. "That doesn't catch everything." "No," he said.
What does?
Harry thought of Sirius saying choice mattered. Of Ron asking him to admit it frightened him too. Of Dumbledore saying not to let power choose. Of Snape saying monsters advertise. Then he said, "You." Hermione blinked. "Ron," Harry added. "Ginny." Dumbledore. Sometimes Snape, annoyingly. That startled a laugh out of her. Only a small one, but enough good, she said quietly. Harry nodded. Because that was the answer, wasn't it? Not purity, not confidence. People. The half-blood prince, it turned out, was watching a monster grow. But so were the friends who intended to make sure it stayed a person. And Harry, though he hated the phrase even in his own head, understood now why that mattered more than any lesson in silent shields or precise curses. Power made him dangerous. Battle made him sharper. Inheritance made him hungry for challenge. Only loyalty kept all of that pointed in the right direction. Some nights, that felt like enough. Some nights, not. But as spring darkened toward summer, and the castle creaked under secrets, failed assassinations, hidden soul fragments, and the approaching shape of Dumbledore's next move, Harry had finally learned one thing about the war he had not known in the graveyard. Strength was never the whole test. The real test was whether he could keep becoming stronger without starting to believe strength itself made him right. And no one in Hogwarts, not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not Draco, not even Harry, was watching that question more coldly than Severus Snape. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 12. The Fall of Dumbledore, The Rise of Wrath. Next thought for a couple of seconds, Chapter 12. The Fall of Dumbledore, The Rise of Wrath. The night Dumbledore took Harry from Hogwarts, the castle felt wrong before a single spell was cast. Not tense. Not merely watchful. Wrong. Harry noticed it as they crossed the grounds toward the gates beneath the fading light, Dumbledore moving beside him in silence with a wariness he tried and failed to disguise. The summer air was warm, the sky clear enough for early stars, yet Hogwarts' old magical hum did not sit steady in Harry's awareness the way it usually did. It felt strained, as if the castle were holding its breath around a secret too large to keep. Dumbledore noticed Harry noticing. "You feel it?" he said quietly. Harry glanced toward the dark silhouette of the towers. "Something's off." "Yes," Dumbledore said. That was all. No explanation. Not yet. Harry wanted to ask whether the wrongness came from Draco, from the hidden Horcrux in the room of requirement, from the general accumulation of war pressing in through every crack of the year. He asked none of it. Dumbledore looked too tired, too set on whatever lay ahead, and Harry had learned by now that some silences were not evasions. Some were countdowns. They apparated to the sea cliff in a crush of darkness and salt wind. The second journey to the cave felt worse than the first, not because Harry had forgotten what waited there, because now he knew what it cost Dumbledore. The old wizard's injured hand, the hollowed face after the last visit, the fragile little pauses between breaths when he thought no one was looking. All of it rode with Harry into the dark mouth of stone. The cave recognized them, or perhaps Voldemort's protections did. The bloodward reopened beneath Dumbledore's hand. The black water spread its dead weight under the invisible boat, and the soul pressure from the basin at the center of the underground lake pressed against Harry's awareness like a cruel echo of the first failure. Only this time, Dumbledore believed the locket would be real. Harry knew it the moment they reached the island. The Horcrux in the basin hit his senses with a dense, ugly certainty that the substitute locket had lacked. This was not empty mimicry. It was alive in the way soul corruption stayed alive, aware enough to push, proud enough to resent, old enough to feel inevitable. Harry's band warmed before Dumbledore even touched the basin. "There," Dumbledore murmured, following Harry's expression. "You are certain?" Harry stared at the basin, every instinct in him already bristling. "Yes." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly once. Relief and dread passed across his face like the shadow of a wing. Then he began to drink. Harry had thought he was ready to watch it this time. He wasn't. The potion stripped Dumbledore down by inches, taking age and wisdom and brilliance and reducing them to visible suffering. By the 6th goblet, the old wizard was shaking. By the 10th, he was pleading for things Harry did not understand. Water, mercy, lost names, lost people. Harry's hands had never felt so useless. The key in him surged again and again, reacting to the helplessness, wanting anything physical to break, any enemy to strike, any problem to solve through force. There was none, only endurance, only the awful necessity of making Dumbledore finish. When the basin finally emptied, and the real locket lay gleaming at the bottom, Harry seized it with hands that felt too large for his own skin and poured water into Dumbledore's mouth. The Inferi came immediately after, a nightmare of dead flesh and black water and grasping hands. This time Harry did not merely hold them back, he broke the cavern. Fire still mattered. Dumbledore's command to use it still held. But Harry's answer to the rising Inferi was not only wizard flame. He drove key through the fire until it roared white at the edges. He blasted open dead hands with pulses that sent water hissing into steam. He wrenched the boat back to shore with one hand on Dumbledore, and the other wrapped in gold, white force so hot the nearest Inferi recoiled before it struck. The cave survived. Barely. By the time they reached the cliff again, Harry's breathing came ragged, and the locket in his pocket felt like a hot coal of malice against his leg. Dumbledore leaned heavily on him. That frightened Harry more than the Inferi had, not because Dumbledore needed help, because he allowed the need to show. They apparated back to Hogsmeade under moonlight, and Hogwarts burned green on the horizon. The dark mark above the astronomy tower was like a wound in the sky. Harry stopped dead in the lane the instant he saw it. His scar flared. The locket in his pocket seemed to pulse once in ugly recognition. Dumbledore swayed beside him and then straightened with an effort that looked almost violent. "No," the old wizard said softly, not disbelief. Recognition. Harry turned. "Draco." Dumbledore didn't answer. He did not need to. They moved fast after that, through the village, through the passage, into the school's hidden arteries, while students still filled the grounds below for Quidditch celebrations and post-match noise, unaware that the castle had already been breached from within. Dumbledore's pace should have been impossible in his condition. Harry supported where he could, but the old wizard forced himself upward through stairs and shadow with a determination that felt almost separate from the ruined body carrying it. They reached the topmost corridors of the tower in hard silence broken only by Harry's breath and the pound of his own pulse. Then Dumbledore stopped him. At the foot of the final stairs, hidden in a niche beneath a warped gargoyle, he turned and placed one hand, cold, shaking only slightly, against Harry's chest. "Whatever happens," he said, "you will do nothing until I tell you." Harry stared at him. "We don't have time." "Harry." The name stopped him. Not by force, by weight. The old wizard's eyes were tired enough to look translucent in the dim tower light. But the mind behind them remained unbearably clear. You must trust me for a little longer. Harry hated those words. Hated them because trust in war was usually just a prettier shape for helplessness. Hated them because Sirius had died in the space between seeing too little and acting too fast. Hated them because every instinct in him already screamed that the tower above held an ending, and he was being asked to walk into it with his hands tied by obedience. Yet Dumbledore looked at him with a certainty so grave it bordered on farewell. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore touched him with his wand, the body, bind hit like ice locking through Harry's muscles. He froze in the niche, fully conscious, fully aware, absolutely unable to move. Then Dumbledore climbed the final stairs alone. A second later Harry heard voices. Draco Malfoy was crying. That was the first thing Harry understood as the tower conversation unfolded above him under the open night sky. Not sobbing, not loudly, but his breathing came ragged, words fraying at the edges, and every emotional line Harry's sharpened senses caught from him matched what he had feared for months. Panic held together with brittle will and the terrible momentum of orders already obeyed too far to take back cleanly. Dumbledore spoke softly. Draco answered too hard, then too fast. The room above them throbbed with fear, shame, triumph that had curdled into nausea. Harry could not see it from where he stood hidden under the stairs. He didn't need to. He felt Draco's wand hand shaking, felt Dumbledore's exhaustion carried upright by nothing but intention, felt the exact moment Draco's desperation tipped toward confession. The vanishing cabinet, the repaired passage, the poison, the necklace, the impossible task, the threat over his family, every ugly piece. Harry burned inside the paralysis. He understood too much at once. Draco had done it. Draco had broken the school open. Draco had nearly killed multiple people. Draco was also a terrified 16-year-old being crushed under Voldemort's idea of loyalty and made to perform murder as proof he deserved his own family's survival. It was monstrous. It was human. Harry hated both facts. Then the other signatures arrived. Death Eaters flooding the tower through the cabinet route below. Bellatrix blazing like diseased joy. Fenrir Greyback rank with predatory hunger. Amicus and Electo Caro steeped in casual brutality. Snape like a blade carried carefully upright through a room of hammers. Snape. Harry's heart slammed once, hard enough that the band on his wrist flared hot despite the body bind. The tower above became crowded with danger. Bellatrix's laughter rolled down the stairwell like poisoned perfume. Dumbledore's condition worsened by the second. Draco faltered, breaking under the pressure of being asked to do what he had never truly wanted to finish. And through all of it, Snape moved closer with the cold, unreadable certainty of a man walking toward a point already fixed in his mind. Harry understood, in one terrible instant, exactly what was about to happen. He could not move, could not shout, could not even flinch properly against the paralysis. All he could do was feel. Draco's relief at not being the one. Bellatrix's ecstatic anticipation. Snape's not calm. Never calm, something harsher. Locked down so violently it was almost featureless, but under Harry's sharpened senses there was pain there, not enough to absolve. Enough to make the moment uglier. Dumbledore's voice came one last time. Severus, please. From below the stairs, Harry felt the whole tower hold its breath. Then Snape said, Avada Kedavra. The green light hit like the end of a sentence written into reality. Dumbledore's body arched once and flew backward from the battlements into the open night. Gone. For a heartbeat, nothing in Harry existed except shock. Then the bind broke. Not because Dumbledore had released it. Because the surge that tore through Harry, when he felt the old wizard fall, simply smashed the magic holding him in place. The stone niche exploded outward. Harry came up the final stairs in a gold-edged blur, breathing like something dragged half out of the human world and not yet decided whether it wanted back in. The tower erupted in chaos. Potter! Bellatrix shrieked, half laughing already, half startled. Draco stumbled away from the battlement with his face gone corpse white. Snape turned, and Harry saw Dumbledore's absence where the body should have been. The night beyond the broken battlements felt endless. The dark mark burned above them, The cold air where Dumbledore had stood was still full of falling. Harry screamed. The first pulse of wrath shattered the astronomy tower windows. Glass blasted outward in every direction as the gold, white force wave burst from Harry's chest and flung half the Death Eaters off balance. Amicus hit the wall so hard stone dust rained down over him. Draco went to one knee, covering his head. Bellatrix staggered back with a delighted cry that turned half-mad the moment she felt the scale of what had just answered Dumbledore's death. Harry's grief did not feel like Sirius's. Sirius had been a tearing absence. Shock and rage tangled together in the Department of Mysteries until the proto-transformation had nearly consumed him whole. Dumbledore's death hit different. Heavier. Colder. More vast. Not because Harry loved him more, because Dumbledore's fall took with it structure. Knowledge. The last old wall between Harry and the full architecture of war. Sirius had been personal loss. Dumbledore was the collapse of an era. The key in Harry reacted to that collapse like a star taking new fuel. Gold burst across his skin. His hair lifted wildly. The band on his wrist heated past warning into pain. This was not the same unstable threshold as the Department of Mysteries. Or rather, it was the same threshold reached from a different angle. Not Bellatrix's taunting. Not immediate vengeance alone. Catastrophic responsibility. The prince in his blood answered that with equal ferocity. Snape moved first. Not toward Harry. Toward the stairs. Retreat. Calculated. Immediate. Harry launched after him. The top of the tower disappeared in a blur of shattered stone, Bellatrix's laughter, Draco's broken breathing, and cold moonlight. Harry's first strike was not a spell. It was a two-handed blow of pure force aimed at Snape's spine that would have killed most men through sheer impact. Snape twisted aside by inches. The strike tore half the stair rail free instead. They descended in a storm. Death Eaters fled before them through the school's upper corridors while Harry drove forward like an avalanche given human shape. Spells flew from every angle. Most never landed. Harry's senses read them before completion, his body already adapting to each rhythm. One curse skimmed his shoulder and fed the fury. A shield he barely bothered to name came up gold, edged and shattered a corridor tapestry. A stunning spell returned from his wand, with enough ki behind it to punch two fleeing Death Eaters through a side door. He was not fighting cleanly anymore, not like Snape had taught, not like Dumbledore had asked. He was solving by destruction, and it felt magnificent. That was the horror of it. Bellatrix's wild joy peeled across the corridor behind him as she realized what Dumbledore's death had unlocked. She wasn't afraid. Not yet. She was thrilled that Hogwarts itself was becoming battleground, and that the golden monster in Harry's blood had finally been given the right wound. "Run then, Severus," she screamed somewhere behind. "Let him show you what he is." Harry almost answered her instead, almost turned and tore through every one of them, but Snape remained at the center. Snape with Dumbledore's blood, or implied blood, on him. Snape who had said the killing curse and meant it enough for reality to obey. Snape who had watched a monster grow and now, perhaps, intended to survive it. The chase tore through corridors, down staircases, past students shouting in confusion and order members trying to understand what had happened. Harry hardly saw any of them. He moved too fast. The castle stretched around him into lines of passage and obstruction, all of it secondary to the single blade-like presence of Snape ahead. Twice Harry nearly caught him. Twice Snape answered not with brute force but with infuriating efficiency. Curses angled to redirect Harry's momentum, barriers that didn't stop him so much as shift the geometry of the corridor around him, jinxes aimed not at flesh but at foot placement and line of sight. Even in grief, rage, Harry noticed. Snape was not trying to beat him. He was surviving him. That realization fed the fury further. They burst through the castle doors into the night. Hagrid's hut blazed with battle light below. Death Eaters sprinted across the grounds toward the boundary line. Students shouted from windows. The dark mark still hung above the tower like a verdict. Harry hit the lawn running. His feet tore furrows in the earth. Gold crackled around his arms and shoulders, now invisible streams. His hair flashed again, not fully transformed, not truly, but closer, so much closer than the Department of Mysteries had dared. A curse from behind struck his back. He spun and answered with a blast that ripped a crater in the grass and sent the attacker, one of the Carrows, flying bodily into a tree. Bellatrix howled with laughter. Harry barely heard it. Then Snape stopped and turned. The grounds opened around them in moonlit ruin. Trees swayed at the edge of the forest. The castle loomed behind Harry, ancient and suddenly vulnerable. Snape stood 20 feet away with his wand up, black robes snapping in the wind, face pale and furious and unreadable in equal measure. "Do not use those curses?" he shouted as Harry raised his wand and hurled a searing hex with murder in it. Snape deflected it. Not hard. Infuriatingly clean. Harry snarled and fired again. Sectum Semper this time, not learned from the Half-Blood Prince's book for mischief but for exactly this. Snape cut it apart before it formed fully.
Oh, Patyar.
Snape's voice cracked like a whip. "Those are mine!" That jolted Harry for one insane fraction of a second. Mine. Then rage drowned it. He drove forward physically instead. No spell, just speed and golden violence. Snape met him with shields too angled to be simple, each one buying half seconds and no more. Harry shattered the first, broke through the second. The third held long enough for Snape to pivot aside and drive a curse into Harry's side that numbed half his torso without stopping him. Pain. Fuel. Adaptation. Harry's world narrowed to unbearable clarity. He saw the exact line of Snape's shoulder before a hex. Saw the micro flinch when Bellatrix came too close to the fight. Saw, most sickeningly, the restraint in Snape's answers. He still wasn't trying to kill Harry. That restraint felt like insult now. Like pity. Like management. Harry hated it beyond language. The gold around him surged brighter. This time several strands of his hair did bleach upward toward bright bronze for 2 seconds before falling dark again. His eyes burned. The band on his wrist might as well have been molten metal. The grass around his feet blackened. Snape's face changed. Not fear exactly. Calculation sharpened by urgency. He had seen the Department of Mystery's aftermath. Had probably heard enough from Dumbledore to know what this threshold meant. And he understood, perhaps more coldly than anyone alive, that if Harry's first real transformation completed here, in pure grief and murderous pursuit, there would be no taking the lesson back. "Potter." Snape barked, not as insult but as command. "Listen to me." Harry answered with a blast of force that uprooted a tree. Snape dodged through falling branches and snarled, truly snarled now. "Your father was a fool, Black was a fool. And if you let this make you one more fool in love with rage, then the Dark Lord has taken 2 men tonight instead of 1. The words hit like acid. James. Black. Dumbledore absent in the sentence so loudly it hurt. Harry roared and hit him with everything he had left. For one impossible second Snape stood in a storm of gold, white impact, black robes thrashing, shield burning under the force. Then he did something Harry did not expect. He spoke. Not a curse. A name. Lily. The single word tore straight through the rage, not because it calmed Harry, because it confused him so deeply the transformation stuttered. Gold shuddered around him. The proto-threshold faltered. Just enough. Snape took the opening. He did not attack. He blasted the ground between them apart, threw up a screen of smoke and earth, and retreated through it with impossible speed toward the boundary where the other Death Eaters were already fleeing. Harry tore through the smoke half-blind, half-maddened, and reached the edge of the grounds just in time to see Snape vanish into the dark with the rest. Going again. No body, no victory, no answer, just absence and the echo of Dumbledore's death still falling through him. The power broke, not in a triumphant burst. In collapse, Harry dropped to one knee in the torn grass as the gold storm around him guttered into sparks and pain. The partial light in his hair faded. The world rushed back in ugly fragments. The shouts from the castle, Hagrid bellowing somewhere near the forest, the smell of smoke, blood in his mouth, the band on his wrist cooling from unbearable to merely savage. He had not transformed, not fully, but he had come so close the line between Harry Potter and wrath had nearly stopped existing. That was what Snape had seen, what Bellatrix had celebrated, what Voldemort, wherever he was, would have wanted most. Harry bowed forward and dug both hands into the ruined earth. Not from weakness, from the effort of not screaming until the castle cracked. The body lay below the tower, Students and teachers ringed the place in horrified silence broken only by sobbing and shouted orders. McGonagall moved through it like carved grief. Hagrid's face was wet. Lupin looked as though he had aged 10 years between one breath and the next. Even Snape's absence had presence now. A shape in the gathered hatred, a shadow all the sharper for not being there to receive it. Harry pushed through the crowd without seeing faces properly. Then he saw Dumbledore. Still. Broken. Real. Whatever strange hope the fall had left in him died then. No hidden trick. No Phoenix rescue. No last-minute revelation. Just death. Harry stood over the body and understood, with a calm so deep it frightened him, that everything after this would be his generation's burden. No more Dumbledore to outthink the war from 10 moves above the board. No more old genius carrying what children should not. The line had snapped. He didn't cry. Not there, not then. He only stood, breathing through the ache of half-spent transformation and looking at the dead headmaster as the consequences of the night arranged themselves into permanent shape. Draco had chosen enough. Snape had chosen something worse. Dumbledore had chosen death, perhaps long before the tower if Harry understood anything at all, and Harry had nearly chosen wrath. The last part mattered more than anyone around him knew, because the gold in his blood had loved the tower, loved the chase, loved the way grief stripped the world down to enemy and objective. If he didn't master that soon, Dumbledore's death would not be the last structure he destroyed in trying to avenge it. McGonagall reached him at last. "Harry," she said, and for once there was no sharpness in her voice, only exhaustion. "Come away." He shook his head once. Her hand tightened on his shoulder anyway. Not forceful. Just there. "You cannot stand here forever." No, he thought. But some part of him clearly wanted to. Eventually he let her guide him back a step. Then another. The crowd shifted. Someone covered Dumbledore's body. Stars burned cold over the tower where green light had ruled only an hour before. Harry looked up at the broken battlements and felt the whole night inside him like a second skeleton. The cave, the real locket, the tower, Snape's curse, the almost transformation, the escape. So much had been lost. So much remained unfinished. And beneath the grief, deeper than anger now, something else had begun to form. Not revenge, not yet. Decision. He would find the diadem in Hogwarts. He would uncover what had happened between Dumbledore and Snape. He would hunt every Horcrux until Voldemort stood mortal in front of him. And when the transformation came again, as it would, because after tonight he no longer doubted that, it would not be born in blind wrath on a moonlit lawn while Bellatrix laughed and Snape fled. Dumbledore had died before Harry's first true ascension. That fact would shape the rest. Because now Harry understood the price of getting it wrong. The lost Prince of the Saiyans had risen in grief twice already, and nearly become a weapon both times. The third time could not be an accident. As the night deepened and Hogwarts gathered around its dead, Harry Potter stood in the wreckage of boyhood and felt the future watching him with all its teeth. Dumbledore had fallen, wrath had risen, and the war, finally, had stopped pretending there would be time to become ready later. There was only readiness now, or ruin. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 13, Exile, Ruin, and Mastery. Next thought for 55's Chapter 13, Exile, Ruin, and Mastery. Dumbledore's funeral ended with white fire on black water. The whole school stood at the lake's edge and watched the pyre rise, silent, towering, reflected in the dark surface like a second sun drowning itself slowly in grief. Harry remembered almost none of the speeches afterward. Not properly. He remembered Hagrid crying without shame, McGonagall standing like something carved from old hurt, Ginny's hand brushing his once, and then slipping away because there were some kinds of sorrow that could not be eased by touch without becoming smaller than they deserved. Mostly, Harry remembered the decision. He would not come back for 7th year, not as a student, not while Horcruxes still existed, not while Voldemort still stood, not after Dumbledore had died climbing a tower because the war had outgrown classrooms and detentions and waiting for adults to finish handling it. Ron and Hermione made the same choice without making him ask. That mattered more than he knew how to say. The world began collapsing only days later. The Ministry fell in a rush of whispers, then panic, then undeniable fact. Scrimgeour dead. thickness enthroned as a puppet with too polished a smile. New laws drafted in language meant to sound orderly while turning fear into administration. Muggle-born registration. Quiet disappearances. Raids called investigations. Public safety turned into curated terror. Harry did not need newspapers to feel it. Britain itself changed texture. Even from Grimmauld Place, he could sense it in letters delivered by shaking owls, in order conversations held too softly behind closed doors, in the way every room of the old house seemed to brace after sunset as if expecting a knock it could not survive. Then came the wedding. For a few hours, at Bill and Fleur's, the world almost remembered how to look alive. Gold light through white tents, music. Lauder dragged into being by stubborn love, Fred and George making jokes with the manic determination of men, insulting the apocalypse by refusing to dress properly for it. Fleur radiant. Bill scarred and grinning anyway. Weasley crying into handkerchiefs every 20 minutes for different reasons. Harry stood in borrowed appearance and formal robes, feeling like a ghost invited to a celebration by accident. He watched everyone too closely. Felt everything too sharply. The crowd was a field of emotional heat. Worry banked under joy, mourning under ritual, hope stretched taut enough to sing. Hermione found him near the edge of the tent before the speeches began. "You're doing it again," she said quietly. Harry looked at her. Doing what? Standing like you expect an attack. He almost said I do. Instead he said nothing, which answered enough. Hermione followed his gaze across the crowd. "You know what the worst part is?" Harry frowned. "It's reasonable now." That got a hollow laugh out of him. Then Kingsley's Patronus burst into the night like blue lightning. "The Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming." The wedding shattered. No one screamed at first. Shock was too fast for that. The tent seemed to hesitate around the message, half full of dancing light and floating lanterns and human celebration, and then chaos tore through it. Death Eaters apparating beyond the wards. Wands out, guests scattering. Protection spells slamming up and breaking under pressure. Fleur shouting in French. Fred dragging someone to cover. Mrs. Weasley reaching for Ginny and Ron at the same time. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm with one hand and Ron's shoulder with the other. "Now!" They turned on the spot and vanished into darkness. Exile smelled like wet canvas, old leaves, and cold tea. That was Harry's first real impression of life on the run after the world finished collapsing around them. Not glory. Not righteous mission. Just 3 people dragging a tent across hidden corners of Britain, while newspapers turned Harry into undesirable number 1, and every village lane, hedgerow, or empty field carried the possibility of sudden violence. They moved constantly. Forests in Wales. A rain-beaten moor in northern England. An abandoned orchard behind a farmhouse no one had lived in for years. Half-ruined churchyards. Hidden riverbanks. Wind-hollowed hillsides where the tent strained against the weather like it wanted to flee first. Hermione did the magic that made survival possible. Ron did the practical work of keeping them fed, grounded, and occasionally sane. Harry carried the locket. Not all the time, but too often. Dumbledore's notes, recovered from Grimmauld Place before they fled for good, made one thing clear: the sword of Gryffindor could destroy Horcruxes, as could basilisk venom, fiend fire, and possibly carefully destabilized key. The problem was access. They had no sword, no basilisk fang, no certainty about whether Harry's power, even prepared correctly, could break the soul fragment without tearing half the country sideways in the process. So the locket stayed with them, caged when possible, warded, wrapped, and still oppressive. Harry felt it most. Of course he did. The locket's soul fragment radiated pride and possession in a frequency that harmonized too easily with the Saiyan blood in him. Whenever it hung around his neck beneath his shirt for any length of time, the world sharpened in the worst ways. Every inconvenience became insult. Every delay became challenge. Every fear from Ron or Hermione felt, for one poisonous heartbeat, like weakness dragging on necessary motion. Harry noticed. That was the only reason they survived it. They rotated the Horcrux when they could, but the thing seemed to cling to him even at distance. Sometimes he woke at night with the band on his wrist hot enough to sting, and the certainty that the locket, buried in warded canvas 3 feet away, was listening for cracks. Ron noticed too. Not at first in words, in glances, in the way he watched Harry after arguments, in the way he stopped joking when Harry went too quiet for too long, in the way his own frustration built against not only fear and hunger and cold, but against Harry's growing habit of falling out of conversations and into long spells of hard stillness that no longer felt entirely human. Harry hated the stillness. He also needed it, because outside combat, training was the only thing that kept him from drowning in the lack of progress. He could sense the diadem at Hogwarts. Sometimes the pulse came through dreams, faint and cold and proud beneath mountains of forgotten objects. He could not reach it. He could sense Nagini when Voldemort drew near enough to Britain's magical centers. The serpent's soul signature slick and hungry, and unmistakable through the scar connection. He could not attack it. He had no trace on Hufflepuff's cup, only suspicions, references, dead leads, and one increasingly maddening awareness that Voldemort had hidden pieces of himself all over a country, now rotting under his control, while Harry sat in a damp tent, trying not to let an evil necklace teach him ambition through bitterness. So he trained. At dawn, at dusk, in sleet, in cold mud, in abandoned quarries where echoes carried his failures back at him like mockery. Hermione helped where she could, inscribing rough pressure circles with runes into earth or stone when the ground allowed it. Ron timed intervals, muttered complaints, and occasionally threw stones at Harry when he asked for unpredictable motion, and then got annoyed that stones were, apparently, too unpredictable. Harry learned to hover first. Not true flight. Not yet. Just the ability to let his ki take enough of his weight that standing became a matter of control instead of pure gravity. The first attempts were humiliating. Boots scraping dirt, balance failing, the body's reflex to fall fighting the body's new instinct to rise. More than once he shot sideways into trees hard enough to shake branches clean. But little by little, the hovering stabilized. Then came directed bursts, then sustained glides over uneven ground, then barrier control. Small shields at first, barely larger than forearm plates, shaped not to explode outward but to absorb, bend, redirect. Then focused blasts thin enough to split a boulder instead of vaporizing the hillside behind it. The power grew. The problem was that it grew intelligently. Every hard lesson made the next one easier. Every fall taught his body better correction. Every failed shield taught his nervous system where not to leak force. It was exactly the sort of adaptive progress he had feared since the graveyard. Beautiful, efficient, and morally neutral. If he used it to protect, it became a discipline. If he used it to dominate, it would become a philosophy. Some mornings the difference felt paper thin. Ron left in November. The fight began over food, then over direction, then over the locket. Then, because all exhausted arguments eventually find the true wound beneath them, over Harry himself. Rain hammered the tent roof that night in relentless sheets. Hermione had spent 3 hours tracing dead end clues through Dumbledore's notes until her eyes blurred. Ron had come back from scavenging what passed for groceries with almost nothing. Harry had been out in the dark trying to force stable low-altitude flight through crosswind and returned soaked, bruised, and carrying the locket because wearing it during training sharpened his senses in ways he deeply distrusted and kept doing anyway. Hermione noticed first. "You've still got it on." Harry touched the chain at his throat automatically and saw both their faces change. "It helps," he said. Ron stared at him. "You're joking." "No. The Horcrux helps." Harry's temper flared. "It sharpens opposition." Hermione's voice went cold. "That is not a healthy sentence. It's information. It's corruption." Ron snapped. Harry turned on him too fast, not physically, just with that terrible stillness Hermione had warned him about months ago. "You think I don't know the difference?" Ron threw up his hands. "I think you keep making yourself more like the things we're hunting and calling it strategy." The words hit because they were close enough to truth to hurt. Harry's reply came too cold. "At least I'm doing something." Silence. Instant. Absolute. Ron looked as if he'd been slapped. Hermione made a small sound, almost too quiet to hear. Harry knew he'd crossed something the moment the words left him. He could have taken them back. Should have. Instead, the locket pulsed warm against his chest and fed him the ugliest possible interpretation of the room. Ron weak, Hermione doubting, both of them obstacles to necessary motion. That instinctive reading horrified him even while it happened. Ron's face hardened. "Right," he said. "There it is." Harry tore the chain off so violently the metal snapped against his fingers. He threw the locket onto the table hard enough to crack wood. "That isn't me." Ron laughed, bitter and exhausted. "Maybe not all of you." Hermione stepped between them at once. "Stop. Both of you." But the damage was done. Ron packed with shaking hands and furious silence. Every motion too rough, every pause too human. He said things Harry deserved and some he didn't. Harry said almost nothing after that first mistake, because every sentence he formed now seemed split in two. What he wanted to say, and what the battle-hungry, locket-poisoned part of him urged instead. Hermione cried, not loudly, just enough. Ron looked at Harry one last time before leaving, and the pain in his face was worse than anger would have been. "You don't even sound like yourself when you get like this." Then he vanished into the rain. Harry stood there listening to the empty place where Ron had been. The locket sat between him and Hermione on the cracked table, black and gleaming and satisfied. Hermione did not speak to Harry for a long time that night. When she finally did, it was very soft and therefore much worse. "You let it speak before you." Harry looked at the locket and then away. "I know." She nodded once, like someone marking a wound instead of arguing over it. The tent felt too small after that, the world beyond it too large, and Ron was gone. The weeks without him were colder than weather should have allowed. Hermione stayed. That alone was a kind of loyalty Harry would never forget, but something had changed in the shape of the three of them, and the loss made the exile harder in ways Harry had not anticipated. Ron had always been noise against fear, appetite against abstraction, the blunt human fact of ordinary reactions when Harry and Hermione vanished into strategy or crisis. Without him, the tent lost heat even when the spells held. Harry became quieter, then worse efficient. That frightened him more than grief had. He and Hermione moved through routines with clean precision. Pack travel, ward, research, train, eat because they had to, sleep badly, wake, repeat. No jokes, few arguments, too much competence. Hermione watched him like she was afraid of exactly that. One night, after he came back from training in a ruined quarry, with his boots still 6 inches off the ground, because he had forgotten to settle properly before entering the tent, she looked at him for a very long moment and said, "You can land first, you know." Harry blinked, then lowered himself fully. Hermione rubbed both hands over her face. "That's what I mean." He said nothing, because he did know what she meant. The powers he had spent months learning under pressure were beginning to settle into habit. Short-distance flight came more naturally now than running over difficult terrain. Small barriers could rise around him almost on reflex when sudden sound or movement spiked near camp. His key control during focused blasts had improved enough that he could now carve through stone in clean lines, or crack a tree at the base without splintering the whole grove. All of that was useful. It also meant the boundary between effort and instinct kept moving, and that boundary mattered. So Harry forced new rules on himself after Ron left. No wearing the locket for training. No solo sessions after midnight. No combat drills immediately after arguments or grief surges. No using flight inside the tent or at meals. No answering Hermione in fewer than 3 words when she asked if he was all right, because anything shorter had become too easy a lie. Some days the rules helped. Some days they only gave him more precise ways to measure failure. They went to Godric's Hollow in December. Snow lay over the village like silence made visible. Harry felt his parents' grave before he saw it, not through magic exactly, but through the sharp collapse of distance between past and place. Hermione stayed close without intruding. The churchyard was cold and old and honest in a way almost nothing in the war was. Harry stood before the stone bearing James and Lily's names and felt none of the grand things people often expected from the bereaved. No peace. No revelation. No cosmic reassurance. Just ache. And the hard, private certainty that the dead did not become easier to lose merely because more time stood between loss and now. Then Bathilda's house happened, and Nagini, and the trap, and the fight in the ruined upstairs room where Harry's instincts saved them again before thought had fully caught up. He sensed the serpent's soul fragment the moment the disguise tore, and this time he answered with precise force instead of wild panic. One barrier to shield Hermione, one Keat-driven blasting curse to rupture the wall, one controlled surge to hurl them both through debris before the snake could coil properly around either of them. They escaped, barely. Outside in the snow, with Bathilda's broken house behind them and Voldemort surely already moving in fury somewhere far away, Hermione clutched her damaged wand arm and laughed once through exhaustion. That was controlled. Harry looked at his own shaking hands. It had been. That scared him less than it once would have, which scared him more. The dough came in January. Silver, silent, impossible. Harry woke in the forest with the feeling of being watched, and stepped out from the tent to find moonlight caught in antlers where no real animal could have stood. The Patronus waited at the edge of the trees, turned once, and glided away without sound. He knew at once that it was meant for him. He followed. Not blindly. He checked the band, took his wand, left signs Hermione would understand, moved through the snow, dark woods on quiet feet and controlled breath, while the silver doe led him deeper between black trunks and frozen undergrowth, until they reached a pool hidden like glass in the center of the forest. At the pool's bottom, visible through the ice, lay the sword of Gryffindor. Harry stood very still. Dumbledore. Or someone Dumbledore trusted. No trap feel in the air, no Horcrux pulse. Only cold and steel and old magic. He broke the ice and plunged in. The water hit like knives. He seized the sword hilt and kicked upward. And the locket, hanging under his shirt because he had been wearing it on watch rotation, tightened around his throat. Not physically at first. Magically. By the time Harry realized what was happening, the chain had become iron, and the Horcrux was awake around his neck, dragging him back under with pure malicious weight. Cold water flooded his nose and mouth. The sword slipped. Light shattered overhead through ice and darkness. The locket pulsed pride and contempt straight into his thoughts. You wanted strength. Drown in what you chose to carry, Harry thrashed. Too late, too tangled. Then hands seized him and hauled him upward with brutal force. Air, snow, coughing pain. The sword slamming onto frozen earth beside him. Harry rolled and dragged at the chain around his throat until it loosened. When his blurred vision cleared, Ron Weasley was kneeling over him, soaked to the elbows, breathing hard enough to shake. For one stunned second, neither spoke. Then Ron said, voice rough, "You really do have a gift for making things dramatic." Harry laughed and coughed at the same time and nearly broke on the sound. Ron was here. Not memory, not wish. Here. The relief hit so hard it stripped language. Ron saw it, looked away for a second, then back. I was an idiot. Harry sat up with shaking arms. Yeah. Ron snorted wetly.
Right.
Good. Glad we've got that clear. That was enough. More than enough. They found the tent together. Hermione saw Ron and went white, then furious, then crying, then hugging him so hard he nearly lost his footing. For a few minutes the forest held something warmer than survival. Then Harry looked at the sword, at the locket, at Ron, and knew what had to happen. They destroyed the locket in a clearing of black trees and moonlit snow. Hermione warded the space until it felt like the world had stepped back and left only the three of them inside a circle of cold and consequence. The sword lay across a fallen log, goblin steel dark and beautiful and terrible in its purpose. The locket sat on a flat stone in the center, chain broken, soul, fragment pulsing with resentful life. Harry could feel its eagerness. Not to be destroyed. To fight first. He looked at Ron. Has to be you. Ron froze.
What?
It targeted you too.
Us.
Everything between us. Harry swallowed once, and it almost drowned me. I can hold it open. You finish it. Ron stared at the locket, then at the sword, then at Harry. Hermione said nothing. She knew he was right. Ron stepped forward slowly and picked up the sword with both hands. The moment Harry touched the locket, the clearing changed. It opened with a metallic click that sounded far too much like a mouth smiling. Black smoke poured upward. Then shape. The Horcrux did what it always had the potential to do. It spoke to fracture lines and gave them bodies. Harry and Hermione appeared before Ron in distorted echo, taller, colder, contemptuous, their voices sharpened into every insecurity Ron had carried for months. Harry saw it and hated it, but he could not stop it. His role was different now. He drove key through his hands and into the locket's open structure, forcing the fragment outward. The process was agony. Not physical, though that too. Spiritual architecture dragged against his senses like barbed wire through nerves. Pride fought pride. Malice tried to bait dominance. The fragment pushed on everything in Harry that still wanted strength to answer humiliation and certainty to answer pain. He held. Not by hating it. By refusing it. Ron's hands shook around the sword. The visions taunted harder. Hermione's false image turned crueler. Harry's false image went all icy princely disdain. And then the real Harry, crouched over the opened locket with gold, white light burning around both forearms, looked up at Ron and said through gritted teeth, "It's lying." That mattered, because it was not abstract morality. It was Harry, flawed, cold sometimes, frightening in ways he hated. But still Harry, still choosing. Even now, Ron's face changed. Not anger. Decision. He raised the sword and brought it down. The impact was not just metal through metal. Harry felt the soul fragment rupture. A scream tore through the clearing, too high and too layered to belong to any living throat. Black light burst upward and then inward at once, collapsing under the combined force of basilisk venom in the blade and Harry's kie holding the fragment exposed. Snow hissed into steam around the stone. The sword bit deep, the locket split. Then everything went silent, truly silent, no whisper, no pulse, no presence. Dead, Harry fell back onto the snow, breathing hard, hands still shaking with the aftershock of resisting something that had wanted to turn his own strength into vanity. Ron stood over the broken locket, sword lowered, chest heaving. Hermione let out a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. For a while none of them moved. Then Ron looked at Harry. "You all right?" Harry stared up at the branches overhead where moonlight filtered through black winter limbs. "No," he said honestly. Then he turned his head and managed a tired, real smile. But better. Ron nodded. Hermione sat down beside Harry in the snow despite the cold and leaned into his shoulder. That was the moment the exile changed. Not because the war got easier. It didn't. Because the three of them became themselves again inside it. After the locket's destruction, Harry's training changed once more. Not in intensity, in purpose. Before, every gain had felt tied to confrontation, to not being helpless, not losing people, not being too slow when the world struck next. After the locket, something in him unclenched. He still wanted power. Needed it, probably. But the wanting no longer centered only on killing Voldemort, or finally overpowering whatever dark thing rose in front of him. The locket had shown him too clearly how easily strength could become a mirror for wounded pride. So he trained differently. In empty dawn fields, he practiced barriers wide enough to protect all three of them at once instead of the smallest possible efficient shape. In abandoned stone circles, he worked on silent hovering while carrying extra weight, learning how to move with someone injured in his arms. He learned to descend gently instead of just stop falling. He learned to gather ki without letting it sharpen first into attack. He learned, slowly and with more failures than he told Hermione about, to feel danger without immediately answering it as challenge. One night, weeks after Ron returned, he stood above a frozen hillside in Scotland and realized he was flying, not lunging, not falling with style, flying 10 feet above the earth, then 20, then 30, steady in the moonlight, cloaks snapping behind him, the cold air held under deliberate control instead of instinctive burst. He stayed there breathing slowly while the band on his wrist remained cool. Below, the tent glowed faintly under concealment charms. Ron snored somewhere inside it. Hermione had fallen asleep over notes again. The broken locket lay wrapped and dead in a satchel with Dumbledore's papers, one less wound in the world. Harry looked down at his own hands suspended in open air. Strength, yes. But for once it did not feel like a blade searching for a throat. It felt like reach. He descended carefully, boots touching frost without cracking the ground. When he entered the tent, Hermione looked up from half-sleep and blinked. "Were you flying?" Harry paused, then nodded. Ron, somehow awake enough to contribute from inside his blankets, muttered, "Try not to become smug about it." Harry smiled into the dim tent light. That, more than the flight itself, told him the chapter of exile had given him something worth keeping. Not peace, not certainty, just the beginning of mastery that did not require him to become less human in order to grow stronger. And when he lay down that night with snow, wind rattling the wards and Horcrux clues still scattered through a dying country, Harry understood one final thing about Dumbledore's death and everything that had followed. Power alone would not make him ready for Hogwarts' last battle, but power shaped by loyalty just might. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 420, the Super Saiyan of Hogwarts. Next thought for 17's Chapter 420, the Super Saiyan of Hogwarts. The return to Hogwarts began in a bank vault filled with dragonfire. By the time spring dragged itself into April, the hunt had become narrower and more ruthless. The locket was gone. The ring and diary were already ashes of earlier battles. The hidden pulse in Hogwarts still waited like a buried thought. Nagini still moved somewhere near Voldemort like a living wound. That left one great blank in the pattern, Hufflepuff's cup. Hermione found the clue in Bellatrix Lestrange's panic. Not one sentence. Not one dramatic reveal. A cluster of reactions Harry had barely registered at first. Her terror at the sword, the way her name and Gringotts records crossed in old black, family inheritance notes, the sort of paranoid possessiveness only a woman trusted with something irreplaceable would display. The break in itself was chaos compressed into brilliance. Polyjuice, forged confidence, goblin suspicion, a dragon chained under stone and old greed. Harry hated every second underground. Not because of the danger, because Gringotts felt too much like organized hunger. Every vault corridor thrummed with wards, blood agreements, ancestral theft, and the thin metallic arrogance of a place, convinced it could catalog power by locking it away. The cup's soul, fragment pulsed, through it all like a hidden ember undercoin, and Harry's senses stretched toward it until his teeth ached. They found it in Bellatrix's vault beneath mountains of treasure that multiplied on touch, burned on greed, and screamed silently of old theft. The cup felt smug. That was the first thing Harry thought when he saw it gleaming among goblets and armor and jewels. Not ancient, not reverent, smug, like it had spent years sitting in stolen wealth and enjoying the insult. Then the treasure began multiplying. Then the vault became an oven. Then the dragon's chains broke. By the time they burst out into sunlight on the back of a furious half-starved beast, Harry was laughing. Not with humor, but with the wild, ragged edge of someone who had stopped expecting normal days a year ago, and found the sky surprisingly honest, by comparison. Ron hooped behind him. Hermione clung white, knuckled and furious. The dragon flew. The cup rode in Hermione's bag, radiating soul pressure and fury all the way across the country. They destroyed it in the hills before sunset. Not with ceremony. Hermione opened the bag. Ron set the cup on bare stone with a face twisted in disgust. Harry held the fragment exposed with key, forcing the hidden core outward through the gold until the metal itself screamed. And then Hermione drove a basilisk fang through the side. The soul fragment died hard, a burst of dark steam, a shriek like a woman inhaling knives. Then silence. Harry stared at the ruined cup afterward and understood something cold and absolute. There were only two active fragments left. The diadem in Hogwarts, Nagini in motion beside Voldemort, and the shard inside Harry himself, though he tried not to think about that unless forced. The war had become small enough to touch. That made it more frightening, not less. Aberforth Dumbledore looked at Harry, as though prophecy had walked into his pub wearing too much exhaustion. The hog's head smelled of old smoke, damp wood, and the kind of secrets people carried, because speaking them aloud would have made them responsible for helping. Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived there through a painting and a tunnel after hours of running, with dust on their clothes, dragon marks in the news, and Hogwarts looming ahead like memory and judgment mixed together. They had not chosen the route by accident. Harry had felt the diadem more strongly the closer they came north, not just a distant pulse now. A steady hidden wrongness lodged in the bones of the castle, and with it came something else, pressure. Fear layered over stubbornness. Students still there, defiance still alive, Hogwarts holding. That knowledge dragged them home. Aberforth listened to the explanation in clipped pieces. Horcruxes, diadem, need to get inside. Need to move before Voldemort realized how little of himself remained. He did not like any of it, which made him immediately more trustworthy. You're all still children, he said at last. Ron, filthy and sleep-starved, looked mildly offended. That feels a bit late as a concern. Aberforth's mouth twitched despite himself. Then he looked at Harry. The old man's face altered almost imperceptibly. Not because Harry was the chosen one. Because he looked, perhaps for the first time, like someone already wearing too much battle in his posture to be argued back into innocence. There's a passage, Aberforth said. Still open, if you've any luck left. Harry almost said we don't. Then he thought of Ron returning from the snow, of Hermione staying, of cups broken and dragons escaped in moonlit flight over frozen hills. "'Nuff," he said. Aberforth gave a short nod. The passage opened through Ariana's portrait and led them beneath the mountain. The tunnel smelled of earth and damp stone, and 100 feet having passed through it in recent months. As they climbed, Harry began feeling the castle properly again. Not just ancient magic, current strain. Students bracing for violence, defenders positioning, fear moving like weather through corridors that still remembered laughter, and one presence he knew before he heard the voice. Neville Longbottom. When he came out of the tunnel into the room of requirement, Neville looked like war had stripped him to essentials and left behind something stronger than the boy who once forgot passwords and blushed under praise. He was thinner, harder. His face carried small scars and sleeplessness. His eyes, when they landed on Harry, were brighter than shock had any right to allow. Then Neville grinned, and the room exploded. Hands on shoulders, voices all at once. Ginny, Luna, Seamus, Dean. Students from every house who should by all rights have been too frightened to stand there and yet were. Harry felt them before he fully registered faces. Tired, hungry, determined, scared, still here. That nearly broke him harder than grief had, because this room full of bruised, underslept, rebellious children and young adults still choosing resistance inside a castle under occupation, was what Voldemort had never understood. Not power, not prophecy, not bloodline, persistence. "Blimey," Neville said, stepping back enough to look at Harry properly. "You look awful." Ron barked a laugh. Hermione actually smiled, and for one breath the war thinned enough to let warmth through. Then Harry felt the diadem, close. Close enough that his scar pulsed in answer. He looked toward the hidden wall of the room of requirement's larger self, beyond the visible refuge Neville had made and into the endless stacked cathedral of lost things buried inside the castle. "It's here," Harry said. The room quieted instantly. Hermione stepped closer. "You're sure?" Harry closed his eyes for a second and reached. "Yes." The soul fragment sat proud and concealed and frigidly certain among mountains of forgotten objects, protected not by impossible wards, now but by obscurity, arrogance, and the assumption that no one would ever be strange enough to feel its shape through all the rest. Harry opened his eyes.
Yes.
Neville's expression hardened at once. Then let's get it. Simple. Neville had become wonderfully, terrifyingly simple where the right things were concerned. Harry nodded. Then the castle changed. Every candle flame in the room flickered. The old magic in the walls tightened. And far above, like a storm rolling over battlements, a new presence arrived. Voldemort. Not physically inside yet, but close enough that Harry's scar flared, and the whole school seemed to draw breath through stone. A voice spread across Hogwarts from nowhere and everywhere at once. "You have permitted your friends to die for you enough. Deliver Harry Potter to me." The room of requirement fell utterly still. Harry felt the wave of fear that followed the voice. Not collapse, a beat of fear. Then anger, then resolve. Neville spat on the floor. "That's my answer," he said. It was so immediate, so utterly Neville, that half the room laughed in the face of terror. Harry looked around at them. Ginny with her jaw set, Luna dreamy and fierce, Seamus already calculating explosions, Ernie Macmillan trying to stand like history might be watching, younger students paler but still not moving toward the tunnel out. This, he thought. This was the thing. Not him alone. Never him alone. He had just enough time to understand the shape of that realization before McGonagall sent for him. The Great Hall and the battlements became command centers in under an hour. McGonagall took charge like an old curse, deciding the battlefield had offended her personally. Flitwick fortified. Sprout armed the greenhouses. Slughorn returned with reinforcements and the expression of a man who had finally realized history would remember whether he ran. The suits of armor marched. The walls sealed. The younger students were evacuated through the passageway, and complaints from those forced to go nearly caused more delay than the actual enemy. Harry, meanwhile, hunted the diadem. It should have felt wrong to search for a hidden soul fragment while the castle prepared for siege. Instead, it fit too well. This had always been the shape of the war, private mission nested inside public battle. Hogwarts would hold or fall, the defenders would fight or die, and somewhere inside it all, Harry still had to find a piece of Voldemort's soul hidden like a disease in the school's memory. Luna found the path, or perhaps Ravenclaw itself did. By way of a daughter's ghost and a girl half the world insisted on misunderstanding. Harry would never be entirely certain. What mattered was that they learned what they needed to know. The diadem had once been lost. Tom Riddle had known more than anyone. The room of hidden things was exactly where such an object would sleep if hidden by a boy who thought himself too clever to be caught. So Harry, Ron, and Hermione went, back into the room of requirement's vast concealed interior. Back into mountains of discarded objects rising in aisles and towers under a ceiling no one ever quite saw. Back into dust, old magic, half-broken secrets, and the pulse of the diadem now unmistakable. It drew Harry through the clutter like a cold star. He moved fast but not wildly. Months of sensing soul fragments had changed that. He no longer lunged at the wrongness the instant he felt it. He threaded toward it, refusing its invitation to pride, refusing the half-biological urge to seize and prove and dominate. Hermione and Ron kept pace, wands out. Then Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco appeared. Of course they did. War had always insisted on dragging school grudges through its larger machinery, whether anyone asked or not. But the sight of Draco there, gaunt, pale, eyes hunted beyond schoolboy malice, hit Harry differently now. Malfoy looked like the year had hollowed him out and left only reflex standing. The confrontation broke almost immediately. Accusations, old hatred, wands up. Draco too slow to decide what he really wanted. Crabbe too stupid and vicious to care. The battle between the heaps of hidden objects became a nightmare of close curses and falling towers of broken furniture. The diadem pulsed stronger nearby. Harry deflected a cutting curse into a cracked wardrobe, vaulted over a pile of tarnished shields, and felt the exact instant Crabbe lost control of himself and went for fiendfire. Blue, white hell erupted. The room of requirement turned predator at once. Living fire in shapes of beasts roared through the junk mountains. Stacked centuries of hidden things became fuel. Air vanished into heat. Goyle screamed. Ron swore. Hermione's face went stark with understanding. Harry did. Not forward toward safety, toward the diadem, because he could feel it now through the inferno, a cold, proud point trying to remain untouched at the edge of all this destruction, as if the room itself should know not to let such an object burn. No. Harry launched over a collapsing shelf and saw it at last, a tarnished silver diadem perched absurdly on the stone bust of a wigged wizard, half buried under old books in a broken cage. Ravenclaw's words glittered faintly in the firelight. The fiendfire rushed in behind him. Harry snatched the diadem in one hand and turned. Draco was trapped. Goyle too. Crabbe already lost to his own unleashed fire. For one split second the Saiyan instinct calculated the simplest answer. Leave them. Not moral reasoning. Efficiency. Enemy liabilities inside a collapsing room. Save your own people. Finish the mission. Harry hated how cleanly the thought arrived. Then he saw Draco's face. Not proud, not sneering. Just a terrified boy about to die in the room where he had hidden too many choices too badly. Harry made his own.
Ron! Hermione! Go!
And he threw himself sideways through the fire. He caught Draco by the collar and Goyle, by pure chance and rage, luck, shoved both toward a half-collapsed aisle where Ron and Hermione had found brooms among the junk, and took the full backwash of fiendfire across a hastily raised gold, white barrier that nearly ripped his arms from their sockets. Pain slammed through him. Real pain. Bright and cleansing. He roared back at it, drove key into the shield, and vaulted all of them onto the broom line in one scramble of curses and smoke and falling ruin. They shot from the room seconds before it consumed itself entirely. The diadem, thrown from Harry's hand during the flight, vanished into fiend fire behind them. He felt it die. The soul fragment tore apart with a cold shriek distinct even from the cursed flame. The pressure that had haunted Hogwarts' 7th floor for months simply ceased, and the absence hit so cleanly Harry nearly laughed from sheer exhausted relief. One left, Nagini. And then the castle began to die in earnest. Battle no longer looked like corridors and skirmishes after that. It looked like Hogwarts under siege. The outer defenses failed in waves. Giants battered at walls. Spells turned towers into wounds of falling stone. Acromantulas poured from the forest like nightmare-given legs. The sky above the school flashed green and red and white, while the grounds below became a churned field of cratered earth, shattered statues, smoking rubble, and screams. Harry entered the battle already more dangerous than any wizard there. That was simply true now. He moved across the grounds in bursts of controlled flight and impact, dropping shields where groups of younger defenders would otherwise have died, tearing through troll lines with concussive blasts and intercepting curses aimed at McGonagall, Ginny, Luna, or Neville before his own mind had entirely decided which body he was protecting first. He was not calm, just functional. Months of exile and discipline had done that much. The band on his wrist stayed warm but not burning. His power obeyed mostly. And still it wasn't enough. Fred died in the smoke and blast of a corridor collapse after a laugh cut off too quickly. Lupin fell somewhere in the crush below the viaduct. Tunks, Colin Creevey. Others Harry did not even see until bodies were being dragged to the Great Hall between waves of attack. Every loss struck. Every strike fed the fury waiting below his control. The battle wanted escalation. His blood wanted it more. Then Voldemort called for parley. The defenders gathered in the wrecked Great Hall under banners half torn down by smoke and debris. Bodies lined the walls under sheets or cloaks. Survivors stood like ghosts around them, bruised and bloodied and shaking, some with wands still clutched because setting them down would have meant believing there might be rest. Voldemort's voice came through the broken doors and shattered windows, magnified across the grounds by magic and triumph. He offered surrender. Harry Potter for mercy, Harry Potter for peace, Harry Potter to save what remained. The hall went utterly still. Harry stood near the front and looked around. At McGonagall, pale with grief and iron. At Kingsley, blackened with dust and battle, still upright. At Hermione with ash in her hair and a split in her sleeve, eyes blazing anyway. At Ron, exhausted and furious and human in all the best ways. At Ginny with tears unshed and chin lifted. At Neville, wounded, dirty, unbent. At Luna, serene in the center of ruin as if she could already see tomorrow refusing to disappear. Nobody moved toward him. Nobody offered him up. Even now, even after all this, even with death piled around them. Neville stepped forward instead. You'll have to come and get him. The hall answered with sound. Not cheers at first, but the rough, furious rise of people who had decided together that enough was enough. Wands lifted. Voices rose. Fear stayed, but it stopped leading. Harry felt it all hit him at once, as revelation. This was the trigger Dumbledore had spoken of without ever fully naming. Not hate. Not revenge, not even grief. Recognition. He had spent months fearing the transformation because he had nearly reached it through wrath twice already. Graveyard pain. Department of Mystery's vengeance. The tower. Every near threshold had begun in the same place, loss sharpened into destruction. But this was different. These people were standing their ground in the shadow of impossible death, not because Harry was powerful enough to save them, but because they were themselves. Because Hogwarts had raised generations stubborn enough to defy monsters. Because loyalty existed independent of victory. Because Ron still stood beside him after all their fractures. Because Hermione had never stopped building rails around his fall. Because Neville Longbottom, once forgotten by everyone except fear, had become the sort of man who looked at a Dark Lord and chose defiance as if it were plain etiquette. Harry's chest tightened, then opened. The key inside him did not surge this time. It aligned. Every fractured current that had once fought him, grief, rage, protection, instinct, human love, Saiyan pride, the urge to rise, the refusal to kneel, suddenly stopped contradicting one another. For one impossible, endless second, Harry felt the entire architecture of himself click into place. Not half wizard and half alien. Not boy dragged by destiny. Not prince at war with compassion. All of it. One thing. He understood then that the Saiyan blood in him had never truly demanded cruelty. It demanded intensity. It had answered pain with rage because rage was available. It had answered battle with hunger because battle simplified the world. But now another answer stood in front of it. Protect because these are yours, not as possessions, but as people you choose again and again. The difference was everything. Gold light burst from him. The great hall shook, not from uncontrolled detonation, from emergence. Harry rose an inch from the floor as the aura unfolded around him in a clean, blinding column. Dust spiraled upward. Broken banners snapped in the pressure wave. The band on his wrist did not burn. It went cool, so cool it almost vanished. Because there was no threshold warning left to give, he was past it. Gasps tore through the hall. His hair blazed upward into bright gold, not chaotic this time but fixed, sharpened, every strand lifted by a power that no longer ate at his control. His eyes burned green ringed in gold, white light. The aura around him no longer lashed wildly at walls and stone. It moved with contained force, vast and disciplined, like a sun deciding exactly how much of itself to let a room survive. Ron stared. Hermione forgot to breathe. Ginny's hand flew to her mouth. Neville just grinned, bloody and disbelieving, and somehow not surprised enough. Harry looked at them all through the gold. Not above them, among them. And because the transformation had been born in acceptance instead of hatred, he was still entirely there. More there than he had ever been. The aura settled around him like a second skin. Outside Voldemort's magic paused. Harry could feel the Dark Lord's shock through the scar connection. A violent jolt of disbelief and fury as the power he had spent months fearing and trying to study finally resolved into something stable. Good, Harry thought. Let him feel it. He stepped forward. The stone did not crack under him now. It simply accepted the weight. When he spoke, his voice carried through the hall without strain. No more hiding behind walls, he said. Then he turned and walked toward the broken doors and the battlefield beyond, gold light spilling over the ruined threshold. The army waiting outside recoiled. Death Eaters, giants, acromantulas, wolves, the remains of Voldemort's assault lines. Every living thing on those grounds felt the shift. Not because Harry had become invincible. Because he had become coherent. The defenders of Hogwarts followed him. Not because he was a savior descending. Because they had chosen to stand already, and now the strongest among them had finally risen without leaving his humanity behind. The Battle of Hogwarts began its last movement there, under a torn sky and a castle of broken towers, with Harry Potter stepping into the night not as a boy barely surviving overwhelming power, but as the first true Super Saiyan the wizarding world would ever see. And this time, the gold in him belonged to love. Say next, and I'll continue with Chapter 15T, The Last Dark Lord and the Stars Beyond. Next thought for Fumnia's Chapter 15th, The Last Dark Lord and the Stars Beyond. The first giant died without understanding what had hit it. Harry crossed the grounds in a streak of gold and struck upward through the thing's chest with both palms open, not tearing flesh but delivering force so absolute that bone, armor, and giant magic all failed at once. The creature left the earth, hung for one impossible second against the broken sky, and crashed beyond the walls hard enough to shake 3 towers. Silence followed for half a heartbeat. Then the battle changed shape. Everything that had spent the last hour trying to kill Hogwarts felt it. Death Eaters hesitated. Acromantulas recoiled. Even the giants, too stupid for subtle fear, looked toward the bright gold figure moving through smoke and moonlight with disciplined, terrifying speed. Harry did not roar, did not lose himself. That was the difference. He moved. A shield wide enough to cover half a ruined staircase blossomed from one hand and held as 4 younger defenders dragged 2 injured Hufflepuffs out from under falling stone. A concussive blast from his right palm tore an entire line of masked attackers off their feet without touching the students behind them. He rose into the air in a controlled burst, angled through a storm of curses, and dropped between an acromantula charge and Professor Sprout's line of fighters with enough force to crack the ground and send a gold-edged shockwave through the spider's front ranks. Every motion was clean, every answer chosen. This was what power looked like when it belonged to him instead of to grief. Neville saw it first for what it was. Not just strength, permission. He raised the sword of Gryffindor over a bloodied shoulder and shouted,
Push!
The defenders of Hogwarts surged. From the battlements, from broken corridors, from the greenhouse line and the viaduct and the shattered front steps, they answered the moment. McGonagall drove curses like judgment itself. Flitwick's precision became lethal music. Kingsley fought with exhausted brilliance. Ginny, Luna, and Hermione advanced under the cover of Harry's barriers and turned every opening into a fallen Death Eater. Ron, face cut and filthy and furious, fought at Harry's flank whenever the lines collapsed close enough. For a few brutal, incandescent minutes, the invaders broke. And somewhere beyond the tree line, Voldemort felt it. Harry knew the exact instant. The scar on his forehead flared once, not pain exactly, but contact, shock, fury. The cold recoil of a mind that had spent months studying a weapon only to discover that the weapon had chosen not to belong to him or to hatred after all. Harry looked toward the forest. Far away, through smoke and darkness and distance, he felt Nagini too. Alive, shielded, close to Voldemort's core. One fragment left outside himself. The battle raged on around him, but the war had narrowed again. Then Voldemort called a ceasefire. His voice rolled over the grounds in unnatural clarity, silencing combat not because anyone trusted him, but because magic itself made them hear. You have fought bravely, he said, and the contempt under the words made bravery sound like a joke. But you lose all the same. Harry Potter, I know you are here. If you do not come to me in the Forbidden Forest within 1 hour, I shall punish every man, woman, and child in this castle for your refusal. The voice vanished. The night held. Then the battle resumed in smaller, uglier bursts. Not because anyone obeyed, but because nobody yet knew whether the offer was trap, bluff, or the next shape of inevitability. Harry landed hard in the courtyard beside Ron and Hermione. Both of them turned at once. No? Hermione said immediately. Harry had not spoken. Ron's face had gone pale under grime. You don't know what he means. Harry looked toward the forest again, toward Nagini. Toward the one final moving wound, toward something else now faint, fading, and full of death. Snape. The awareness hit him so sharply he almost staggered. Not at the school, not with the Death Eaters pushing the lines. Farther off, toward the Boathouse by the Black Lake, where the old magic of Hogwarts met water and quiet and secrecy. Dying. Harry's entire body went cold. Harry. Hermione's voice sharpened. He looked at them both. Snape. Ron blinked. What about him? His dying. That silenced them. Because there were too many layers in the answer to untangle quickly hatred. Suspicion, the tower, Dumbledore's death, Snape fleeing across the grounds with Harry's wrath at his back. Yet the certainty in Harry's voice made both Ron and Hermione still. Haze by the Boathouse, Harry said. And I think Voldemort's with him, or just was. Hermione's eyes widened first. The Elder Wand, she whispered. Harry turned. She was already thinking too fast. If Voldemort thinks Snape killed Dumbledore, then he thinks Snape controls the wand. Ron swore violently. Harry did not waste another second. I'm going. Harry? But he was already moving. The Boathouse windows glowed green against the lake. Harry reached it in seconds, skimming over churned earth and broken hedges in a line of gold so faint it vanished between one blink and the next. The battle behind him receded into distant thunder. Here there was only wind over black water, torchlight through cracked glass, and the unmistakable scent of blood. He entered through a shattered side door. Nagini was gone. Voldemort too. Only Snape remained, collapsed against the boards in spreading darkness, throat and chest torn open where the serpent had struck. The room smelled of lake water, rot, old wood, and dying magic. Moonlight touched the pooling blood silver at the edges, For one strange moment Harry simply stood there. All year he had imagined this man's death in too many ways to count. Furious, deserved, damning, explanatory. None of those fantasies had prepared him for the reality of Severus Snape dying not as a victor, not as a villain caught cleanly, but as something far more uncomfortable, a man who had carried too many secrets for too long and now had only seconds left to choose which of them outlived him. Snape saw him, not clearly at first. Then with sudden, painful focus. "You," he rasped. Harry stepped closer despite himself. "What happened?" Snape made a sound that might have been bitter laughter. "Blood followed it. The Dark Lord," he whispered, "remains a fool about loyalty, consistent at least." Harry dropped to one knee. The old hatred rose, then faltered, because under the wreckage of the man, under the black robes and barbed voice and the memory of green light on a tower, Harry could feel something else now that death had stripped concealment thin. Not innocence, never that. Grief, duty, love buried so deep it had become scar tissue instead of softness. Snape's eyes searched Harry's face with frantic intensity. "Take them." His shaking fingers scrabbled toward his temple. Silver threads of memory already trembled there, gathering from whatever discipline or desperation had held them in place until now. Harry froze. "No," he said automatically. "I'm not." "Take them?" The command came with the last of Snape's old force, enough to cut through Harry's refusal. The silver memories spilled into a conjured vial Harry snatched from the worktable without thinking. Snape sagged back with a shudder. His breathing had gone wet and shallow. Harry stared at the vial. "What is it?" "The truth," Snape said. Then lower, almost gone now, "Look at me." Harry did. And the man who had sneered at him for years, who had watched him grow stronger with the expression of someone cataloging a threat he could neither ignore nor fully trust, held his gaze with something so raw in it that Harry could not name it fast enough. Not apology, not exactly, witness. Then Severus Snape died. The lake wind moved softly through the broken windows. The battle far away still rumbled. The vial in Harry's hand glowed silver. For the first time in a year, Harry had no idea which grief to feel first. The pensieve waited in Dumbledore's office. Harry did not remember leaving the boathouse. He remembered only the rush through corridors stripped almost bare by siege, the frantic climb to the headmaster's office, the password forced from the gargoyle by instinct and old pattern, and the moment the silver memories hit the basin and opened. Then he was falling through them. Not a story, a life in fractures. Snape as a boy, lonely and sharp, finding Lily Evans in sunlight. Their friendship his shame, his hunger for belonging in darker places. The moment he carried the prophecy to Voldemort and realized too late what kind of death he had invited toward the wrong family. The plea to Dumbledore, not for James, not for Harry, but for Lily. The horror after her death, the promise, the years. Protect the boy, watch him, guide him where possible, hate his father's face, and love his mother's sacrifice, and serve a dead woman's memory, so long it became the only fixed star left in Severus Snape's life. Harry saw the tower, too. Dumbledore already dying from the ring's curse. Dumbledore asking for the killing curse as mercy, strategy, and containment of Draco's soul all at once. Snape agreeing through visible pain, because refusal would mean worse endings for everyone. Then the final memory. Dumbledore in this very office, voice quiet, worn, unbearably certain. He explained the soul fragment in Harry. Explained the blood tether through Voldemort's resurrection. Explained that when all the Horcruxes were gone but Nagini, Harry himself would have to die by Voldemort's hand so that the piece of soul inside him might be destroyed. And after that? Snape asked, face harder than stone. Dumbledore looked away for one of the only times Harry had ever seen uncertainty touch him. After that, he said, I believe Harry will have a choice. The memory dissolved. Harry tore himself out of the pensieve, gasping. The office tilted around him. Soul fragment. Voldemort's hand. Choice. He stood bent over the basin with the silver surface trembling under his breath, and for one long, terrible minute could hear nothing but the blood in his ears. So that was the final shape, not metaphor, not destiny in poetic terms. Mechanism. He had to let Voldemort kill him. The Saiyan blood in him recoiled instantly, Every instinct of battle, survival, royal pride, adaptation, and hard-earned strength screamed against the thought. Warriors did not walk into death. Power did not gather for months and then lay itself down. His whole body rejected the idea with a violence that felt almost physical, and yet beneath that refusal lay the cold, simple line of truth. If Harry did not die, Voldemort could not truly be made mortal. He looked up and saw himself reflected faintly in the dark window. Gold hair long since fallen black again, face too old, eyes too clear. Then the office door opened. Hermione, Ron, both breathless, both reading him before he spoke. What happened? Ron asked. Harry tried, failed once, then succeeded. Snape was on our side. That stunned them into silence. He did not stop there. He told them about Lily, about the tower, about Dumbledore's plan. Not every memory detail, only what mattered. He spoke as plainly as he could because anything more emotional would have broken him before the words were done. When he reached the part about the soul fragment, Hermione sat down as if her legs had forgotten their use. Ron went white. No, he said. Harry met his eyes.
Less. Nope.
Ron shook his head harder, anger rising to meet terror. There has to be something else. There isn't. Hermione looked up, tears already visible and furious in equal measure. Dumbledore said a choice. He did. That means this isn't certain. It means after, Harry said softly, not instead. The room held all their grief at once. Ron swore and turned away, fists at his sides. Hermione cried in silence, which Harry had always found worse than sobbing. Harry stood there with Snape's truth still bleeding through him, and the absurd thought that he had finally become strong enough to choose sacrifice properly. That was what Dumbledore had been shaping all along. Not power in isolation. Power that could refuse itself for something larger. Harry stepped toward them. Ron turned back at once, eyes bright with anger and hurt and loyalty. Don't, he said. Harry stopped, because he understood what Ron meant. Don't say goodbye like it's decided. Don't make us stand here and act like this is noble. Don't be calm because then we'll have to believe you mean it. Hermione rose instead and crossed the room and hugged him hard enough to hurt. Harry closed his eyes. Ron joined a second later, awkward and furious and shaking. For one moment they were not symbols, not war figures, not prophecies pieces. Just three people in a ruined office refusing the world together, even when they already knew the world would win this part. Then Harry stepped back. Nagini, he said, because practicality was the only thing keeping him upright. When I'm gone, Voldemort will think he's won. That's when she'll be closest. You have to kill her. Neville's sword, Harry thought. Neville's certainty?
Yes.
Ron scrubbed both hands over his face. You'd better come back and explain how insanely stupid this all is? Harry almost smiled. I'll do my best. That was the last thing he said, before he put on the invisibility cloak and walked out of the office alone. The walk to the forest was quieter than grief should have allowed. Bodies in the corridors. Broken windows. Smoke through shattered arches. A castle that had fought and bled, and still somehow stood long enough for one boy to walk out of it on his own 2 feet toward deliberate death. Harry felt everything as he passed. Determination. Love. Loss. They no longer tore him in different directions. They held him together. The Saiyan instinct still fought. Of course it did. Every step toward the forest was a debate between the part of him built to meet challenge with overwhelming force and the part of him that now understood true strength. Sometimes meant choosing not to strike first at all. At the edge of the grounds, he stopped and looked back. Hogwarts rose broken and beautiful against the night, towers scarred, windows blasted out, magic still humming in the old stones beneath all the damage. The people inside it had given him the answer to the transformation. They had stood. That was why he could walk now without being only afraid. Harry touched the snitch Dumbledore had left him. Whispered, I am about to die. It opened in his hand. The resurrection stone lay inside. He almost laughed at the elegance of it. Then he turned it. James came first, then Lily, then Sirius, then Lupin. Not bodies, not ghosts. Presences walking the edge of reality with him. The Saiyan part of him quieted at once in their company. Not defeated, just held in a wider understanding. Warriors walked with the dead too. Princes carried lines behind them. He was not surrendering because he was weak. He was choosing because the people he loved had taught him the shape of strength beyond victory. "Does it hurt?" he asked, and hated how young his voice sounded. "Quicker than falling asleep?" Sirius said. Lily touched his hair. James laid a hand on his shoulder. Lupin's tired eyes were proud and heartbroken all at once. Harry walked into the trees with them. Voldemort waited in a clearing full of Death Eaters. Nagini glided in her protective sphere at his side. Bellatrix stood eager and ruined. Lucius looked as though victory had become another kind of fear. The others drew back as Harry let the cloak fall and stepped forward into moonlight alone. Voldemort's red eyes widened by the smallest degree, not because Harry had come, because he had come unarmed by hatred. Harry could feel the Dark Lord probing already for anger, for battle surge, for the gold. There was none. The Super Saiyan power remained deep and still in him, not gone, simply refusing to be used for this. "Come to die?" Voldemort asked. Harry looked at Nagini, at the wand in Voldemort's hand, at the forest around them. Yes. The answer unsettled them all. Voldemort mistook it for surrender. Of course he did. He raised the Elder Wand. For one heartbeat the Saiyan blood in Harry screamed to move, to dodge, to shield, to rise in gold and kill. Harry did nothing. The killing curse hit him full in the chest. Green light filled the forest. He woke at King's Cross, or something that wore King's Cross like a memory of departure. White mist. Faraway tracks. A place between choices. The ruined little thing under the bench, raw, shriveled, pitiful, was Voldemort's fragment. Harry knew it at once and looked away. Some horrors became clearer when stripped of grandeur. Dumbledore stood waiting beyond the mist. Whole and calm and terribly familiar, they spoke. Not long, not with the luxury of full philosophy, only enough. Harry learned what he had already suspected. Voldemort could not fully kill him while carrying Lily's blood through his own veins. The curse had destroyed the foreign soul fragment inside Harry and broken the tie that bound his scar to Voldemort's inner architecture. Harry was free now in a way he had never been. He could go on, or return. Harry thought of the castle, of Ron and Hermione, of Neville, of the dead, of the snake still alive, of Voldemort, finally mortal enough to end. He thought too of the gold power inside him, now strangely quiet in the liminal white, no longer hungry because it had been brought to this threshold by choice rather than defeat. "I'm going back?" he said. Dumbledore smiled, tired and proud. "I thought you might." For one strange second, as the mist brightened, Harry saw another figure beyond Dumbledore, a tall gold-edged silhouette with wild hair and a warrior's posture, ancient and silent. Not a ghost exactly, more like the final echo of the Saiyan prince whose blood had slept in the Potters for centuries. The figure placed a fist lightly to his chest and bowed once. Recognition, not ownership. Then it vanished into light. Harry fell back toward life. He returned to pain in Hagrid's arms. The forest smelled of leaves, blood, and triumph gone rotten. Hagrid's grief thundered through him as the giant of a man carried Harry's apparently lifeless body back toward the castle. Voldemort strutted behind them, certain of victory. Nagini moved in her sphere. Bellatrix laughed. The Death Eaters came in a black wave. Harry lay still and listened, then Neville answered, not to Voldemort's speech, to his existence. In front of the castle, before students and teachers and defenders gathered in shattered disbelief, Neville Longbottom stepped forward while Voldemort boasted and drew the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat, as if the moment had been waiting his whole life to become simple. One swing. Nagini's head hit the ground. The last external Horcrux died in a spray of dark blood and stunned silence. Harry felt it go. The world changed again. Voldemort screamed, not just in rage, but in actual loss. For the first time since the graveyard, Harry felt the Dark Lord's soul architecture as a mortal thing. Fractured, unstable, held together now by nothing except his own body and terror of death. Chaos erupted. Harry rolled from Hagrid's arms under the cloak, rose in the smoke and confusion, and re-entered the battle already knowing the end had finally become possible. The Great Hall witnessed the last duel. Everyone gathered there in fragments, fighters, wounded, surviving students, Death Eaters pressed back by sudden reversal, bodies of the dead along the walls like judgment no one could ignore. Dawn pressed gray and thin at the windows. The hall smelled of ash, blood, stone dust, and the exhausted remains of courage. Voldemort entered in a storm of fury. Harry stepped into the open opposite him. No cloak now, no hiding, no more mysteries except one. The hall stilled, Harry said. The name cut deeper than a curse. Voldemort's face went white with hatred. You dare. Yes, Harry said, because it's over, not boast. Fact, he told them all then, Snape's loyalty, Lily's protection, the Elder Wand's true allegiance, Draco's disarming of Dumbledore, Harry's disarming of Draco, the way Voldemort had misunderstood every vital thing, because possession and fear were the only languages he trusted. The hall listened. McGonagall held breath. Ron and Hermione stood side by side with eyes fixed on Harry. Bellatrix was gone. Lucius looked as if his whole life had just been exposed as a bad investment. Voldemort sneered through it all because contempt was his last armor. You are dead already, he hissed, only too foolish to know it. Harry felt the gold in him stir, not in fury, not in challenge. In clarity. No, he said. For the first time, I'm not carrying any part of you. That hit. He saw it land in Voldemort's face. The first real knowledge that the connection was broken, that Harry stood before him as wholly himself, that the thing he had studied and feared had survived death without becoming his creature. Voldemort attacked. No countdown, no flourish. Just Avada Kedavra and every last piece of hatred behind it. Harry moved. Not away. Through. He stepped into the curse's line with such speed the air cracked. Gold erupted around him. Not the unstable pillar of earlier griefs, but the full, clean blaze of a Super Saiyan at perfect control. The killing curse met a focus key shield no wider than Harry's body, and split around it in green fire that scorched banners and stone. Gasps ripped through the hall. Voldemort fired again and again. Cutting curses, soul, ripping black spears, transfigured serpents, killing light. Harry answered with everything he had become. He flew a foot above the floor in short, controlled bursts, too fast for ordinary eyes to track cleanly, wand and key working in seamless union now. Protego became a gold-white disc that rotated spells harmlessly aside. Expelliarmus formed not as a schoolboy's disarming charm, but as a precise magical core wrapped in spiraled key designed to seize the Elder Wand's allegiance and reject the hand that abused it. Every dark construct Voldemort hurled at him, Harry broke apart not by overwhelming it alone, but by reading its structure and hitting the fracture points. Magic and instinct and months of soul, hunt finally converging into one lethal fluency. It was not a beam struggle, it was a dismantling. Voldemort fought like a man trying to prove fear could still be the deepest law in the room. Harry fought like someone who had learned it wasn't. The final exchange came almost quietly after all that violence. Voldemort gathered everything left into one last killing curse, soul and hatred and pride stripped down to green annihilation. Harry planted his feet, raised his wand, and let the gold gather not in wild eruption, but in a narrow perfect spiral around the spell on his lips. Expelliarmus. The two magics met. For one timeless second the Elder Wand recognized the truth. Its loyalty snapped. Voldemort's curse turned. Harry's spell surged through the opening with key, behind it not as brute force, but as a clean tearing of false structure. The green light rebounded into Voldemort. The golden spiral struck at the same instant, not shredding flesh, but ripping through the brittle architecture of a soul that had already been fragmented too many times to endure one more rejection. Tom Riddle died with no Horcrux left to catch him, no prophecy left to hide inside, no stolen immortality, no mythology, just a body hitting stone. The hall remained silent long enough for the sound of it to matter. Then the war ended. Dawn came slowly over Hogwarts, not triumphant. Tender, smoke thinned from the broken towers, the wounded were carried. The dead were named. Some people cried because it was over, others because it was not over enough to return what had been taken. Harry sat on the front steps of the castle with blood dried on his hands and gold finally faded from his hair. Ron dropped beside him with all the grace of a sack of bricks. Hermione came a minute later and sat on his other side. None of them spoke at first. They watched the sky lighten over the grounds where giants had fallen and spiders burned and children had become legends the ugly way. After a while, Ron said, "You nearly gave me heart failure about 7 different times tonight." Harry huffed a tired laugh. "Only 7. Hermione leaned her head briefly against his shoulder. "Don't encourage him." They sat like that while the light grew. Eventually Harry looked up. The stars were disappearing one by one in the brightening sky, but he could still feel them now. Not as an ache of foreign inheritance. Not as a pull toward somewhere else that threatened to unmake who he was. As possibility, the wizarding world was one country. One war. One rescued corner of a much larger dark. Somewhere beyond those fading stars lay the lost history of the blood in his veins, the dead empire of warriors whose last princely inheritance had ended up inside a cupboard in Surrey, and then on a battlefield at Hogwarts. For the first time, the thought did not feel like a claim waiting to take him away from himself. It felt like horizon. Harry touched the stone beside him, warm now in the new sun. He did not belong to the stars instead of this world. He belonged to both. That was the final answer. When he rose at last, he did so not as a king, not as a conqueror, and not as a boy who had survived by accident. He rose as Harry Potter, wizard, warrior, lost prince, protector of a world that had chosen to stand. And above him, beyond smoke and dawn and the last fading trace of war, the heavens waited not as masters to obey, but as roads still open,